They do that, and the part to do voice recognition is completely open source. So we believe that AI should be transparent this way, and people should understand what we do with the data and how we do it and how it is working. So I will be here today, so if you have any questions, don't hesitate to come and see me. And now I will take the expert. I will let the expert talk about AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvestre. I would like very much to speak English with this very nice French accent, but unfortunately, I speak with none. So thank you very much for that introduction. You underlined something that's very essential to the work that we're doing at UNESCO, promoting open solutions, and I hope that that's something that will come out in a lot of the discussions that we'll be having today, and particularly this afternoon. Thank you also, Sylvestre, because all of the coffee and tea and the wonderful lunch and the cocktail we will have this evening is actually thanks to the Mozilla Foundation, so we appreciate your support in welcoming our hosts from all these different stakeholder groups together here today. Before going to our next speaker, I would just like to underline that as we are all here probably also tweeting and putting information on Facebook, we are promoting specific hashtags related to this initiative. And these hashtags are UNESCO 4, like the number 4, AI, hashtag AI governance, and hashtag AI for knowledge. So feel free to tweet as it concerns the conversations that are happening today that we hope will be, again, the beginning of a longer conversation, both online and in person in this regard. I'd also like to just take a minute and welcome all of the people who are participating at a distance, particularly many of our permanent delegations at UNESCO, as this entire event is being streamed live via our YouTube channel, and we welcome them as it concerns their participation remotely to this event. It's important to us that we open up this conversation as broadly as possible on this subject and UNESCO's role, and we're happy that they're participating with us today from their computer screens in their different offices. Now I have the pleasure of introducing Raul Echeverria, who is the Vice President of Global Engagement of the Internet Society and one of our key partners in this event. Raul.
Good morning, everybody. Bonjour. Sylvestre, if you are looking for people with very bad accents, so I volunteer to. So if your artificial intelligence tool can understand my English, it's because everybody can understand. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much, UNESCO, for taking the lead and organizing this event and this discussion process. Thank you, Mozilla, for inviting us, for hosting us here. Both UNESCO and Mozilla have been partners of ISOC. We have partnered with them in many activities, from IoT, working with consumers, to internet governance and universality indicators. So we have worked together in a broad range of things, and I'm very happy that this today find us working together on this new challenging issue. We are not the artificial intelligence society. We are not the everything society. We are the internet society. So why we are here? I think that's first of all, this is a very appropriate time to start this discussion about how we can take full advantage of artificial intelligence, and also how we can deal with the challenges that this technology brings. And the internet undoubtedly increment the power of artificial intelligence, because the global connectivity, the access to processing power, the access to data, and so all those things make the internet the platform where we will see most of or at least we will see a huge impact of the artificial intelligence. And this is why we care about this. And the other thing why we care, the other reason is because the lack of understanding on the way that the artificial intelligence work and the algorithms work could undermine the trust on the internet. And we believe in an internet for everyone, and an internet that is a tool for empowerment, to empower the people from all around the world. And empowered users need to trust in the tool and trust in the internet. So if the lack of understanding leads us to lose this trust, so we will be in huge troubles. We believe that based on those things, we believe that the future development of artificial intelligence needs to adhere to ethical principles. And the ethical principles should be developed and agreed across the community. As I said, informed users need to understand how the things work, and how they need to have enough information to question the algorithms and the conclusions of the artificial intelligence. When we delegate greater autonomy to computers, we need also to make sure that it also leads to greater autonomy of the users. The fact that we are willing to delegate the decisions to artificial intelligence doesn't mean that we will stop making decisions. But for making the right decisions, we need to understand everything. And one of the things that we need to understand is what are the things that we can, the kind of decisions we can delegate to artificial intelligence, and what we can't, and how we can delegate those decisions. Because let me use an example. Let me speak about gender. We always say that when we work on gender issues, that technology seems to not have a gender, right? Because technology is technology. In fact, I heard that speech in the last WTDC meeting of ITU last year. The representative of one country said, why we are discussing about gender? We are discussing about technologies. Technology doesn't have gender. So yes, it's true. It's partially true. But the technology responds to the interest and to the cultural characteristic of the people who develop the technology. So if technology and contents are developed only by men, or mainly by men, so those technologies and contents will not respond to the needs of women. So those things will not be relevant for women. But now, we were worried about that, and this is why we work on gender aspects of technology. But now the challenge is much bigger, because when we are delegating decisions to the artificial intelligence, so how the algorithms will be based, how we can ensure that the reasoning process will not be biased. But because we are not only speaking about how a technology works, we are speaking about how important decisions that will affect our life will be taken. So this is very important. This is why we are involved, and we appreciate very much that UNESCO has taken the lead on starting this process. We don't know, we don't have all the answers at this moment, and neither we know what are the questions. But the thing we know is that the questions are very big, and so very big to be ignored. So thank you, UNESCO, for taking the lead. It's not the first time that we work together in this kind of processes, and I think that UNESCO is the right platform for convening the different stakeholders to discuss about the ethical use of technology, in this case, the artificial intelligence. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Raul. You underlined the ongoing cooperation between UNESCO and ISOC in several domains, including the elaboration of our Internet universality indicators and work on Rome, how the Internet should be rights-based, open, accessible, and multi-stakeholder. And that's one of the sessions that we'll be discussing, particularly this afternoon, how to translate these principles developed for Internet universality into the work that we're doing on AI. And we look forward to working with you in that regard. Now I'd like to pass the floor to Moez Shakshuk, who is the Assistant Director General for Communication Information at UNESCO.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to welcome you here in Mozilla, and I will thank our partners, ISOC, Internet Society, and I will tell you that if you are working for the Internet Society, we're working for the Knowledge Society, so it's part of it. And also, thank you, Mozilla, for really helping us to host this event. This is our first event, let's say, within the CI sector in UNESCO to deal with artificial intelligence and to open the discussion with all the stakeholders. We know that we had a very ambitious program. We have very important objectives to achieve together, but we think that we cannot achieve it alone. We need to work together, and I think that our objective as a leading agency when it comes to human rights, when it comes to ethical settings and laboratory of ideas, we were very efficient because we work together. We have a lot of experts that believe that UNESCO has an important role to play when it comes to ethical aspects, when it comes to development, when it comes to education. Of course, culture, science is really, really important mandate for us, and we think that we can work together to achieve those, especially when it comes to internet development and artificial intelligence. So I don't want to be long for this opening speech, because I think that the most important thing is to discuss today, is to open the discussions. We want to listen to you. We want to really involve you in this process. Of course, we're launching this initiative. It's intersectorial inside UNESCO. Of course, we have a very important work, and a lot of members of our committee, COMES, I see the chair here, and I know my friend from Mexico, we met also in OCD in that expert group, but I think that we are here to work together. We work together, and we think that we need to share those ideas, and of course we can be very, very critical whatever is needed, but at the same time, we need to provide solutions. How we can move forward. AI is really, really impacting our life, and it's impacting all the mandate of UNESCO when it comes to education, when it comes to culture, how we can, and science, and how we can work together in order to harness this impact and to really lead the world and lead the universality of AI in order to bridge the gap, of course, but at the same time to have the developing countries with us. This is the mandate of UNESCO. We cannot really find another organization that can do that. And we are here to work with you, and we want to listen to you, and we want to of course, to try to build next steps for our strategy. Of course, we'll have another conference about AI, because it's a real process that we're starting by this IGF. Yesterday we had a panel, a workshop on AI and human rights and SDGs, and then we will have in December, the 12th and the 13th, first conference on AI in Africa, for the development of Africa. And this is very, very important, because we believe that the development of AI is not just for wealthy economic countries. It's also need to involve all the countries, and especially the countries that will be using the AI. And in March, the 18th of March, it will be the conference that will relaunch the initiative, the AI initiative in UNESCO. And we want that to involve the most, all the stakeholders with us. We want that all the NGOs, all the private sector believe that we can play an important role together. It's not just a work that it will need time, but at the same time, I think we need to work together in order to achieve these goals. So thank you very much for listening, and I will be sitting there, and I will stay for the whole day, so to listen to you and to exchange ideas. If you are welcome, and please don't hesitate to ask questions. And if you have any comments about the UNESCO mandate on those issues, please, we are here in total. I think we see all the sectors together. I see people from education, people from culture, the commerce, social, yeah, I see that. And all our staff also from CI are here, so please feel free to ask us and to challenge us also, because it's very important that we can move toward, and we believe and trust each other on this. Thank you again, ISOC. Thank you, Raoul, for coming. It's very important and very good message that you gave out for us. We can work together to achieve our goals. And of course, as we believe in open source and open softwares, we cannot really be as happy as to host this event in Mozilla. So thank you, Mozilla, for helping us and for supporting us. Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you to Mozilla and ISOC and to UNESCO for those opening remarks. We will go forward now to the first introductory part of the day, which is to set the stage really for the conversations that we will have. Because one of the things that we've noticed in the work that we've been doing is artificial intelligence is this buzzword, but actually most people don't know what artificial intelligence is or what it's about. So we're very lucky today to have with us Lynn Saint-Amour, who's the chair of the Internet Governance Forum's Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. I'm thankful that she's here with us today because I think she's probably absolutely exhausted after 3 days of very intense conversations, and she will be telling us a little bit about what AI is and why it's important and relevant to the work that we're doing in a multi-stakeholder way today. So Lynn Saint-Amour, thank you.
Thank you, Sasha. All I know is that this morning I wish I had more intelligence, artificial or natural. And I've had a lot of suggestions on what I should actually cover here. And I think what I'd like to do is first see how many people understand or are aware of the Internet Governance Forum and what we do. So about half. I have to say that's probably more than I might have thought. So maybe just a few quick words on that. And then what I'd really like to do is to tell you about some of the recent discussions over the last 3 days from the IGF, because it's a multi-stakeholder global platform. And you know, we bring together people from all across the world from quite a few disciplines. We'd like to bring people in from more disciplines. And in fact, the Secretary General addressed us this week, and he suggested we look to philosophers, social scientists, political scientists, et cetera, and we would love to. So I think we had some interesting conversations this morning with Cedric, and I'm not seeing here in the room at the moment, but I think it would be interesting to follow that up with some of UNESCO's Philosophers' Days, for instance. So just briefly, the Internet Governance Forum was founded 13 years ago as one of the major outcomes of the World Summit on the Information Society, which was a two-part UN summit, which was actually meant to address sort of issues, both societal, cultural, political, technical, that were coming out of the, you know, the development of the Internet worldwide. We meet annually at a global forum. We also have a lot of intersessional activities. We have now over 111 national, regional, and youth IGF initiatives operate to the same principles as the full IGF. And I was just told this morning as well that a little over 50% of them in the last 2 to 3 years have had significant kind of events or activities related to artificial intelligence or some of the other emerging technologies. Their work informs our work at the global level to a very great degree. We also have dynamic coalitions, 17 of them, covering everything from trade, access, trust, gender, and we have 4 best practice forums. One on cybersecurity, which of course touches a lot of trust and privacy issues. The other one that's of interest to this particular discussion is one best practice forum, which is in its first year, which is artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and big data. And there was a lot of discussion in the multi-stakeholder advisory group about whether or not that should be 3 best practice forums, because of course they're all tremendous fields in their own. And I think the MAG and the group of people that were proposing this best practice forum thought it was most interesting to kind of look at the intersects, and that might be something which was you know, more value-adding in terms of all the conversations taking place across the world. So as Sasha said, we just finished our 3-day, 170 sessions. I've got 20 pages worth of key messages and things. I've tried to pull out this morning quickly on the way here some of the ones that I thought were sort of maybe newer or more interesting observations to sort of inform the discussions. It'll come as no surprise, given who we are as the Internet Governance Forum, of course, that one of the very key messages coming out of all the various sessions specific to, again, emerging technologies or AI, is that multi-stakeholder, inclusive, and open mechanisms and processes are really central to advancing artificial intelligence and, of course, all the other emerging technology discussions. It should also come as no surprise that there was a great focus on individual and user-centric, and also, of course, human rights issues and the need for significant transparency. One of the things that I thought they're probably going to focus on a little bit more going forward is more the intersection of machine learning and the data sets, as that obviously is the basis of so much of what we do and what the AI systems all use. One of the other, quite a significant discussion on artificial intelligence and ethical considerations, and certainly a lot of work to be done there. Ethics is usually at the basis of law, of course, and some ethical rules are codified into law. But much of our relations on a day-to-day basis, our interactions on a day-to-day basis, whether it's between individuals or in other more digital realms, depend on ethics that aren't codified into law and probably aren't even understood as codifiable. So I think there's an awful lot of work that could be done there, and we'll see what the best practice forum actually decides to take forward. There were also a lot of discussion on open data and open government policies and how they can contribute to more transparent governance. One example, of course, we hear a lot is to make the algorithms much more transparent. And I think that's a very significant step. I'm not sure it's anywhere near helpful enough, though. If somebody is denied something, a mortgage or a loan, and your first response is going to, let me see the algorithm that actually supported your decision-making process, you're actually going to want to go to probably some sort of process that looks a little more like today's processes. You're going to want an arbitrator or somebody else that is neutral or trusted or that you can actually engage with. So I think we're going to need to find a way to build some new processes that move us from transparency and algorithms to processes that really have us understanding sort of the values and the decisions and additional circumstances that we might feel as an individual should influence that decision ultimately. I think that means there will be a call to make algorithms more transparent. I think there's going to be a lot of calls for what are the processes that support that. Raul's point about gender, and if algorithms and systems are being built or determined by, gender is one issue of diversity, of course, but there are many, many others. But what are the sort of processes we might want to see as a community that would ensure that the people that were developing those algorithms had the appropriate diversity? Are there bodies that we might want to see that would actually help determine who should be working on a particular project that goes beyond what any individual company, entity, or organization might supply or provide? So I think we could see a lot more call for multi-stakeholder engagement and deep engagement in the very early stages, and much more deeply in a lot of organizations than I think we've thought of today. And I think that could be kind of an interesting area maybe for the IGF community broadly to look at because of a lot of the processes we have. Like I said, I could go on and on, but I won't. The best practice forums so far have been reset every year. So the members of the community need to step up, identify a process that they believe is appropriate for the IGF community to address. If there are any individuals in this room or any organizations that are here that would actually like to participate in helping us explore some of these topics, it would really encourage you. Certainly you can reach out to me as the chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group, or to any one of the 52 members we now have, some of whom are in the room here. I saw Lucien Kestek somewhere. He's a new and incoming MAG member. Please come join us. Our work is very much community dependent and community led. So I really look forward to working more closely with UNESCO going forward. And I said one of the things that was quite interesting in my discussion with Cedric this morning was perhaps engaging in some of the Philosopher Days or some of the other activities that UNESCO does. Again, recalling the Secretary General's challenge to the IGF, which was to work with those people that we perhaps haven't brought into the community as robustly as we should and as would be helpful. So I hope that was in line with what was requested. As I said, I had a lot of suggestions on what I should cover, but I thought it most appropriate to try and give a very quick update on sort of some of the recent discussions in the IGF. Thank you, Sasha and Moaz.
Thank you, Lynn, for that presentation that really makes the connection between the conversations that were held in the framework of the IGF and today. These open discussions were traditionally foreseen as a day zero event for the IGF, but as many of you know, day zero of the IGF was Armistice. So we're doing it as a day 4, which actually strategically is very interesting because it allows us to make the connection between some of the very fruitful conversations that you've underlined and the key messages that came out of these meetings in the framework of the IGF and the discussions that we're having here today. I'd just like to also underline, as Ambassador David Martinon did yesterday, that today is your day because Saint-Amour is the famous Beaujolais wine, and today is the day for the Beaujolais. So happy day to you, Lynn, and thank you for being here with us to celebrate the Beaujolais and also all the work that you do in the framework of the MAG. So now I would like to pass the floor to Dr. Ansgar Kohn, who's professor at the University of Nottingham in the School of Computer Science. Specifically, he teaches on ethics, rights, and privacy on the internet, and he will be talking a little bit about these challenges in the framework of reflections on AI. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak on be part of setting the tone of today's discussions. So I was asked to speak about what is AI, and I think perhaps one of the reasons why I was asked, because a lot of the research, the work that we're doing is on the intersection between the engineering perspective on how these technologies work and the perspective of how do people understand their interaction with these technologies. So the logo that you see in the top corner is from a project called Unbiased, which is about really engaging with specifically young people, 13 to 17-year-olds, about how do they understand the platforms, the internet services that they're interacting with, which are to a large extent mediated by algorithmic processes such as search engines, news feeds on social media, recommendations that they get, and those kinds of things. And how do they understand that these things are mediated by an autonomous decision-making system? How do they think that this process works? Do they understand what kind of data is required for this, and therefore data that is being collected and shared, and those kinds of issues? But on the other side, more with the technical community, I chair one of the IEEE standards activities in developing a standard for algorithmic bias considerations. So this is part of a global initiative on ethics of autonomous and intelligent systems, which was launched in 2016, really from the understanding that these systems, these AI systems, as they're usually referred to, are having more and more of an impact on society. It's not just a piece of technology, it's something that's embedded, it's a socio-technical thing, and therefore there is a need for the technical community, which is really what IEEE is, to think broader, think about what are the ethical implications, and therefore these standards activities very much reach out to people from beyond the engineering community. Within our own standards work, for instance, we are approximately 40% academics, which is, even within the academics, is a mix between computer science, engineering, social science, law scholars, etc., but also 30% industry and 30%, importantly, also civil society groups that bring the perspective of how these things are being viewed. So what is AI? So one of the ways in which AI, that frequently comes to people's mind when you say AI is an artificial entity that is intelligent, where the artificial is in the sense of it's created by humans as opposed to the biological one. But the idea of it as actually being an intelligent thing, even though we don't really know what intelligence means. The other way of thinking of it, which perhaps reflects more the way that Alan Turing was thinking of it, if you recall the Turing test, is something that mimics intelligence. It's not so much about whether the thing itself is intelligent, but rather if from the outside, when you're interacting with it, it seems to be intelligent. It's sort of like an artificial hand isn't really a hand. It can be just a porcelain thing, but it looks like a hand, and so it has the initial interaction is like it was an actual hand. So this is, I think, an important thing to bear in mind, that the majority of what we refer to when we're talking about AI, it's not really about that it is intelligent in the deep philosophical sense of intelligence, but rather it interacts with us in a way where we get the impression that there is some kind of intelligence or smartness behind it. So I borrowed this slide from someone else. This is just sort of an overview of the various sort of levels of algorithmic decision-making, ways in which autonomous systems can make decisions, which is what gives the impression of intelligence. And artificial intelligence here is listed really at the far end and very much sort of more along the lines of future things that we haven't really achieved yet. So these would be processes that can really autonomously select the best methodologies. Whereas sort of the current drive of what's brought artificial intelligence to the forefront of a lot of discussions has been through the successes of machine learning, the fact that we've now achieved through a combination of the amount of data and the strength of processing powers, and to a little extent, but not actually to a huge extent, because of some advances on the algorithm side. To a large extent, the actual algorithms are very similar to the ones that were already developed 20 years ago. But it's very much because of the data that machine learning is now become able to approach some of the questions that were difficult to do with hand coding, because what it does is it takes in large data sets and effectively applies multidimensional statistics on it to try to find patterns within the data that appear to relate the input with certain kinds of outputs. But whether or not this is what we might think of as intelligence in the sense of philosophical discussion on intelligence is to a large extent beside the point as far as engineers are concerned. It's just about it is able to do things. But it does introduce new questions from the point of view of how do we govern it, because what this machine learning approach introduces is that the rules are not clearly specified by people. The rules are implicitly extracted from the fact that you've decided to give it certain kinds of data sets to train it with. However, we should not forget that actually when we're interacting with systems, a huge number of the systems that when we're interacting with them appear to us to be intelligent, they respond in a seemingly intelligent way, don't even use machine learning. A lot of the systems that we're actually still interacting with do statistical reasoning, which is traditional kinds of statistics, possibly with larger numbers of data sets and also somewhat larger number of dimensions in it. And also still a lot of the systems are actually rule-based, are the ones that are hand-coded. However, machine learning is the thing that has been attracting a lot of the attention, that has been driving this sense of there's something new here we need to deal with. But what does machine learning actually mean? So one way of looking at machine learning is the XKCD comic, which every nerdy engineer must include. Is basically you pile a lot of data together, see whether it gives you the output that you want. If it doesn't, you mix it a bit more until it gives you the output that you actually want to have, which means you have no idea what the system's actually doing. You don't know really how it's going to behave if a different kind of input is given that wasn't nicely within the range of the original input sets. You don't know necessarily if it's going to, how it's going to reply respond to something that is different from the people who originally designed it. So the issue that was raised already, if you have a very homogeneous community that is producing these, that is designing these systems, they will initially think of themselves when testing it. A nice example being the face recognition example that Joy Bulwini has highlighted, where a very popular open source face recognition system works fine for white male faces, but it didn't even notice that she was having her face in front of the camera because she's a black female. But why was that the case? Not because anybody deliberately made it that way, but simply the engineers building it were mostly white males. A lot of the students at the universities, who are the typical test data set that you use, were white males. So they tested it and it seemed to work fine. They just didn't have enough representative data set to really test it on. So the other way of thinking of what is machine learning is actually to say, well, it's basically computationally intensive statistics with the potential added twist that a lot of the optimization criteria can be implicit because they're actually in how did you select the data set as opposed to how did you define the optimization criteria, the error function itself. And the issue is, if you haven't made an effort to collect your data set in a particular way, then you might end up having implicit criteria that you didn't know about. And this is one of the challenges that, for instance, a lot of startups face, is you need to produce a product within a certain time frame. You don't have the access to the kinds of data sets that the huge companies have. So you need to get whichever data set you can reach, you can get to, and you need to produce an output quickly. How are you going to be able to make sure that the data set really is representative? That you're 95% correct doesn't mean that it's 100% wrong for that 5% minority population. And so within there's probably a role for national and global organizations to help with providing open data sets that can be used to check whether the systems are, and to provide with methodologies for, if you have defined the target market for where this application is going to be used, how should you be checking that your system is not making incorrect kinds of unjustified responses within that market. Another point that I just wanted to raise up, which is something that I actually heard about from a presentation at IIA Now that was given not so long ago, is Fauxtomation, which is that there is, because machine learning has become this hype thing, there is also the fact that stuff is being marketed as being machine learning, which isn't. So this was a nice example of Burger King in this case. They were doing an ad for how innovative they are. Innovative means you're using machine learning nowadays, right? So they said, even our ads use machine learning, and then, because we all know that machine learning isn't perfect, it has these quirky kinds of responses, such as tastes like bird. But the problem, the thing is, yes, parts of the video were created by an algorithm, but actually these key parts that were the jokes were handcrafted by humans because they know what is funny and what isn't. But it's presented as being machine learning, and the general user doesn't know. That doesn't know when is it machine learning, when isn't it. And one of the reasons for pushing something to make it look like it is machine learning, because there is also still a narrative, a sense of, well, if it was done by a machine, machines don't have a skin in the game. They don't have a reason why they would want to bias one thing or another. So if it's done by a machine, then it must be objective. It must be trustworthy. And I haven't checked it recently, but a while ago on Facebook, if you went to their help pages, that gave you an explanation about how the news feed works. It basically told you the news feed is algorithmically filtered for you, with the implication that, well, it's algorithmic, therefore you can trust it. There is no human behind it that has an agenda. And this is something where, from an educational point of view, a lot of work needs to be done, as was mentioned already by a previous speaker, simply because there's an algorithm in there, sort of in the current process stage, doesn't mean that it is neutral. The algorithm was made by people. People made choices to decide what the optimization criteria are, what the error function is. And so therefore, this is part of the algorithmic awareness building that we're trying to work on. And then I think I'll just skip over it, but very briefly, just the point. A lot of the discussions about transparency, machine learning is implicitly opaque or something like that. Yes, there are issues with transparency, but to a large extent, it's not necessarily because it's machine learning, but it's because of the high dimensionality of the data sets. If we think of hand-coded things like a decision tree, if it's a few steps, sure, it's transparent. Take the same kind of decision tree, build it up to using 300 different parameters, such as Google search engine used to use even before it started introducing machine learning. It's not transparent. Just showing you a decision tree with so many parameters in it. So the issue is very much actually, how can we explain something? How can we make something understandable if it uses so many parameters in it? And the underlying issue, which I think we're all trying to address, is that question. If we're moving to an algorithmic society, how do we make sure that we don't have a loss of human agency within this? And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for setting that groundwork as it concerns what is AI. Though I would argue that sometimes machines have a great sense of humor. I asked Siri if they would marry me, and they said, why don't we just stay friends? So I was insulted and amused at the same time. I would like to now go to the second part of this introductory session, and we're very lucky to have with us here today representatives from both the Mexican and Senegalese government to tell us a little bit about what is being done at the international level to consider AI in sustainable development and good governance. And to start with, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Cherif Diallo, who is a longtime collaborator of UNESCO. He is the Director of Information Technologies and ICT in the Ministry of Communications, Telecommunications, Postal Services, and the Digital Economy of Senegal. He will be speaking in French. Thank you, Dr. Diallo.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. First, I am sorry because I am going to speak in France. Je pense que aussi c'est une bonne chose des fois d'avoir des interlocuteurs dans diverses langues. Cela va permettre éventuellement de prendre en compte certains aspects dans l'intelligence artificielle. Cela dit que les robots que nous construisons devront être capables de prendre en compte, au-delà de l'expression linguistique, les diverses valeurs culturelles telles qu'elles sont véhiculées, notamment par des organismes comme l'UNESCO. Alors, ce que je vais dire rapidement, je vais essayer de parler de l'intérêt de l'IA pour les pays en développement et surtout de l'action des gouvernements pour soutenir et développer certains projets liés à l'intelligence artificielle dans le sens d'améliorer notamment le bien-être des populations, mais aussi la bonne gouvernance. Je commencerai d'abord par parler rapidement de la renaissance de l'intelligence artificielle. Parce que souvent, on parle aujourd'hui de l'intelligence artificielle comme une nouvelle technologie. Mais il faut voir que c'est une technologie aussi ancienne, depuis qu'on parle de la machine de Turing jusqu'à aujourd'hui. On a vu différentes applications de l'intelligence artificielle quasiment dans beaucoup de domaines de la vie. Mais cela n'a pas beaucoup progressé au rythme où on l'attendait. Aujourd'hui, on peut parler de la renaissance de l'intelligence artificielle parce qu'on peut dire que le terrain est favorable. Quand on dit le terrain, l'environnement en tout cas est très très favorable, avec l'Internet d'une part, les infrastructures de télécommunications qui se développent comme le haut débit par exemple, et aussi de nouvelles technologies comme le big data, comme l'Internet des objets. On peut parler aussi même de l'IPv6 qui aussi fait partie de cela. Donc il y a autant de facteurs aujourd'hui qui encouragent la renaissance et le développement de l'intelligence artificielle qui fait que cela devient un sujet extrêmement intéressant. Pour les gouvernements comme les nôtres, il faut dire que l'accélération rapide de l'innovation numérique a aujourd'hui suscité beaucoup d'anxiété et de nombreuses interprétations et même d'inquiétudes, tant pour les entreprises que pour les jeunes chercheurs, par exemple. Et en Afrique, l'intelligence artificielle, qui est l'ensemble des théories et techniques mises en place en vue de réaliser des machines capables de simuler l'intelligence humaine, comme il vient de nous le rappeler dans sa très bonne présentation, s'impose de plus en plus dans le cadre de vie. Donc cela dit, l'utilité de l'intelligence artificielle est justement de prévoir à notre place de faire notre travail. Il ne faut pas pour autant en déduire que l'on pourra se passer de l'intelligence humaine. Aujourd'hui, on connaît bien qu'il y a des drones, par exemple, où le pilotage est quasiment automatique, où il y a même, comme à Paris aussi, vous le retrouvez aussi dans beaucoup d'autres pays, des métros qui sont entièrement automatiques. Mais cela ne veut pas dire qu'on va se passer à 100% de l'intelligence humaine. Bien au contraire, les avantages sont multiples et variés. Et dans les 20 prochaines années, il y a beaucoup de leviers de l'économie où des compétences seront nécessaires et l'intelligence artificielle pourra servir de socle pour une économie prospère et déclarée. En tout cas, comment dirais-je, et permettre à produire des entreprises leaders dans le numérique au niveau mondial. Donc cela dit, le rôle des gouvernements dans les pays en développement pour soutenir l'intelligence artificielle est fondamental. D'abord, je dirais que cela passe par l'éducation, la formation et la recherche. C'est des points extrêmement importants qui permettront éventuellement à ces pays-là aussi de pouvoir bénéficier de l'intelligence artificielle tout en prenant en compte leurs propres spécificités, leurs propres besoins qui sont spécifiques à leur mode de vie, à leur culture et à leur façon de faire. Donc, l'éducation, la recherche et le développement. C'est pour ça que, pour illustrer ce point, au Sénégal, par exemple, le gouvernement a mis beaucoup d'efforts pour mettre en place ce qu'on appelle une université virtuelle sénégalaise. Alors, l'université virtuelle sénégalaise, c'est une université comme toute autre université physique, mais à la seule différence qu'il n'y a pas d'amphithéâtre. C'est une université à 100% virtuelle. Donc, tout l'enseignement se fait à travers le réseau, à travers l'Internet, où l'apprenant, l'étudiant, reste chez lui en faisant ses tâches, par exemple, ménagères pour une femme mariée ou qui a des enfants, étant étudiante, par exemple. Cela a beaucoup d'avantages, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on sait que dans les pays sous-développés, surtout à un niveau plus ou moins supérieur, on peut parler de décrochage universitaire comme on parle de décrochage scolaire ici, Et ce décrochage peut être dû à divers facteurs. Le mariage, par exemple, rapide, ou les grossesses, qui empêchent souvent certaines femmes d'aller plus loin dans les études universitaires. Aujourd'hui, l'université virtuelle sénégalaise leur offre cette opportunité-là de pouvoir étudier, avoir des diplômes, tout en se consacrant pleinement à leur vie familiale. Et cela est rendu possible grâce à des efforts que les gouvernements ont faits dans beaucoup de domaines en développant d'abord l'infrastructure, en maillant le territoire avec un réseau de fibre optique, des réseaux haut débit et qui permettent cela. Tout à l'heure, j'étais en train de dire que l'intelligence artificielle ne doit pas remplacer à 100% l'intelligence humaine. Et bizarrement, dans ce projet de l'université virtuelle sénégalaise, ce qui est intéressant aussi, c'est qu'au début, il n'y a pas d'amphithéâtre, mais aujourd'hui, on est en train de développer ce qu'on appelle les zénos, les espaces numériques ouverts. Alors, c'est des sortes d'espaces où on offre tout un tas d'infrastructures et de possibilités et de moyens pour ramener les étudiants vers ces espaces-là pour venir, en quelque sorte, accéder aux mêmes cours qu'ils accèdent à la maison. Mais pourquoi cela? Parce qu'on a dit qu'il y a un facteur important aussi pour l'étudiant, c'est la socialisation. Vous restez chez vous à 100% à travailler, avoir votre diplôme, sans jamais rencontrer quelqu'un, ça peut avoir aussi des effets négatifs par rapport à votre parcours, par rapport à votre socialisation, à votre degré de s'insérer dans la société. Donc vous voyez un peu, cela veut dire qu'il faut trouver un équilibre effectivement dans tous les projets où on va mettre de l'intelligence artificielle pour que effectivement cela ait plus de bénéfices, mais tout en garantissant aussi les conditions qui sont importantes pour un meilleur avenir. Donc, cela passe aussi par, bon, j'ai sauté un point parce qu'en parlant des projets, dans le rôle du gouvernement, le premier point aurait été, d'abord, que j'aurais dû souligner, c'était de développer des stratégies d'abord, d'avoir une vision et de savoir où on va et de voir comment dans tous les secteurs d'activité, le gouvernement peut engager des projets pour faire bénéficier de technologies comme l'intelligence artificielle. Et au Sénégal, la vision a été d'abord de définir ce qu'on appelle la stratégie nationale du numérique à l'horizon 2025. Et dans cette stratégie, on a développé différents projets, dont celui de l'université virtuelle sénégalaise, dont je viens de citer un exemple. Il y a aussi, dans cette vision, la stratégie nationale de cybersécurité que le gouvernement a adoptée récemment. Parce qu'on ne peut pas parler de ces technologies-là en laissant de côté la sécurité. Sinon, cela pose d'énormes problèmes. J'ai cité l'université virtuelle sénégalaise en parlant de la socialisation, mais la sécurité est aussi un élément fondamental quand on va dans des domaines d'application comme la médecine ou par exemple comme le monde militaire, ou bien même des applications aujourd'hui qui se développent autour de la téléphonie mobile, comme le transfert d'argent par exemple, qui nécessite énormément de sécurité. Et cette stratégie nationale de cybersécurité, c'est la vision du Sénégal qui est adossée sur la stratégie nationale pour pouvoir aider à développer l'ensemble des projets. Et dans cette stratégie nationale du numérique, on a identifié différents projets, mais ce qui est intéressant, ce n'est pas des projets qui seront à 100% financés par le gouvernement. On a identifié le mode de financement privé-public ou partenariat privé-public. Donc cela permet à chacun de s'y retrouver et de voir dans quelle direction y aller. L'intelligence artificielle pour les pays en sous-développement peut être un soutien au développement et un soutien à la bonne gouvernance. Par rapport, par exemple, à la bonne gouvernance, aujourd'hui au Sénégal, le gouvernement fait beaucoup d'efforts pour développer des applications de téléadministration. C'est-à-dire que dans beaucoup de domaines aujourd'hui, on n'a pas besoin de se déplacer pour aller chercher un papier ou faire une formalité administrative ou remplir une formalité administrative. Donc, on peut faire tous ces actes-là quasiment, soit en ligne, en tout cas, soit de manière virtuelle, et jusqu'à arriver à finaliser sa démarche administrative. Cela donne un gain de temps, un gain de productivité et même un meilleur cadre de vie pour tout le monde. Et par rapport à cela, la vision du Sénégal avait été de mettre en place cette agence qui existe depuis longtemps, qu'on appelle l'agence de l'informatique de l'État, qui essaye de développer l'ensemble des projets de téléadministration pour permettre aux citoyens de pouvoir accéder à certains services sans vraiment devoir se déplacer. Et dans ce sens-là, un exemple aussi important au Sénégal, c'est la télémédecine. La télémédecine, avec le réseau africain de télémédecine, l'antenne qui a été installée à Dakar, qui permet aujourd'hui, par exemple, dans certains villages, dans certaines zones rurales, un médecin qui puisse assister une sage-femme ou bien éventuellement un infirmier pour faire des opérations plus complexes sans devoir transférer le malade, parce que des fois le transfert a des risques extrêmement importants, cela cause beaucoup de problèmes. Et donc, avec la télémédecine, avec l'Internet au début, on permet aujourd'hui de pouvoir bénéficier des soins de qualité tout en restant dans sa zone, comment dirais-je, tout en restant dans son village. Donc cela dit, je ne sais pas si je vois Sasa qui commence à bouger, bon, elle me dit qu'il reste une minute. Donc en tout cas, voilà un peu un ensemble de projets ou d'idées en tout cas qui sont mises en place au Sénégal pour essayer de favoriser tout cela. Et les efforts du gouvernement ces derniers temps ont été aussi d'ouvrir, par exemple, l'accès à l'Internet, c'est-à-dire le marché en ouvrant plusieurs, comment dirais-je, FAI, plusieurs fournisseurs d'accès à Internet pour accroître la concurrence et améliorer l'accès au haut débit, réduire la fracture numérique dans les zones rurales. L'octroi des licences aux opérateurs mobiles virtuels aussi, c'est un effort dans ce sens. Le parc de technologie numérique de Diamniadio est favoriser aussi la construction et la multiplication des data centers à travers le pays, sans compter aussi la mise en place des points d'échange Internet qui favorisent un certain nombre de facteurs dans le domaine de la gestion des données, de grandes quantités de données. Donc cela permettra, en tout cas tout cela, de créer un environnement favorable qui permettra au Sénégal de bénéficier pleinement des applications issues de l'intelligence artificielle. Voilà un peu de manière ramassée ce que je tenais à vous dire aujourd'hui et je vous remercie de votre attention. Merci.
Dr. Diallo. Just to resume very quickly some of the main elements in English of what Dr. Diallo underlined. He stressed the importance of ensuring an enabling environment for the development of policies and strategies that support artificial intelligence, as well as the importance of ensuring both access infrastructure-wise, but also as it concerns availability of open digital spaces. Senegal has been at the forefront of developing national strategies for cybersecurity, but also of developing strategies that are very forward-thinking as it concerns digital transformation and putting AI at the heart of some of their work of digital transformation, specifically in domains such as access to maternal health care, to medicine, and to education. So Dr. Diallo underlined some of the initiatives that are going on in Senegal in that regard, and I'd just like to thank the government of Senegal for the close working relationship UNESCO has with them on the ground in Dakar. I'm very pleased now to present His Excellency Mr. Federico Saras Lotfe, who is the Ambassador and Permanent Delegate of Mexico to UNESCO. Mexico, as many of you probably already know, has been at the forefront of tabling many resolutions at the level of the UN General Assembly as it concerns the role of artificial intelligence in sustainable development, and we look forward to hearing from him about this work spearheaded by Mexico before we take a coffee break and then start the interactive part of today. So, Ambassador, please.
Thank you very much. I want to start off by thanking our hosts, UNESCO and the Mozilla Foundation and the Internet Society for hosting this meeting. I cannot underline the importance of having this forum today and the other forums that will continue to evolve as we go along The ADG already mentioned a forum in the month of March next year. And I think all of this is tremendously important because it's a discussion, it's a reflection that we all need to have, and all the stakeholders need to participate and contribute to the analysis of what is happening as we speak. I do want to make reference to the fact that Mexico has been very interested in this issue and has been in international organizations as well as nationally, internally in Mexico, doing quite a lot in terms of promoting, as the title of our meeting today is harnessing artificial intelligence. Just this morning, I got information that yesterday in New York, a new resolution was agreed by consensus at the General Assembly of the United Nations, and it will be adopted next Wednesday, the 21st of November, on the impact of rapid technological change on the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda. This is something that has been spearheaded by Mexico, and as I said, it's something that we're really very interested in moving forward, and will continue to do so. Let me address today some of the issues as to why we are concerned about this subject, and what we think should be the role that UNESCO can play in this regard. As we all know, and this is something that has already been mentioned here this morning, we're all waking up, all governments are waking up to the power to the transformative power of emerging technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, in order to boost our economies, public services, and workforces. Building on the now widespread trend of implementing national digital strategies, forward-thinking governments are increasingly recognizing the need to have comprehensive artificial intelligence strategies. In Mexico, we already have one. I think there's less than a dozen governments that so far have developed this kind of strategies. In the years to come, intelligent machines could gain an understanding of the hierarchical architecture of complex social structures that we call global norms or universal standards, such as the principles established in the Charter of the United Nations or the Human Rights Covenants. With proper guidance, the results may be greater moral and ethical coherence, with certain level of shared beliefs and values that combine with diversity and multiculturalism. In theory, modern artificial intelligence incorporates the ideals of trust in local context and global coherence. In practice, however, economic and social pressures can collide with one another to disrupt culture and politics. I think we must all recognize that there are no national or global governance models so far, or frameworks, that currently have the capacity to adapt to this phenomenon, especially due to its changing nature and the relatively recent awareness amongst most of our countries. When governments begin to establish appropriate measures to adapt to these new technologies, it will be imperative to include ethical considerations in the development of public policies related to the use of artificial intelligence and other technologies, so that they consider the possible impacts, either positive or negatives, on societies. All countries need to prepare internally to face the impacts of what we call the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and it is also necessary to adopt the architecture and processes of global governance. Globalization and technological advances have generated uneven benefits for countries, which is why we need to secure equitable access as one of the main challenges for modern society. In the current state of affairs, not all countries are equipped to benefit from this new technological change. Thus, we urgently need to bridge the technological gap, to leave no one behind, as is the motto of the development strategies. In this sense, Mexico considers that the United Nations Development System, in line with their mandates, have a unique role to address the rapid technological change. This role gives them a special responsibility to promote a global and universal discussion regarding the technological change, which will not only affect human experience, but will also impact the main pillars of the United Nations system. And that is, number one, peace and security. Number two, human rights, in the sense of the discussion of ethical dilemmas and the divides that exist. And finally, three, the achievement of sustainable development, mainly through the goals and targets settled in the 2030 agenda. Mexico believes that UNESCO is one of the agencies of the United Nations in charge of promoting, amongst other issues, education for all. Rapid technological change and artificial intelligence does not form part of the initial mandate of this organization, which was created more than 70 years ago, when obviously the priorities and challenges faced by the world community were quite different from what they are today. The 2030 agenda, adopted by all countries, considers technology as a means of implementation, but did not prepare us for the exponential speed that certain emerging technologies have had and their impact on all dimensions of sustainable development, social, economical, or environmental. Nevertheless, UNESCO can be an important platform to understand, advocate, and foster dialogue around new technologies, particularly in the areas of ethics, science, and education, so that we arrive at a shared understanding and build higher levels of trust and collaborative schemes. UNESCO has years of experience in the elaboration of international instruments and policies in fields such as educational technology, bioethics, good governance in sciences, and ethics of science and technologies. Scientific and technical investigation related to artificial intelligence have advanced and are advancing at a very speedy manner. However, the aspects related to ethics and human rights of AI have not had the same level of development, despite the fact that some reflections have been made on the subject. According to its mandate, UNESCO is the best suited organization to identify the contributions of new technologies in achieving inclusive and equitable quality education. Technology supports cost-effective delivery of both basic and higher education, widens access, improves quality, and aids in teacher training and professional development. It can play a central role in developing skills needed in the 21st century and improving access to lifelong learning opportunities. Thus, we need to learn how UNESCO can support education to develop and accelerate innovative ideas and establish new ways to create sustainable and scalable methods to extend the learning, capabilities, achievements, and skills of our students and lifelong learning for all. Artificial intelligence offers significant potential within education if wisely used. It is crucial that educators contribute to designing and development AI design system. Teachers and school leaders must play a critical role in defining a clear purpose for AI in the classroom and be trained to understand and utilize it effectively. Students must also be involved in decisions about the use of these technologies and educated about the ethical frameworks that accompany their use. Their future and our future will depend on the policies and approaches that are adopted right now. Despite relevant efforts, as I mentioned, there is no international ethical framework that applies to the advances and applications of AI today. In this context, UNESCO could facilitate the holding of a universal, informed, and inclusive debate on the subject with a view to weighing the pertinence of developing a legal instrument for the governance of this subject. We must take advantage of this intergovernmental platform with a long experience in its different spheres of competence. UNESCO has the capacity to convene in one forum, like today, all the relevant actors, including public sector, private sector, academia, civil society, and scientific community, concerning the development, improvement, and use of artificial intelligence. By fostering this dialogue, we will have an opportunity to analyze the relevance and feasibility of elaborating an international legal framework in the matter with the objective of weighing the impact and guiding the benefits of AI towards the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for underlining the added value of UNESCO, which we hope to discuss also with everyone here today. You mentioned a lot of the work that needs to be done as it concerns specifically human rights and ethics, and I would just like to take a moment before we go on our coffee break to recognize the 11 members of COMEST, including the chair, who are here today, with whom we are working to do research on exactly this, the questions of ethical dimensions of artificial intelligence and how it can contribute to knowledge societies. So thank you to COMEST for being with us also here today. I would like to invite everybody for a brief coffee break, and if we could please be back in the room, now it is 10:34. If we could be back in the room at 10:44 and 30 seconds, that would be excellent. Thank you very much. Please enjoy all of the coffee and croissants that are offered to us by the Mozilla Foundation, and we look forward to starting the interactive part of this open discussions as soon as we're back. So thank you very much for coming back in the room after your coffee. I know that's hard. Just to give you an overview very briefly of this morning's session before we break for lunch, we will have our first session on AI advocacy, and this will be followed by the second session on human rights and AI. The purpose of these open discussions is really to make sure that we have an interactive element after the opening session of this morning, and at the heart of AI is innovation. So one of the things that we're going to make sure of today is to also be innovative about how we pass la parole. So each of the sessions, we will have panelists that intervene, and they will be followed by a question and answer session. And these question and answer sessions will occur by passing the hot box lent to us from Mozilla. So I'm going to try and pass the parole, for example, to Cedric Wackholtz, who's the chief of the executive office. I'm very bad at basketball, so please excuse me if I hit someone in the front row. Here we go. So, and there's a microphone that will be turned on, and you will be able to speak like that. So the idea is really, and then Cedric will pass the box, who's much better at basketball than me, back to me, and we will be able to have a conversation in this way. The idea is really to have this interactive element and to get panelists speaking with each other. And without further ado, I'm very pleased to pass the floor to Gasper Hjastals, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Slovenian National Commission for UNESCO, who will be chairing the AI advocacy session and will provide an overview and present our very distinguished panelists. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. To all of you, Gasper is my name, Gasper Hjastals. It's a little difficult to pronounce my surname, but however, as Sarah said, I'm representative of the Slovenian National Commission for UNESCO. And why I am here is especially because for the last few years, I'm quite strongly cooperating with some colleagues, not only from my country, but also from worldwide, who are very active in the field of ICT in education, of also artificial intelligence. And we in Slovenia, that's why the Slovenian Commission is present also here this week in the Digital Week in Paris and at the Internet Governance Forum, which took place just until yesterday, is that we brought into UNESCO an initiative and the idea to establish a UNESCO Category 2 Center on AI in Slovenia. The purpose is, of course, not to have a center in Slovenia as such, but in order to really actively produce a way and to build something up to enhance global cooperation in the field of artificial intelligence. So this is our goal. This center will be established in very due time in the nearest future. It will cooperate, of course, with other international agencies, stakeholders, international organizations, also with the recently established UNESCO AI chair, which is placed in London, and whose representative, John, is sitting also among of us. And this is why I got yesterday evening only the invitation to chair this session on AI advocacy here during this opening discussions on AI. I am happy to just briefly tell you we would like to try, of course, the main goal is to to give room for an open discussion among not only the panelists, which I have here next to me, but among all of us. And I will make use of the Mozilla ball somehow and throw it into the group of you. And we will divide this discussion into two parts. One part will be on advocating for the role of artificial intelligence in development in general. The second part will be artificial intelligence and the changing world and the challenges of advocacy in the field of media and information literacy for artificial intelligence. And I'm really happy to have 7 outstanding and distinguished panelists with me. First of all, Mr. Lars-Erik Forsberg, representing the Directorate General Connect at the European Commission, who's sitting next to me, will introduce and tell you why the European Commission is present at this session. Then we have Ms. Paula Forteza, who is a member of the French Parliament and is sitting over here. Then we have Ms. Melody Patry, who is Advocacy Director of Access Now. He's also working for the UNESCO Chair on Open Educational Resources, which is based on the Joseph Stefan Research Institute in Ljubljana, in Slovenia, in my home country. He's sitting here. Ms. Brigitte Lazry, who's representing NetExplo. And then we have Mr. Dr. Etienne Parisol from the Jamais Sans Elle Fondation. And we have Monsieur Jean-Pierre Evin from the European Broadcast Union. So all of them, I will ask some identified questions. But however, as we said, and as Sarah said, we would like to have an open discussion. So we would like to have discussions among the 7 of you, and afterwards also giving the floor to the rest of you. But first of all, I would like to ask Lars-Erik to give us an idea why the EC is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting. Basically, of course, I mean, the answer I think we are all here, and half of us are from the EU here probably already. So why are we here all together from the European Union and discussing this issue? I think that's quite obvious as an answer, and maybe you can tell me also why you're here. For us in the Commission, I just wanted to give you a little bit of view on from the European Commission side. The European Commission, as everybody knows, is sort of the governmental branch and arm of the European Union. And I represent the Director General that deals basically with everything that has to do with digital development of the European Union in particular. That being said, and I will come to that in the end of the little presentation I'm going to do, we are also now, of course, reaching out to the rest of the world, and we are changing our development policy in a digital age, and that is very, very important for us for the time being. Just telling you, for us, why is artificial intelligence important, and what are the main issues? Of course, artificial intelligence is going to be all over, and artificial intelligence is so much interlinked with any other of the issues that we're talking about when we talk about digital at large. Now, the overarching goal for the European Union is, of course, to keep on being on the top of the agenda, keeping up productivity and competitiveness of the European industry and of the European society, while also, of course, maintaining our very important social model that we have in the European Union, because this is actually very intertwined with one another. The other one is, of course, to shape development and deployment of artificial intelligence, which is based on our fundamental rights and fundamental values in the European Union, to actually keep this process that we are in now on a level of citizens, being put in the citizen and the people, the human being who actually produces all this data in the very beginning. Actually, that's where we have to be central. And I think that a little bit, if you talk about three big monsters in the world, and you have China on one side and the United States and the European Union in the middle somewhere, which is, you know, sometimes very often break into to 28, maybe 27, and then 28, 29, and 30, which will happen with enlargement. But basically, we are sometimes not very well coordinated and sometimes a bit fragmented. So that's actually one of the things that is also important for us, is that we set policies on the European level amongst member states and amongst, you know, or what I say, the central administration of the European Union in Brussels, so that we actually overcome that fragmentation. And that's really one of the issues why also the European Union is working on this. Now, just very quickly, in April 2018, we came forward with what we call a strategy, or in Commission words, it's a communication. So it's a communication to the rest of the member states. Basically, in that communication, we had a threefold: how do we promote artificial intelligence, and how do we promote actually research in artificial intelligence. Now, the European Union has been relatively modest in putting money in research and in innovation in this area. We have been lagging behind, like we have done many times in digital, but we're shaping up again, and we're trying to run a little bit quicker. And we are putting a lot of more money into this now. We believe that until the end of 2020, which is actually the current financial framework that we have in the European Union, we will put another 20 billion in it, and with the new financial framework, I mean, artificial intelligence will be in the heart and the center of what we do in terms of research in digital. What is important and what is interesting to bear in mind is that with the new framework, we will have a program which is not going to be research, but also helping us to uptake and roll out digital solutions in our society. That program is going to be called Digital Europe program, and we look forward much to have that program as being strengthening society in the European Union. The second issue, which is extremely important for us all, and I think this relates to every other's also thought about what do we have to address with artificial intelligence. Second one is mainly social and economic challenges. The fact that jobs will be changed, they might disappear, but there will be other jobs being created. So we really need to put a lot of emphasis on building skills in the European Union, and to work on particularly also artificial specific expertise that we need to promote in the European Union at large. Of course, always keeping a multi-stakeholder approach to this. The European Union puts enormously weight on an inclusive multi-stakeholder model in everything that we do in digital. The last one, which I think is maybe the thing that we are talking about right now, is the ethical and legal framework and ideas around this. Now, the European Union has a very strong feeling of multi-stakeholderism, as I said, and we have also a very strong feeling of self-regulation. So, you know, when we work, we first of all try to talk to industry or talk to other actors on the market, saying, let's try to regulate this. For instance, a typical thing is everything that has to do with disinformation or fake news, as we say, for the time being. We work very, very closely with the big actors there, and we see, I think, relatively good results on this, and therefore not having to take any legislative acts so far on this. But anyway, on this, what we have set up a European group for ethics in science, 52 very good women and men who are now taking forward the ideas of ethical principles for the European Union. These will probably be produced, and a draft will be published somewhere in December, which will then be put online for public consultation. So everybody around here can, of course, then tell us what is wrong and what is right in this paper that we put. We've also set up something which we call the EU Artificial Intelligence Alliance, which is basically a platform, an online platform where everybody can register and be part of a larger discussion. So I think we are trying to reach out, and again, you know, working in this stakeholder way. I think there's a few issues which are extremely important that we're not talking so much about here is data. Because data is obviously the basis for artificial intelligence. And what I think and what is extremely important when we discuss these issues is that European Union, as I said, is fragmented. And we need to create a European data economy. That should be an open economy to the rest of the world, obviously, too. So we have put forward also suggestions there where, of course, governmental data should be open to the public. We are trying to see that science is open also to everybody to take part of, and the algorithms are actually, that there is a library of algorithms that actually everybody can use in the European Union. We believe that this is crucial for us, because the United States and China, again, they got markets which are enormous, and we, as we have a few big countries, but most of us are very small. One thing that we are prohibiting now within the European Union is data localization. The only exception is, of course, for public security and defense issues, of course, is something. This is extremely important so that data can freely float over the borders in the European Union, and that you can put and place data wherever you need in the European Union. So this is, for us, very important. Now, of course, the other thing that we all talk about when we talk about the European Union and data is, of course, personal data protection and the GDPR, which we have put forward. Now, this is now a fact in the European Union, and I think it's functioning relatively well. There was a lot of questions in the very beginning, and there will be continuously be questions. But what is interesting is that whilst there's a lot of questions, there's also been an enormous amount of interest in the world about what we have been doing. And this is actually, I think, it could be a benchmark. It might be a complicated benchmark for certain countries in the world, but we have realized that lately there's about 100 countries around the world that are working on personal data protection. And obviously, we don't want to create barriers. What we want to do is to see to that personal data is safe for everybody in the world. I mean, and that you are the owner of your own data, and that you can actually be protected from too much insight in your personal life. Now, we are already starting to reach out, and might have seen that we've signed an adequacy agreement with Japan very lately, and India is looking into us right now. We have already adequacy agreements with a number of countries, and of course we have the privacy shield with the United States, which functions relatively okay. So there we go. These are fundamental rights in the European Union. I have to come back to that every time that, this is a prerequisite for us to actually let data float beyond the borders of the European Union. I think I've been talking too long, but just a few things on the international aspects, of course. I mean, we want to be one partner to everybody, and maybe also have a lot of good thoughts. I said that we were setting up ethical principles in the European Union, and we're trying to be open about them. But of course, beyond that, we have to work also with everybody else. So of course, I need to congratulate Mexico for what is happening in the UN. We have also obviously the G7, G20 ongoing discussions. We got the whole UN, of course, different agencies in the UN that is working also on the same thing. Now, reaching out, working together on this is very important. It's very important for us, and of course, if you see to the G7, it's only one nation that is not really on the same line of the necessity to have these type of ethical principles. Might change in the future. There are elections in every country, so because I think everybody realizes that this is a challenge for the humankind, and we need to actually find principles which we can all adhere to, so that we stay on fundamental principles of human rights and every individual's rights in the society. For us, then, in terms of reaching out to the rest of the world, also I wanted to say, and we were talking, of course, I mean, we're talking a lot about development and about using digital tools for reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. And basically, I just wanted to draw your attention. I put a number of copies on there. This is a rare thing because we have not printed many copies, but I brought a few with me. Otherwise, you will always find them online. We've been working with UNESCO and with actually 24 other broadband commissioners in the UN Broadband Commission to produce a working group report on digital entrepreneurship. And basically then, of course, focus on the developing world. And here, of course, you will have, it's not, of course, specifically on artificial intelligence. This is about how to boost business in particularly Africa when it comes to and I must say also that several African countries and participants has also been with us, amongst them Rwanda and President Kagame and a few others. But this is about a number of things. One thing that I think is important to stress from this is that one thing that we really want to come up with this, and which has to do with artificial intelligence, and that I said about data in the beginning, is that don't fall into the trap of data localization and forced data localization, because that will not be possible for then Africa will not hang on with everybody else and will not be able to create its own artificial intelligence because the market is just simply too small. And obviously then we have to see how do people get access to Google and data that is Google, Facebook, and the big ones, big GAFAs. That's another issue which we have absolutely have to also start discussing at one moment. But I stop at that. I've been talking too long. Thank you so much, and I'll be happy to answer questions and get the ball maybe to me.
Thank you, Lars-Erik, for this interesting and really broad setting the scene for the upcoming discussion that we have now. Okay, of course we are limited in time somehow, so I've been asked to be kind and strict to my panelists. The first part on advocating for the role of AI in development. As I said, we have identified some concrete questions which I will ask our panelists, and I will ask them to be precise and brief in your answers, so probably 2-3 minutes reply, and that afterwards probably the rest of the panelists and other panelists have the room probably to give some feedback or comments on also, and then to leave also room in the end for the overall floor. So I would like to start with Paula. You as a member of the Assemblée Nationale here in France, and a key player, as I have been said, in the Open Governance Partnership Global Summit. You are, I think, constantly and all the time advocating to ensure that governments are more responsive and open to the public and to questions that the societies have. And with that, you use open data and open solutions. In your opinion, what do you think, what can be done through governments? So what can governments do, and what could be the way to ensure governmental capacity as it's concerning advocating for artificial intelligence and its role in development, initiating through the promotion of open solutions as you follow? So.
Yeah, thank you. When we're talking about ethics in AI, I think we need to be very careful about biases, and this is something that has become a consensus. And I would like to put the finger on one special bias, which is gender bias, which is really, I think, the most important one that we need to address. To understand this, we need to think about the role of women in digital more broadly. This comes from education, from formation. You know, in France, we have only 10% of women that go to an computer engineering school. And then the result is that we have only 10% of women directing French tech enterprises. This is the same in the US. We have, for instance, in Google, in the tech department, we only have 17% of women. And so this is a very important issue, because the world of tomorrow is being built by men. And AI also, as it feeds on historical data, is reproducing historical biases and sometimes reinforcing them. So we need to be very careful and proactive about building in the technology itself opportunities for women. We have, for instance, they've done an experiment on GitHub where women, when they make themselves, when they do as if they were boys, their contributions are much more taken than when they're girls with their own names. So they don't have this legitimacy. They're not seen as being credible in the technical field. So this is a very very important problem. This is also related to models because, for instance, we have in Wikipedia, we have only 10% of portraits of women respected to men portraits. And this is because we have 90% of men that are contributing to Wikipedia. So all of these, we need to be very careful in terms of how we're building AI. Another example, for instance, is that shocks me very particularly is voice assistants. We always have women voices that we all imagine as being sexy young girls, and it is a problem. We need to face this. We need to be more diverse in the way we're building AI. And what the role of government can be in this is, of course, of organizing the social discussion that we need to have around that, but also to put some rules of the game of how we can build this technology that is trustworthy by design, so that is open, that we can audit. We need to build the checks and balances in technical terms, but also in terms of governance. So we need to give power to regulators to be able to control these biases. We need to give power to citizens themselves so that they can by themselves understand how this technology works and try to fix it when it goes wrong. So opening the code, being able to have researchers that control these biases. And I think some of the announcements that Emmanuel Macron did a couple of days ago go in that direction. And I think we need to work on that all together.
Yes, and especially this gender issue is obvious in most of the countries in the world. So thank you for stating this importance of this issue. Davor, you are coming from the Knowledge for All Foundation in London, and as I understand, this foundation comprises also, among others, of a, comprehensive artificial AI ecosystem directory and a list of AI players in emerging countries, so in developing countries. And your foundation with other stakeholders, also UNESCO, which we can see here on the screen, you have developed a map of AI hotspots, of, startups, of institutions in 4 global regions. And here we can see it. You can probably tell us a little more. But what I am interested is, what challenges have you encountered in finding, or raising awareness of AI in countries, especially in developing or least developed countries?
So hi, everyone. Well, you said it all. I have nothing. It's finished. So this was done this summer. It's a collaboration between UNESCO and the IDRC, which is the Canadian Development Agency. And it was their idea. They come up with this idea, and we just kind of executed it. And we were very, very passionate while doing it. What you see is actually, as you mentioned, 4 regions of the world, and an initial kind of scoping study, basically mapping the trees from the forest. So we wanted to know which universities, which startups, and which, should I say, accelerators or / NGOs are actually out there in the let me put it this way, UNESCO member states, right? What kind of capacity they have, where are the hotspots, which countries are on the maps, and we came up with this, and it's just, I think, while doing this, we kind of realized that this is probably, we just scratched the surface, probably 15 to 25%, 30% of the reality of what's out there. The idea was, first we need to understand the talents, and then what is it out there that they actually do, what those startups also are doing in terms of what kind of problems they're solving, how can those problems be connected to SDGs and so on. Now, why us? You have to know that from the civil society point of view, there are not many NGOs, or call them charities, or call them neutral players, right? Out there, there are actually hardcore AI people, so to speak. I have noticed that there's probably 1 or 2 players in Europe. What's happening is that in the United States, the big companies are actually starting their own foundations, specifically in AI, but they're doing very localized things, right? So they're solving through their charities local problems. So nothing of the SDG or world scale. So this is really unprecedented in that sense. Behind this, there's a database. The idea is how to expand it and go deeper in, and also there's a registry on our website. So if you Google Knowledge for All Foundation, and then it's on the front side, and you just click, and you can see all the countries and all the universities that we believe are actually doing something in AI. But AI is very, I'd say it's a buzzword. So what we identified are actually the computer science departments and probably the small companies that are coming out of those research / industry settings, right? So it's really about the ecosystem in terms of advocacy in AI. You really need to have a mixture of a few things in order for AI to happen, and then way above you have the government and policies and so on. So the idea, I think, with this work is to move forward in the next few months with IDRC specifically, the colleagues back in the room. Probably I'll throw the mic at you at some point. The idea is to actually launch a bottom-up, because this was done bottom-up, right? So we had people who actually knew the companies and they listed them. You can also do it top-down from LinkedIn profiles, for example, right? You just run the keywords, which is usually artificial intelligence, and then you say, wow, we have 20,000 people in Africa working on artificial intelligence, which might not be the case, because those guys don't use LinkedIn as a network, right? They have different channels. So in the next few months, what we want to do in terms of advocacy is to create an AI network that would go across hopefully all of these regions, and then set up, the big goal is to set up AI labs across those 4 regions that would actually interconnect bottom up, right? So the researchers will be in a community or in a research network, and they could speak about the problems that they have. Obviously, we could connect those to SDGs and so on, but have a very nice, positive, bottom-up ecosystem of people that would actually address all of the issues that we've mentioned so far. So data, privacy, access to data, gender balances, algorithms, but also technology and focus on problem solving and research. Did I miss anything, John? No. Please do ask questions, right? Don't be shy. Or ask her.
We will ask questions, Dawar, for sure. Melody, as advocacy director at Access Now, I think you are developing strategies, campaigns to help the public and to make the public understanding the impact of new technologies. And what do you think that organizations as yours, what could they do even more to further and to enhance the understanding of the public of AI, or what AI is and its impact?
Thank you. So yes, as advocacy director, it's actually a very tricky job because you need to be always more creative, and if there's one thing that we learn, especially in the age of social media and fast-paced and fast-changing news environment and need to catch people's attention, is that a report of 40 pages on human rights in the age of artificial intelligence may not be the most engaging way to disseminate information with the public. Yet, we released a very interesting 40-page report on this issue. I don't have any copies anymore because the public at IGF were very keen on taking all the copies. But based on that report, which we just launched, which is why you may not yet have heard about it, we are also thinking about communication strategies that are tailored to the different platforms that the public are hooked to, so that we can share compelling messages, short synthesis via either infographics or visual content. That is what tends to attract people's attention, but without falling in the traps of human nature and human behavior. So if I was tweeting with a link, you will never know, you will never guess what this UNESCO representative said at the opening of this artificial intelligence event. It's very difficult not to click on that link. And the problem is that when users were clicking on those links and then being disillusioned because the content was actually nothing really exciting, it contributed to creating a feeling that led to a distrust in the news, or a distrust in reports, or a distrust in the actors involved in social media, for example. So I think that it's really trying to manage this balance of being creative and try new and innovative ways to catch people's attention, to be engaging. But it's also producing reports that are readable, or producing content that are accessible. And that's not just true to what I would call like the wide public. It's also true when we are trying to reach out to decision makers and the people who are regulating on those issues. And that's why we also try to tailor our content to our audience. And so in addition to our report on human rights in the age of artificial intelligence, we also very recently published another report on EU regulation on artificial intelligence that had a different audience. And that means that even the language that we use, we started actually this event talking about language, but the language that we use is also tailored to that audience, and it's also trying to make that content available not just in English, but also in other languages around the world, to adapt that content to our audience. So yeah, it is a challenge, but I think that we are really seizing, because the implications are so important. And in the case of artificial intelligence, we heard about bias, but bias and discrimination are not the only threats and risks posed to human rights. There are actually a lot of intersection with other human rights, namely like the right to life, the right to access to healthcare, and lots of others. And when we see the potential of AI mechanisms for improvement, especially whether it's in terms of natural disaster response or improvement of agriculture in some regions, as we have like a lot of evidence. We also have a lot of evidence of risk and threats to human rights based on discrimination or people not accessing healthcare based on automated decisions that did not take into account what a human would have taken into account. So I think when we make this case and when we make the different actors, being developers or decision makers or people regulating on AI, it's important to create adapted content and really making sure that the different implications and risk posed to human rights are taken into account.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. Etienne, you are professor of astrophysics at the Université Diderot, as I understand, but as a founding member of Jamais Sans Elle, you have worked to promote gender equality in the tech sector and in tech-related events. And here I would like to ask you, from your point of view, what can be done or what should be addressed to, through the public and governmental advocacy? Which existing divides do you see in the different spheres within the AI ecosystem especially, and including, of course, gender equality, and what can be done? What can be done in regard of this?
Hello. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe in 2 words for those who don't know, Jamais Sans Elle in English means never without them, but them in feminine form, so never without women, essentially. So it's a very simple idea so we issued a charter, a pledge, that if by signing this pledge, this charter, I commit myself to never participate to any event or a roundtable or panel or conference if there are no women. So it's very simple. It's very efficient, actually. It's a very obvious and straightforward idea, and it turns out to be extremely efficient because it also pushes organizers to pay attention to gender equality and balance, so it's very efficient. Of course, we went beyond simple visibility for women, and we work on promoting, helping access of women to key positions, leading positions, decision-making positions, and so on. So this is absolutely crucial because we simply lose talents otherwise. I mean, we lose expertise. About 1 out of 2 is left aside. Anyway, so for this, and especially in internet governance, so we also work with companies. We issued 2 months ago a charter with Microsoft France, which is very engaging, very constraining. And last Monday at the IGF of Internet Governance Forum, we announced a pledge aimed at internet governance organization and think tanks. And again, yes, harnessing artificial intelligence has a lot to do with governance. And so the first signatories are actually Internet Society, France, Reporters Without Borders, and the think tank Renaissance Numérique, but everyone is welcome to also sign it as well. Anyway, regarding artificial intelligence, the gender issue is obviously a key question. It's been said already by many speakers this morning. Is artificial intelligence neutral? No. It would be a surprise if it were, actually. So we have been interested in artificial intelligence since long. For this gender bias, but in general, because most of the founders of the Jamais Sans Elle organization are actually from the digital ecosystem. We also use AI actually we educated a robot, AI bot, intelligent agent, to search on the internet, essentially, for data, for articles, and for reflections about the gender issues. So it's been trained to identify good sources and sort interesting information. So there's a weekly newsletter if you want to contribute or, to subscribe to it, you're welcome. It's called Ella. Anyway. Indeed, you asked me about the divide and what we can do with respect to AI and in particular gender problems. So, as we know, one of the main divides regarding AI is that it costs a lot. It's not easy to develop efficient AI. It needs huge computing power. It needs time to develop and learn. You have to be able to invest in it. And most of all, of course, it needs huge data collection. And so there are those who have the resources and those who don't. And so can this be regulated? Yes, surely. How? I don't know. And this should indeed be a concern for UN, for UNESCO, for EU. It's been mentioned. And I mean, all these organizations should really work hard on this. This is a terrible divide. Another divide is, I think, between those who have the knowledge and those who don't, as always, actually, in society. And those who understand what AI can do and will jump on it and use it, sometimes for good, sometimes for bad, but some who understand what it can do will take the field. And you have to understand also what are the dangers. And I think it's important that we have reflection about what is AI in general and share information. And of course, we should be cautious about AI. And therefore, we should, especially in UN organizations, we should increase knowledge and awareness about the biases. But I should say that AI can actually help better understand the society. We should not just say, okay, there's a gender bias. Let's correct it. Of course, we need to correct it. But if it's there, it's for some reason. We have to understand why. Because if you correct it but you don't change the field, it will either come back again or, I mean, it makes nothing. And the reason AI is gender biased is the society is gender biased. So if AI was not gender biased, it would be very bad. It means it did not do the right job. It has to, I mean, it learns from the data it collects, from the environment. So fortunately, AI is gender biased, and of course we have to correct it by correcting the gender bias, right? But by saying that, I wish to stress that AI can be used as a very strong, powerful, and efficient bias detector. Actually, it's very easy. Like, I mean, we all know these examples with AI-assisted hiring tools, which you give them a CV of someone, and I mean, if you change the first name, the same CV, you change the first name from obviously feminine first name to an obviously masculine first name, and the rank is not the same. If this is the case, it's bad, and it can be corrected. You can detect these things. But then you can understand how it emerged in the algorithm. And this is very important, because we can learn things that we don't know about the way biases are constructed in our society by these algorithms which build themselves, learning from the environment and managing to find structures and features that we did not see. Sometimes we see, sometimes we don't. And we can learn a lot and use AI to correct it. So I don't want to be too long.
Okay. I just got the hint that I'm not strict enough, but I am also in favor of panelist equality. So I would like to give the floor to everybody from you, at least, and then to all of you. Brigitte, you as head of the NetExplore University network, I think you have a deep knowledge and understanding of the impact of digital technologies and AI in the public and private fields, sectors. And I don't know, I'm interested in what barriers do you see that make, that are probably are tackling to ensure the public's understanding of the role of AI in development? So what barriers do you see presently? And what strategies or ways could be put in place to overcome such barriers?
Okay, thank you very much. NetExplore is an international observatory of emerging digital tech. And for the last 10 years, we have been watching emerging digital tech all over the world by relying on a network, university network of volunteer professors who, through an assignment with their students, help us to identify emerging digital products. The reason I'm saying that is because we have had for the last 10 years a very broad overlook of emerging technologies, digital technologies, and what we do is really trying to understand the impact of digital technologies on society, individuals, how they behave, how it changes their behavior, and how it changes relationship in companies, businesses, and everywhere, even in everybody's relationship. This being said, so we have a privilege. We have a position that is very particular because we are really relying on technologies emerging from the bottom. What is being created all over the world. We have professors in Africa, in Asia, everywhere. And through their students who are young people, we ask them to look for, identify projects that are interesting for them. And so we are we have the ability to get in touch with emerging technologies that very rarely people see. This being said, I just want to go back to the subject of AI very quickly, because I would like to insist that we are using the term AI very broadly, but in fact, the problem is not really AI, it's digital technologies, because AI now is everywhere in digital technologies, but it's not only AI for itself. There is IoT, there is connected objects, apps, all kinds of different apps, even, and of course, robotics. And all this is using digital technology. I forgot something very important, which is also getting developed, which is virtual reality. All these technologies are now at the point where they have great development, and they're using more data and more algorithm. And so AI, in a way, is everywhere. It is, and what I want to say is now AI is so immersed in all these technologies, we cannot separate AI from the others. It's all over. And we are immersed in an environment, in an ecosystem with AI. It's difficult to compare, but it would be like at the time of electricity. Electricity was an incredible invention. But people now don't talk about electricity. We see what we can do with electricity. And with AI, it's the same now. We are immersed in this ecosystem, and that's a very important thing to see. Second of all, I would like to talk, and I will say something probably at the opposite of what is being said. I will talk from the point of view of the user, because the fact is, when technology is emerging, it is being created by people from the bottom, not from government, not from big society, not from big companies. It emerged from many, sometimes startups, individuals, sometimes companies, but it emerged from the bottom, and it was created to fulfill people's needs, practical needs. And so it is evolving, of course, but the question to my mind, in our point of view, is not really a question of what we can do to control AI, but it really, we should be seeing from the point of view of the user, whether the user will use this technology or not, because we can build any kind of robots or any chatbots or anything, but if people don't feel like using them, it will just simply will not have an impact. We have seen, we have watched, for instance, for young people's, you know, they are completely deserting Facebook. Young people are not using Facebook, and young people know very well how to use social media for their own needs. And so what I just want to take a different point of view of what has been said, just saying that what is important to, in our mind, for people is really to see what they want, what is at stake. For instance, AI, and I don't want to be too long, but AI can be incredibly wonderful innovation, especially in the medical field as we see it. We have recently identified a chatbot called Your MD, which is it's a chatbot for the medical care, and it helps people get a very quick diagnosis. And these are the issues that are also covered by AI, not only the problem of bias or control. And I think now, because of the problem with Facebook and facial recognition and the fact that everybody is talking about losing their job and AI is going to take control of everybody's lives, so people are afraid. But the fact is that AI is a tool, and it can be used for any kind of progress and people's empowerment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Etienne. Jean-Pierre, in the European Broadcasting Union, you are coordinating a wide range of technical developments around AI for media. For me, it's important that the public is educated and informed for the sake of trust and, of course, transparency when AI-related services are launched, new AI-related services are launched. For example, what data is used in the development of AI-related services, or, for example, how news will be or are produced through machines and not human beings anymore. So this development, I think it's not clear even to experts or specialists, but how could you, I don't know, make it clear to us or explain to us that we are not confused, and how the public can be informed about this developments?
Are you available for the next 2 days? Oh, that's a point, you know. This is a subject that is so wide. So first of all, I want to clear the path about parity, because European Broadcasting Union is really trying to deal with parity as much as we can. And maybe you will come to one of our events, because we try to have as many men and women speaking in our events. Also now, I believe maybe the two categories, men and women, may be a little bit too restrictive today, but okay. Let's go to the real subject of the day. Yeah, in CBU, in fact, what we are doing is that there are so many new services which are being developed and that use AI. So there are things that we cannot control, and there are things that we try to develop in collaboration with our members. So when I saw the world of literacy associated to end users, I was a bit afraid, because I don't think that we need to have really to educate users to that level of details. As you said, you might frighten them, and that's not the point. What we need to do is that when there are new services, we need to explain what they are, as you said, how we use the data, etc., etc. Now, it's not only about the end users, it's also about the professionals. This digital divide also exists in the professional world. Okay? So we realize that when we talk with our members, that only a few broadcasters actually do AI today, because some of them have the resources, because, you know, R&D in broadcasters is shrinking. There is less and less money. You must do more and more for less and less money. So it's very difficult for broadcasters to develop more innovation, in particular in AI. Then it's difficult to find competencies, to find new skills. So during the two-day conference I had at the end of last week, I invited people from universities to tell us what are the sort of new courses that they developed for around data science. And in fact, we are missing this professional training side of things, because it's also important to make people evolve in a company. And, well, but there are so many different aspects about this. So I took a few notes that could help me stay here for the 2 days, as I mentioned. But let me see. Yes, some of the discussions that we had last week was also about being prepared for AI. So many broadcasters think that this is the panacea, okay? AI is coming, it's going to solve all the problems. They have not been doing anything on data for the last 15 years, and they believe, oh, now I have AI. I'm safe. No, you are not safe. You have not understood what's the point, you know. You have to, sometimes you don't even need AI to do things properly. But if you want to do AI, you have to change your organization. You have to be data-centered, for instance. If you are not data-centered, if you can't even manage your own daily data, why would you go for AI? You are going to drone, you know. You are not going to make it. So these are all the sort of problems that we have. Also, we had discussions with people from Finland, and who are very aggressive, and they really want to push AI innovation. So they are saying, well, the current structure of our organizations is outdated, you know, break everything, do bottom-up, change the organization completely. You need to fail fast. That's something new. Your management need to understand that you must be able to fail fast. So these are all these changes in terms of thinking, in terms of organizing, in terms of doing everything according to AI. I will not keep it too long because we need to have a discussion, but I need to remind you that AI is not new. AI has been around for more than 20 years, okay? So some of us have been working on AI for more than 20 years. Recommendation, personalization. I wrote one of the first specifications for broadcast 15 years ago. We had no connected devices, we had no internet, we had to carry all the data in the broadcast streams. And still now this specification can still be used for personalization and recommendation, so it's not new. We had a discussion during the coffee break this morning, and yes, the AI hype may vanish, okay, but AI will stay, because that allows to do good tools.
Yes.
Last point is that some of the things that we do big data, personalization, recommendation. We do extraction of metadata to be able to document our content, okay? And for doing this, and there are other AI tools that do not touch or do not use any sensible data at all. But for metadata extraction in particular, face recognition, identification through the picture or through the voice, we need to collect a lot of images. We need to collect speech sample in addition to the traditional data that we collect, okay?
Yes.
And I do agree that GDPR is a good thing, but implementing GDPR in this context is difficult, okay? And also what we hope is that regulation is necessary, so we have nothing against regulation, but we also hope that regulation will not impede innovation. Okay. So these are some of the points that we could discuss for hours.
Yes, that's true, that's true. And as I said in the beginning, I would have another set of questions for all of the panelists. However, because time is running out, and I promised also to all of you that we will give some room for questions from your side to our panelists, I would like to really stop here our sets of questions, and I would like to ask for the Mozilla mic ball. And probably that anybody, please raise your hands, and we will take a set of questions. I hope I have the right to take 10 minutes or so for the discussions. So please. Try.
It's like that.
Probably you introduce yourself in one word, and then you.
Is it an intelligence artificial? No? Okay, good morning. My name is Florence. I am from Internet Without Borders, based in Brazil. Thank you very much for the intervention. Actually, I will talk about power. That's a question I think it's essential when we talk about intelligent artificial, in the sense of if AI is a tool for the humans, the power should stay with the humans. And so we should, as humans, understand who has the real power. And in this question, in this discussion, we see that it's not so clear, and all the devices and the difficulty that has been presented now are showing that. And that maybe can be more difficult in some AI devices or algorithm who is used to public interests. Like, for example, algorithm from justice instances or for help to access to some public services. And in this discussion, I understand that as the society has organized himself with institutions, transparency, accountability process, we had to bring that discussion also inside the technology discussion and the AI discussion. And so I would like to hear about you about accountability, about transparency process, participative process, especially on the process, on the AI tools who are focused on public interest. And I think that is also a discussion that bring us to the question of copyright or intelligent property, because now who has the capacity to produce intelligent artificial or companies who need to, who needs to have these copyright process like in Australia. And so that is all the discussion I would like to bring here. And I also...
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take two more questions. Please be brief. I would like to ask you, stay within 1 minute. Stay within 1 minute, please, and raise a concrete question, and probably, if you're as clear, probably to also to tell us whom you would like to ask your question.
Okay, very quickly. My name is Xian Hong from UNESCO as well. I think a missing issue here is that how about the children and youth? You know that the children and youth are living into this automatically AI-enabled world and information, etc. And my 6-year-old daughter recently received a birthday gift. It's an AI toothbrush. I don't know how I advise her whether she should use it or not. And so any work has been done about empowering children and youth on AI issue. Also, our colleague from UNICEF, I do want to hear about that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else? Okay, you can throw it.
Thank you. I'm Sang-Wook Lee. I'm from one of the members of Commerce to UNESCO. My question is maybe to all the members, but particularly to Professor Parizeau. You mentioned that because in order to change the world, which is biased in gender, you have to take care of the database which is fed into the AI. But if AI is trying to be faithful to the real representation of the world, then you have to accept this the biased representation of the world at its face value, unless then in terms of a policy suggestion, your policy suggestion might not be ineffective because your representation of biased world, if you use this correction to the... so my question is, if there is any way to try to evade the bias of the representation of the database while being effective in a policy suggestion using AI.
Thank you. Please keep it for a second, because I would like to give room now about the accountability in the field of AI. Is there any volunteer who would like to? Yes, please. Melody.
You know, I think like not just with AI, but with most new technologies, we're asking for accountability, we're asking for responsibility, and one of the only ways where we can actually push for I don't talk too much about ethics because I prefer to talk about human rights standards that are already internationally recognized and sometimes that you can also enforce and where you have mechanisms for enforcement. But just when we talk about regulation, I think that asking for accountability and for transparency, whether it's being open about the databases that are being used, about the data sets that are being used, about the methodology, are all mechanisms that all the stakeholders involved, whether governments, the public, and obviously like the industry developing and designing AI, need to take into account.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? No, on the accountability.
That's a very interesting question. I mean, it's the most important thing we need to be focusing on right now. And in France, we're working on that. On the public sector, every algorithm that is used needs to be opened, and not only the source code, but also we need to explain so that people that don't code can understand which is the criteria that is being used. And we need to explain it also to each person, how it applied in its case, and how which data was used for the particular decision. So it's a pretty comprehensive dispositif, and now we're trying to think about how we can enlarge this dispositif to the private sector, for instance, regarding recommendation algorithms. And so there's always the, I mean, we have the limit of the secrets of affairs that we need to respect in some way, but we're trying to think about how we can ask for more aggregated data or statistics about the outcomes of algorithms of recommendation so that we can at least see the impact that they have, even if we don't have access to the code itself. So I think it's something we're really working on.
Okay. Yes. Children and youth, the role of them. So not only gender issues, but you wanted to ask the colleague from UNICEF or anybody. So please, from our panelists, anybody who can give us an idea or who has some, who would like to comment on the role of youth and children in AI? No? Okay.
Yeah, I had an example.
Okay. Anybody who would like to comment on the role of youth?
Maybe just there's this thing linked to education. I mean, a lot of people are asking themselves, do we need to learn to code to everyone? I think we do. Some people think not everyone will be a developer one day, but everyone has to understand how this works.
That's fully true. The colleague from Comest has asked about the ethics in the field of AI. If you would like to give us 1 or 2 sentences.
Hello. Yes. Okay. Well, thank you. Indeed, you mentioned databases. They are what they are, and so I probably got misunderstood in this point. So thank you for correcting it. Databases should not be corrected. They are what they are. This is the world. We should check, though, for their accuracy and their completeness. And this is not a minor issue, because there are biases in the way we feed AI with databases. And so this kind of second-order bias. But yet, I totally agree with you. We should face the data as they are. And as I said, I try to say, we should use AI, the way it reacts to the state of the world, to better understand the biases, to better understand the world, and sometimes it's very complex. If I have time for one example, there has been a very important news maybe a few months ago about human intelligence bias in the selection of students for medical studies in Japan. I don't know if you've seen that. It's been revealed that the people who select the students, they put lower grades systematically to women, which is very bad. You see that, this is terrible. But actually there's a good reason for that, unfortunately, is that they realize that because women are much better than men on average for these studies. So they took a lot of women.
Yeah.
Should I?
No. I'm sorry, because I think Sarah will not throw a soft mic ball at my head, but some stones.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
Just one word about what has been said here. I've heard that we should not worry because people will use what they find useful and suitable, and that's it. But what about ethics? I mean, this is not a small issue, especially for UNESCO. And the question of children use is the same. We know that what people want immediately is not necessarily what is good on the long term. And okay, people don't. No, not all people need to understand what's going on, but at least with AI, but at least the companies who use AI should understand what they do. And my worry is that what's the difference between AI and simple algorithm? In my understanding, AI is an algorithm that you don't understand. And exactly that. And therefore it's used as a black box. And this is very bad. Because you should understand what you do at some point. You use it as a tool, but it can reveal to you a lot of things about society. If you use things as black box, this is the beginning of obscurantism.
Thank you, Etienne. I know I have seen 20 more raised hands, but I cannot. I must not. So I would like at this point, I would like to sincerely thank our 7 great panelists for their interventions. Okay, I am undemocratically strict now, so I have to close this session. Hopefully to give you, to have given you some ideas for the upcoming discussions during lunchtime. It should be some networking time after that. So thank you to all panelists, and thank you also to the 3 questions we had. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gasper, for that great moderation. It shows that we'll have an opportunity at lunch to ask these questions and continue dialogue. Only because I know it's really hard to sit for so long. What I would suggest before we move on immediately to the next session, and also noting that there are a lot of people that have come in, one of the greatest wealths of these kinds of open discussions is you're probably sitting next to somebody that you don't know. So what I suggest is that everybody stand up very quickly and say hi to your neighbor. It'll be like we're in a Pentecostal church in the south of the United States. Say hi, introduce yourself. Thank you. And for those people who have come in, please have a seat. Thank you. Hi, very nice to meet you. Thank you for being here. It's a great pleasure to have you. Thank you. Great, wonderful. Yeah. I'll get you some water. See, people working in artificial intelligence are very friendly. Now, if you guys can all take a seat, and for the people who have come in a little bit later, please feel free to find an empty seat. I'll try. We're going to test, Rock. We're going to be efficient. If everybody could get back to their seats, we'll have time to tell our life stories at lunch. If everybody could please take their seats, we're going to start the next session now. It's very good that we have so much to talk about. So we are going to start session 2. Please have a seat. It's very good that it sounds like there are lots of exciting conversations going on. We'll definitely have more time over lunch. Please, everybody, come back in and have a seat. We're going to start the second session. So this second session will be dedicated to the question of human rights and artificial intelligence. And I'm very pleased to introduce Dr. Eileen Donahoe, who's the Executive Director at the Stanford Global Digital Policy Incubator. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Okay. Thank you so much. I just need to start by thanking UNESCO for organizing this incredibly timely event. It would be very difficult to overstate the foundational importance of this topic, AI and human rights, the subject of this panel, for the future of digital society and for the continued relevance of universal human rights as global governance norms. As a preliminary matter, it's very important to start this conversation with acknowledgement that only half of the people on the planet are actually digitally connected. And as a consequence, questions about inclusion in and exclusion from the AI revolution must be seen as a top human rights priority. And we all share in the responsibility to find a way to make sure that unconnected parts of the world do participate in the upside benefits of AI. But that said, in the connected part of the world, which is what we are going to primarily focus on here, we have a completely different set of problems. We have to focus on the downside risks of AI for the enjoyment of human rights. And if we fail to protect those rights, none of us will be able to capitalize on the potential benefits. As you've heard already today, there is a whole spectrum of different types of automated, intelligent processes that happen, all under the rubric of AI. People use that terminology very differently. And on some level, we're referring to the full spectrum without going into the delineation. Everyone working in this space already knows that the implications of this spectrum of different types of automated processes are vast and multi-layered, many consequences for human rights. As a starting place, it's very obvious that AI and big data that feeds it have significant implications for privacy on its face, free expression, freedom of assembly and association, democratic participation, the right to equal protection and non-discrimination, and obviously the right to work. All of these issues are in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the existing body of international law. But an important layer of our human rights concerns relates to governance, transparency, and accountability. Simply put, private sector and public sector governing actors have incorporated AI into many aspects of decision-making, often without a full understanding of the basis for or fairness of those decisions or the biases that may be baked into the data, as has been mentioned. The inherent opacity of AI often means humans are taken out of the loop, and human accountability for governance decisions, as well as the prospect for remedies, again, listed in the Universal Declaration, can be lost in the process. The good news is that technologists, civil society members, policymakers, and citizens have started to engage in the hard work of assessing the ethical implications of AI for society. The primary purpose of this panel is to showcase how the Universal Human Rights Framework can serve as our primary guide for technologists and policymakers to help ensure that AI is beneficial to humanity. And the bottom line point we will make together is that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. Many of the ethical concerns that have risen to the top of our concern can be addressed through reference to universal human rights. And we will advocate to everyone that the human rights framework must be embedded in design and policy by all stakeholders. Our substantive focus in light of UNESCO's mission will be on the implications of AI for free expression, access to information, privacy, and in a more applied vein, consequences for the practice of media and journalism. We have an incredible group of 6 speakers, but also a very strong desire and request by UNESCO to have substantial audience participation in this segment. So here is how we will do this. Each of our speakers will make a very brief 2-minute, maybe 3-minute intervention, put their core point at the top and highlight what their primary concern is. We will then go immediately to the audience. So get your questions prepared. We'll try to spend, 25, 30 minutes with you if the questions are there. And you can speak, you can address to individual panelists or everyone. And then we're going to come back for round 2 and focus on practical recommendations for UNESCO and for people, activity in the world where we can all engage in reinforcing human rights. So we'll start with our first speaker, Francois Bertrand, is Chief Academic and Research Officer at Polytechnique Montreal. He is focused on the challenge of embedding human rights in technology by design, particularly privacy by design. He's also committed to multi-stakeholder process and mainstreaming human rights. So Francois, please start.
Thanks a lot, Eileen. Yeah, okay. So as the Senior VP at Polytechnique and also VP Academic and Research at Polytechnique Montreal, of course I'd like to focus, on the role of a technological university in the development of a responsible AI. And first thing I'd like to do is to provide you with some context, give you some context of the situation, these days in the Montreal area. Over the past 5 years, as a matter of fact, there have been a lot of things happening in relation with AI. And as a matter of fact, the Montreal universities have been instrumental, in transforming the city of Montreal into I would say, a global hub ecosystem for the development of AI-related technologies. And that has been possible with the support of both the industry and the government. We're talking here about an ecosystem that has at its center 3 pillars. IVADO, which is the Institute for Data Valorization, MILA, which is the Quebec Artificial Intelligence Institute, and then Scale AI, which is Canada's Artificial Intelligence Supercluster, about the use of artificial intelligence for the global supply chain. And we're talking here about a concentration of 250 professors in AI-related fields. That's probably one of the largest concentrations that you can find in the world right now. Close to 10,000 students in AI-related programs. So you can now, I think, understand the pressure we have, as in universities to our mission is to actually educate, train, or as far as Polytechnique is concerned, our engineers, so that they learn about issues related to AI. And I'll come back to this later on today. Major corporate labs are also part of that ecosystem. Element AI, DeepMind, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, Samsung, Thales, you name it. And the whole thing is animated by a thriving community of startups, young people, that must also learn about some of the, in a very positive way, by the way, but learn about the issues related to AI. Very quickly, we realized very quickly, actually, that when I say we, I mean the scientists, technology scientists, local governments, and other stakeholders in the ecosystem, that we pointed out, actually, that we needed to reflect upon the social impacts of AI and putting forward various initiatives to spark the discussion, as we're doing today. We're here to discuss about some of those issues between experts, decision makers, and the public. Public is very important. They'll be the users of those technologies at the end of the day. So, and 2 initiatives I'd like to mention: the Montreal Declaration for Responsible AI. There was a draft announced a year ago. And my colleague Frédéric Bouchard from the University of Montreal will talk about that in detail during session 4 this afternoon. And another thing I'd like to say is also will be launching in 2 or 3 weeks' time the Quebec International Observatory on the social impacts of AI. So this is something also which we consider very important. Finally, Polytechnique Montreal's mission, as I said, is to educate engineers, at the bachelor's, master's, and PhD levels, the very people who are actually creating and using and will be using those technologies. So we have to tell them about those issues. It's our unique responsibility that we teach them the, I would say, the limits and also the impacts of technologies that are based on AI on society. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we will come back to that, the basic idea being that there is a very important need for cross-sector dialogue between ethicists, human rights advocates, and engineers, and you're leading the way. And I will also mention the really hard part is how to do it. How do you embed? And I think Catherine will come to that. But before we get to Catherine, we'll hear from Julie Owono, Executive Director of Internet Sans Frontières. She's a Cameroonian lawyer, international journalist, and she defends the right to freedom of expression on the web and the right to privacy on the internet, particularly concerned about dual-use technology in the African continent and how it undermines privacy. So Julie.
Thank you very much, Eileen, and thank you to UNESCO Internet Society for the invitation. So since this morning, we've been talking about the various actors who have a role to play when it comes to defining how to best use artificial intelligence algorithms for our societies and knowledge societies in particular. So while a lot of focus has been put on product makers, on engineers, on companies, I feel like we're not talking a lot about who I consider are the main actors, which are governments and states. So why am I saying this is because we don't want to repeat the same mistake that we've made 20 years ago when the web was developing and internet was being increasingly accessible. We chose, I mean, a lot of members of the web development community advocated for least intervention of governments, which indeed made sense at the time because it was a space of freedom. But we've seen recently that it's a risky choice to make. So I'm here basically to remind that if we are to talk about artificial intelligence and human rights, we should talk about the primary responsible of the respect and protection of these human rights and international human rights standards in particular. And with this regards, I will focus specifically on countries where institutions are probably weaker than countries where AI is primarily developed. And I'm thinking specifically of Western countries and Eastern countries, and specifically China today, which is leading the race. So these countries everybody's talking about AI. I was listening with a lot of attention this morning to the director of ICT of Senegal's Ministry of Telcos. And indeed, AI has a lot of very positive applications that we all agree on, such as well as the internet. But we are talking about applying AI in countries, in developing countries, which do not even have, for instance, data protection laws. I mean, AI needs data, obviously. So what kind of data? Who will have sovereignty on this data? Where will this data go? Who will have access to them? What will they be used for at the end of the day? All these questions are not or are barely addressed when we talk about developing and taking AI to various parts of the world, and specifically in parts of the world where indeed institutions are still being built. And I think it's not it's an important debate because we've seen the negative impact that not focusing on human rights can have. And I'll talk about the very famous Cambridge Analytica case, when we learned that before even using its methodologies in Europe or in the US, the company Cambridge Analytica first tested its product in Sub-Saharan Africa or in the Caribbean, where there is no data protection law. So I fear it may be the same with artificial intelligence. We are beginning to see the extent to which it can go very wrong, and I'm thinking about specifically social credit societies and and a lot of surveillance applications, and the impact it can have on privacy and free expression. So I guess what I came here to tell is, let's not forget the primary actors. They should not be passive. We should not let them be passive, and I think that's UNESCO is one of the best platforms of that. How can we force governments to embrace AI? That's important, but embrace also the basic principles that will protect the citizens, but which will ultimately protect our societies and protect democracies as much as possible. So I will, just to finish, I will give a very good example of what I'm trying to say. Recently, I believe it was in June 2018, it was revealed that a company, a Chinese company, signed a contract which was not transparent at all. There was no tender call. I mean, yeah, public call for tenders, it was signed. This company sold a facial recognition tool to Zimbabwe. On a very good, I mean, the motive was very good, which was, okay, we understand that our AI, I mean, the AI we develop is developed by Chinese engineers who don't know anything about facial features from Africa. So we want to have our databases more diverse, which is a good, I mean, everybody would agree with that. But this facial recognition was sold to a government which a few months later was accused of repressing populations a few days after the presidential election, the first democratic presidential election since the 1970s. So these are the kind of worries that should be at the center of discussions when we talk about AI. It may be very convenient today, but tomorrow it will ultimately become a threat for everybody. So this is my call.
Super important. So I hope everybody is generating your questions in your mind. You've raised the key point. States have the primary obligation under international human rights law to protect citizens' human rights or people within their borders. You also have raised the very difficult balancing act between the desire to import digital technology to advance economic development, but the flip side is you may risk importing a form of digital authoritarianism with that, and that should be a really big concern. Okay, so we're going to move now quickly to Catherine Evans. She's a doctoral researcher at the Sorbonne University. Her research focuses on ethics of artificial intelligence, particularly the implementation of moral behavior in robots, and she is trying to close the cognitive gap between popular opinion and scientific reality in terms of the future of AI-human interaction. So go ahead, Catherine.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This is a huge gig for a philosopher, so it's really nice to be here. I wanted to use my time with you today to point out what I find to be an interesting and dangerous paradox in the field of artificial intelligence. And it goes a little something like this. The way things are now, the better a machine's decision is, the more potentially damaging it becomes to human rights and values. In other words, as automated decisions tend towards optimality, they may also move away from humanity and its interests. Now, I'm a philosopher, not a fortune teller, so I don't think our digital future has to be quite so dystopian. In fact, I think the only reason this paradox persists is because we, the AI community, have supplied very shallow and very scattered definitions of what optimality, better, and human rights mean in the context of the digital age. So I think the most critical thing we must accomplish is to provide these definitions in a substantive, clear, and contextually sensitive way. So this might seem a bit abstract, so I'm going to round it out with an example. This past week, I attended the Internet Governance Forum here in Paris. In many of the sessions, experts spoke about digital identity as a building block for the digital society of the future. Digital identity is obviously a bit of a broad concept, but can include facts and data about a person's online identity, their consumer preferences, their health status, right up to their unique biological profile, as is the case with India's biometrically linked ID program. So here we have, on one hand, a digital identity building block that provides a wealth of information about an individual, enough empirical data to define them, so to speak. And on the other hand, we have millions of algorithms, robots, and decision assistant systems whose job it is to ingest this data and to turn out optimal decisions. Here's the problem. Algorithms, robots, autonomous systems all need data in order to be efficient. They need information about the decision they're making, and it follows that the more data a machine has when a decision is made, the better that decision will be. In other words, an optimal decision is an efficient, data-driven decision in much of the AI world. But I'm not sure that this definition of optimality aligns with what I, as an ethicist, would call an optimal decision, nor am I convinced that it aligns with what many human rights advocates can call optimal, especially in regards to privacy and personal autonomy. In the case of AI, I'm not sure that an informed decision is necessarily a good decision, understood, of course, in a specific way. For instance, I'm not sure that a person's social media history should be a deciding factor in their candidacy for a particular job, nor am I so convinced that a person's health status should be pertinent when an autonomous vehicle must decide whether it sacrifices them or some other healthier person. With vehicle-to-device communications, this type of data-driven decision-making is not only possible, but may appear to some as fine-tuned and ethically optimal. So, to return to my initial paradox, I fear that in the name of efficient machines and optimal decisions, we will end up making a few very bad choices. To remedy this, we have to carve out our own definition of optimality and fully and exhaustively explain it to those who design these machines. I think that one of the most straightforward ways to begin is by identifying the role that a specific artificial intelligence is supposed to play in society, alongside the limits and the responsibilities of that role. Much of my research as a philosopher has been dedicated to defining this role and this more human-centric optimality, and then applying them in an AI design process. And I can only hope that throughout our discussion today, we will get a bit closer to discovering some of its substantive elements. Thank you.
That's great. So you raise a lot of issues about how to actually embed human rights values into machine decision and to not unconsciously move toward a type of optimization and efficiency in decision making that really takes human values off the table, and in fact could lead to displacing human beings as the focal point of governance and decision making. So hopefully we will come back to all of that. We're going to now move to Samir Vastez. Yep, right here. Oh, no. Oh, over here? Okay, great. Samir. You're a technical advisor at for digital development at the Center for Applied Learning and Impact at IREX, a global development and media support organization. Samir focuses on the impact of AI on news quality, so the more the applied category, and the pros and cons of using AI and machine learning in journalism, and the need to develop good practices for utilization of AI in journalism. So please start.
Perfect. That's all I had to say. So that's a great introduction. Thank you, and thanks to all of you for taking the time to discuss with us these important topics. Like she mentioned, I work at an organization called IREX. Just very briefly, it's a nonprofit global development organization. Does a lot of work supporting some important factors around human rights, including access to information and the ability to also to express yourself freely online. So we do a lot of work to support frontline journalists in conflict states to do exactly that. But another piece that I want to talk about is a little bit more on ensuring that the quality of information that people are accessing is at a certain standard so that they can make informed decisions that can lead to just, prosperous, and inclusive societies. And so I want to briefly introduce an experiment we held kind of recently this year, but I'm going to condense a 30-page report in 6 months into like a minute and encourage you to go read the report, which is out in the table in the front of the entrance here, and then focus more on 2 key lessons we learned, like you said, really applying machine learning in the context of media development in the support of human rights, like free expression and access to quality information. So the experiment itself is as follows. For about 20 years, IREX has been, through several projects in countries around the world, measuring the quality of media outputs in journalism. We use 20 indicators that we can talk about in more detail to do this. And this has been done on tens of thousands of articles by human media professionals who are evaluators. They're reading an article and evaluating it based on these 20 indicators, like impartiality, the reliability of sources, etc. What we wanted to test is whether this process can be made more efficient and more consistent using machine learning, because it's very time-consuming. So we took one of those indicators, specifically whether a journalist or journalists insert their own opinions into articles that are supposed to be fact-based, right? It's kind of linked to this misinformation and fake news era that we're living in. So we took that one indicator, and we basically worked with a startup called Lore, based in Washington, D.C. That's an artificial intelligence startup, to train this software and the algorithms behind it to automatically find out of tens of thousands of articles, articles that contain sentences that have opinions that belong to the journalists when they shouldn't be there. So obviously for some opinion articles, that's okay, but when you're trying to do fact-based journalism and you insert your own opinion, that might be a problem in terms of media quality. The experiment itself was rather interesting, compelling results. We actually developed a set of algorithms that was able to detect these at 95% accuracy, which is actually higher than some of the other experiments out there. But if those of you with some familiarity are aware that accuracy is a very broad term that depends on experience. Two things I wanted to share from kind of practically applying this that could be applied to anyone else in the room who's considering using machine learning or artificial intelligence to help address challenges in your space. So the first is, I think what we had in our team was good technology literacy and good sector specialist literacy. We knew a lot about journalism. But I think what we all need to do a little bit more work on is building out what a colleague of mine at an organization called Reboot calls problem literacy. I think we need to be better at articulating the actual challenge that we're trying to use machine learning to address, if we're going to make sure that we do so in ways that are ethical and responsible. So this problem literacy is sector agnostic. You don't need to be a technology expert to do this, but I think this skill set, clearly defining a problem and understanding what machine learning can, and most importantly, can't help you address, something that we learned is really important. And very briefly, the second one is we are a 50-year-old organization that doesn't do much work about machine learning. There's, as a recent USAID, the United States Agency for International Development report calls, an abundance of breathless commentary or hype around machine learning. And I really struggled with that when trying to communicate to other people in my organization what we did, because they were immediately asking me, hey, did you automate the process of analyzing media quality, right? They thought this was like a panacea that could be kind of immediately addressed using this tool. And I think a lot of what our role is in terms of applying machine learning to real-world problems is managing expectations and explaining, most importantly, what machine learning can't do, and trying to get away from saying what I just said, we achieved 95% accuracy. That actually means a lot, and there were a lot of judgment calls that we as the team behind the machine learning project made that need to be communicated clearly. And that's hard when you have a senior executive saying in one sentence, what's my soundbite? But I think a lot of my work was pushing back against that soundbite and saying, yes, but we were able to do something here, but here are some caveats that we should be talking about, including how we were encoding the bias of the media professionals who were evaluating into the software. So problem literacy and managing expectations are things that we can, I think, do a better job of if we want to kind of grow and expand the world of machine learning to amplify freedom of expression online and human rights. Thank you.
Great. I'm hoping that all of the panelists are listening hard to each other and you think about questions you want to ask. I think this idea of problem literacy is a much bigger one than it sounds, and who gets to define the problem and the parameters of the problem, as well as who gets to define what constitutes quality and how that's embedded in private sector algorithms that feed us news. There's a little bit of there's a double echo over here. Perfect. Okay, great. All right. Exactly. All right, so now we're going to move to Michael Okia, Communications Manager for the Global Forum for Media Development. He's based in Belgrade and works at the intersection of Internet governance and media development as well. I think he's going to focus on the impact of AI on access to information, just perfect segue into private sector algorithms shaping access to information, accessibility of the work of professional journalists. So please start.
Thank you. So I'm going to move up a bit so everybody back there can see me. So first of all, of course, thanks for inviting me here and allowing me to be part of this. But I really am keen to keep my comments to as brief as possible, so I've actually kind of written most of them out. And, you know, obviously this session, this particular session is about AI and human rights. Well, the thing is, AI and human rights are intrinsically connected, not just because of issues like freedom of expression, but really, as we've been talking about, access to information. I'm not going to speak on behalf of, obviously, all of GFMD's members. We're an organization that brings together 190 media development and journalism support organizations from around the world. One of our members is IREX, for instance. So they can give, for instance, my colleague can give much more information about some of the impacts of machine learning algorithms, for instance, in newsrooms and whatnot, or in, within you know, certain sectors of where we work. But what I can say is, at least from the point of view of journalists or from journalism organizations, algorithms largely determine what kind of content users are exposed to and are heavily employed, for instance, for content moderation and for other kinds of elements like that. Small changes to algorithms can have a significant impact on publishers and news outlets in terms of traffic and also in terms of viability. Now, there are multiple kinds of examples that we can give, one of which was a study that Facebook did, an experiment rather, a couple earlier this year in 6 countries, one of which was Serbia, another was I think Guatemala, and there were 4 others, where, for instance, just a small thing they did with their UI, they took the main mobile page of the Facebook app, they separated the regular user feeds from the pages. And so now, if anybody's wanting to go onto Facebook, onto the news feed, for instance, to read any kind of, let's say, journalistic content that is being posted by any of the number of journalism pages, it's actually separated from that main feed. So even though it's a very small UI or UX change, it actually had really significant impact on traffic within those 6 countries, of which I think there was, I forget exactly who it was, but they wrote an editorial in the New York Times saying, like, yeah, this is really impacting what we're doing. So I really just want to bring that perspective in and kind of remind everyone that although enabling meaningful access, you know, and access to information in general, more generally, and free expression is a priority for sustainable development, the use of AI also facilitates an environment that produces walled gardens, echo chambers, and other elements that are antithetical to free expression. So let's not forget that once we bring, okay, yes, we want to bring people online. Of course, that's a huge developmental priority. But we also have to remember what kind of environment are people getting into, especially those who are unconnected, when they connect for the first time. And as we see the use of AI and social media in general, but that's a separate point, but the use of AI is definitely kind of adding to the divisiveness that is taking the world by storm today. So I think that's something really to consider. Remedying this is difficult due to the closed and complex nature of the underlying code, which has already been stressed, is exempt from oversight, and are closely guarded industry secrets. And then lastly, algorithmic transparency and accountability, even if we've already heard this and we know that it's something that is lacking, I cannot stress it enough. They are the utmost importance, especially since the engineers who design the code don't always understand algorithms' decision-making processes. I mean, story after story after story is coming out saying the engineers themselves don't actually know how the machine learning is happening. They don't know anymore like what it has evolved into. Whenever it comes to ensuring that people have access to good, high-quality information, that is the kind of information, that is something that we need to know, and we need to know how that is affecting especially marginalized communities. We need to know how it is then affecting, you know, the ability for individuals to have access to information that is not just high quality, but is accurate. I mean, we've seen what's happened in places like Myanmar whenever, you know, when there is a lack of transparency and a lack of accountability for what is happening online. This is absolutely connected to AI, to machine learning, and to these algorithms, and we cannot expect a situation where we really have this pluralistic media scene if the technology behind it is not more accountable.
Great. So you've really brought up this whole issue of these mega digital platforms. They're private sector, and yet they function as the public square, almost like they're quasi-sovereigns in that their own terms of service, community guidelines, algorithms dictate the parameters of free expression in society, with big consequences for the viability of journalism, which is supposed to be the watchdog in democracy. And so, thinking about the interplay between the private sector and the public good is a big challenge. All right, and last but not least, we have Mohammed Farhat, an Egyptian human rights lawyer, member of the African Civil Society on Information Society. He currently serves as program director of the Egyptian Foundation on Refugee Rights. So he's going to be speaking about human rights implications of AI applied in refugee contexts, especially in the Middle East, and particularly focusing on privacy and access to information concerns.
Hi, everybody. First, I would like to thank the UNESCO and the organizers who invited me to be part of this very interesting panel. I will try to be very short in my intervention. The first thing, the aim of my intervention is to bring the issue of refugees to the discussion of AI. Because, in the last panel session, we heard some comments about the mixed groups in the discussion, like youth and children and gender also, and also refugees as a group is missed in the discussion, whether in IG in general also and in AI. The problem is of refugees, if we speak about this group is most vulnerable group, because if we say that the impact of AI on the privacy and the access to information in human rights in general, but if we speak about the refugees, this person maybe the situation is more sensitive, especially if the AI lead to detain or deport of this person back to their country, which might be put them at risk of murder or torture. So the main point, or maybe this some recommendation. One of my recommendations is that to bring this issue or put the refugees' rights in the agenda of AI and in IG in general. In the MENA regions, the government spots the laws just to control the access to information and access to knowledge, and maybe to prevent these rights. So, in the context of refugees, most of refugees could be deported, and we've seen this in our region. Some person deported just because they use their rights to access to information, to some information through website. Just this is a crime. Just he checked some websites. They deported back to their home, and unfortunately, after he back to home, he tortured and he detained there, just for that person. Also, the second point is, if we look at the key legal documents that control or organize the situation of refugees, it's 1951 Convention in concern of refugee status. We will see that there is no any provision or text article speak about the additional rights for refugees. So the question now is the international human rights law in general and 1951 Convention is still relevant to protect human rights and refugees. This I would like to conclude my intervention by this question. Thank you.
That's great. That's great. So very important to highlight peculiar vulnerabilities of refugee community. You know, obviously basic needs and security is a priority, but we can't forget about the human rights implications for them, especially in a digital context. Yeah. So we've heard now from somebody working in Middle East context, African context, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, North America, and international. And so I would like to now, I'm going to turn to the audience, but I also want all of you panelists to think about if you have any questions that have arisen from this, but let's just go to the audience right here. I'll tell this first. Yeah, take it.
I was quite interested by this panel because the title is Human Rights. And I'm often distressed by the fact that we often conflate ethics with rights. While ethics is a good starting point for a discussion, there are rights with legal responsibilities. And oftentimes by focusing just on ethics, we basically give a free pass to people to do whatever they want, saying, well, it has to be discussed in terms of ethics, and we might disagree on this or that. But there are legal regimes, and we have to reinforce them. So my question is, how should we work towards an understanding that goes beyond ethics and ensure the rights, the human rights of individuals in the context of AI?
100% agree with that. You don't want to get me started. So actually, that's a really important question. To me, that's the heart of this panel. And I know personally, I'm working on that day in and day out. That is my mission. Anyone like to speak to that specific? But how about you, Catherine? Just because of the challenge of how do you do it? It's easy to say that's what we should do. The question is how.
Yeah, that's a hardball question right there. So thank you for that one. Now, my background, I do a lot of work with embodied robotics, and I do a lot of work with decision-making within those robots. So for me, ethics, especially in autonomous vehicles, for instance, ethics is about decision-making, whereas human rights, there's this sort of normative quasi-legal framework that we can pull from to figure out what an optimal decision is. So I think that there is an absolutely fundamental difference. However, I would say that the ethics of the digital age should reflect what human rights mean in the digital age and vice versa. And like I was trying to say in my presentation, the point here is to be able to translate what mattered when the Universal Declaration of Human Rights was written and update it so that it makes sense with the current ways that we, well, the challenges that we have with the digital age. And I think that obviously, I'm interested in saying ethics is important because I'm an ethicist, but I think that the two can work together, especially in a behavioral sense with AI, because where the legal framework is unclear, where normative standards are unclear, behavioral ethics especially and decisional ethics can maybe save the day. So I feel like we shouldn't, you know, denigrate ethics too much just because it has a role to serve.
Great. Francois?
The angle of an engineer now, if I may. That's a very good question, as a matter of fact. And one thing I'd like to say, I'm a chemical engineer, and I must be part of an association called OIQ, as you know, Ingénieurs du Québec.
Keep your mic.
Association of, I'm sorry. So as I was saying, I'm part of OIQ, which is the Ordre des Ingénieurs du Québec. I'm a chemical engineer, so I'm part of that association of professional engineers. So, of course, I must abide by their ethics rules, okay? And I guess I do. But it's not enough. So, and one thing I'd like to say, somebody mentioned something about that, that is that we're talking about AI and the fact that we must protect the public and its human rights by design. But as far as I am concerned, it's been like that since day one, before AI. Every time we design something as an engineer, okay, my mission is to protect the public, okay? So it's protection by design, okay? What it means, I'm not saying that it's probably easier said than done. I'm not saying that there are not, you know, failures once in a while. That's not what I'm saying. But this is our target, you know, as an engineer. And for that, and for that to actually to be efficient, we need in any design what we call fail-safe mechanisms. Whenever something goes wrong, something must be put in place to make sure at the end of the day that when something goes wrong, that failure will do no or minimal harm to equipment or people. Okay, so it's much more than just ethic rules that I must abide by. It's also the fact that as an engineer, I must also behave, and whenever I design something, public protection must be at the forefront.
Okay, quick comment from Samir, and then I'm going to this side of the room and getting four or five questions.
Just very briefly, my suggestion is perhaps the most practical from my perspective is having one foot in the technology community and having been part of, for instance, coding boot camps that are pumping out these hundreds of data scientists in a building right next door to me that are soon going to be going to Amazon's headquarters that just are going to be coming to my hometown. No one at the end of their class, they're told to do a project and present about something. Why aren't they being told to share the human rights implications of their project in that final presentation? Why aren't they being taught to build their own just literacy about things like the Convention on Human Rights and these basic fundamental principles that we all are familiar with? I think it's a big gap and a really tangible opportunity just to get that with the part of the literacy training that we're already delivering to these people.
So I will tell you one of the primary projects we have at Stanford Global Digital Policy Incubator is an AI and human rights boot camp to teach technologists, the human rights foundations, and teach human rights people the AI foundation. So anybody interested, let us know. Okay, let's take a few questions over here. I saw in the back, right there, I know right here.
Thank you very much. I'm from Washington. I would like to submit the following. We talk about human rights, but we don't know what are the rights we're losing yet. I submit the following. Most of the data on which artificial intelligence is being developed all over the world are irrelevant for those who are weak, excluded. So we don't exist. Those people don't exist in the strategies of development. And I would say, given UNESCO experience with knowledge societies, I consider a very good approach knowledge societies beyond economy, that internet governance and others, European Union and others, and I'm sure the large corporations, whether Alibaba, Google, would respond, because we create huge problems today. Chernobyl is not exaggerated when we say we are generating impossibly solved problems in the near future. So how to integrate knowledge, data about intangible cultural heritage, UNESCO is very well developed, the reality of farmers, fishermen and others. Those data are relevant today as much as the data for Alibaba, e-commerce, and others. So I would submit to persist in creating a partnership between those representing refugees and others and big powers. We have to do it in less than 12 months. It's almost irreversible the way we go. Most of the data in China are not relevant for the rest of the world. The same is true for America. And the money going there, and we create problems. Thank you.
Great. All right. Public-private partnership. I think, yeah, go right here and then back there.
My name is Jutta Kroll from the Digital Opportunities Foundation in Germany. They are actually acting in a project called Children's Rights in the Digital Environment, and children and youth as especially vulnerable groups in this regard have already been mentioned in the previous session. So we've been very glad to see that in the GDPR for the first time there has been made an age differentiation and special attention has been given to children's rights in regard to profiling and to decision made based on machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I'm glad to hear that you say from the technical community you do protection by design, but still I would like to hear whether you have in mind that there are groups that need to be protected in a more severe way. Thank you.
Great. That's excellent. Okay. I think in the back we have someone also from UNESCO.
Maybe 1, 2.
Oh, sure.
Yeah? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
John Finney. I'm ex officio member of ComEst for Pugwash Organization. I'm struggling with the human rights of free expression because this validates everything which has gone on, for example, in the US election and in the UK referendum. Yet it is a human right, is it not, to allow people to use fake news. How are you going to deal with that? It needs more than just a human right of free expression. You need to somehow put into, I mean, there's no way we can go and rewrite the UN Universal Declaration. That will create all sorts of problems. But there's the quality of the freedom of expression which is critical. And I see we have no weapon to deal with that. Because we'll be making our own decisions on what is good quality information.
So the tension between free expression and protecting democratic process, that's the big challenge. It is possible.
Thank you. I'm Steve Fostu from UNICEF. I was with UNESCO recently, so it's great to be here. And thank you, Zhenong, for your question in the last panel. And thank you, ma'am, for raising the issue of children. And I think the kind of quite low response from the previous panel showed that children's rights are not really being given enough attention in AI. You know, human rights is of course essential, but there's an intersection, and there are two kind of, it's a Venn diagram, and children's rights are there. So UNICEF has started to do work on children's rights in AI. We will use the Convention on the Rights of the Child as our kind of North Star. But the key, as we've heard, is the interpretation. How do you take the what into the how in a digital age? And with some very complex questions. So we're just starting our journey. I really just wanted to say, we're looking for partners, and please join us. Please contact me over lunch. We're having a workshop on the 28th of September in San Francisco with the World Economic Forum. And we will begin working on recommendations to business, to parents, to teachers, and also policy guidelines to governments. Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. One more.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrei Kuleshov. I'm with the Moscow Institute of Physics and Technology and National Center for AI Science and Technology. I guess a comment on the philosophical side is that AI technologies come into our life as part of the fourth technological revolution that's been much talked about today. And the previous three technological revolutions have a fairly mixed track record on human rights. So maybe some lessons are in order there. But a specific question is that context-specific optimization that Katie had mentioned is extremely important for lots of formal definitions surrounding the safety, trustworthiness, reliability of AI systems. And the question is how to square human rights, which are not context-specific, with that significance. Medical system trustworthiness, human rights of the patient, autonomous vehicle trustworthiness, human rights of the pedestrian. Thank you.
Yep. Okay, and I think two more? Sure. One here and then right here in the middle.
Just a little comment. We need to think all these categories also from the Global South perspective, because what is fake news in the Global North is not the same in the Global South. In the Global South, fake news is a term that our authoritarian governments use to silence free press and investigative journalists. That's one thing. And the other thing is how all this artificial intelligence, I am with Julie on that, are going to be used by governments. And you don't have to only think about democratic governments. You should think about authoritarian governments, because that's sad, but that's a huge amount of the world under authoritarian governments. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last but not least, right here in the middle, and then we'll come back to the panelists. Oh, maybe one more over there. Sorry.
This is cute. Sorry for that. So my question, maybe because I'm from legal background, with the current legal system, whether they're from civil law and common law, or even sometimes from the certain religious legal system, I was wondering how the legal system, the current legal system now handling the, I don't know, maybe criminal case, maybe the civil law case or a private law case, which, because like as we are talking now about artificial intelligence, there are many things that already been used, using this technology, right? So before, maybe with the traditional law that still exists until now, what we can, when there is something goes wrong with the institution, or when something goes wrong with the citizen, what actually we can do, wherever is the perspective from multi-stakeholder, including from the citizen as well. I think that's all. And also for the future, how is the best approach to tackle the AI? Is it more like you are regulating the technology, or you are regulating based on the sector, or maybe you identified AI as a kind of similar like a legal subject, or what is it will be? Maybe it's a bit more like needing a deep research in here, but maybe just like for introduction for us. Thank you.
Great. Last question right there in the corner.
Hi, my name is Arthur. I'm a senior research fellow at Strathmore University in Kenya, but I'm a solicitor in the UK and a barrister in Zimbabwe as well. But at one point I studied social work, and we used to have a module on the tension between culture, values, and law. So I think I want to see a revisitation between the tension of international norms and culture on the other hand. Because I think when you go to certain parts of Africa where the doctrine of cultural relativism, sometimes I think when you refer to international norms, some governments, they don't listen to you. They would rather you approach the issue from a cultural lens or regional norms. But again, I think 2 weeks ago we had a discussion in Taiwan about the use of artificial intelligence in China, that some parts of the Chinese community actually accept that it is the government's duty to supervise people, to say that, well, this one is a naughty person, this one, how they use facial recognition technology to monitor people. Someone actually said some Chinese actually accept that, to say, no, this is normal, it's okay. But then someone yesterday from Taiwan said, no, that's not true. So certain cultures actually accept that maybe the government should punish us if you cross the road at the wrong, it's called jaywalking. Yeah, and maybe the camera captures you and puts the information into the database. So, thank you.
Yep. Okay, so now we're going to turn to our panelists. I'm going to ask you each to choose one question that you really want to respond to, and then we're going to go into your recommendations for UNESCO and the audience. Okay, so does anybody have a particular issue they want to respond to? Right here.
I think it's going to be pretty clear which one I'm going to respond to. So I think whenever we're talking about freedom of expression, fake news, etc., we have to set some very clear things first. The first is that the internet as a set of technologies is at its core, it's an extension of human consciousness. It is an extension of us. In other words, what happens on the internet, or what the internet facilitates, is not new. There's a book by a guy named Tom Standage, it's called The Victorian Internet, and he argues that the telegraph, it was just as revolutionary, if not more revolutionary, to communication than the internet has been. So whenever we're talking about something like free expression, first of all, we have to bear in mind there are limits to free expression. You cannot go into a room and just shout fire. That is illegal, at least in most of the contexts that I've ever been aware of. So there are of course limits to, certain kinds of limits to free expression. It's not a complete open thing. Number two, when it comes to quote unquote fake news, stop using that term. Everybody now stop using that term. It's misinformation, it's disinformation, or if we want to be really technical about it, it's propaganda. And that's existed since the day that humanity began speaking. As long as we have lies, we have the ability to spread them. The only thing the internet does is amplify our ability to spread those lies, and it does it quicker. So that means that when you see something being fact-checked, well, oftentimes the fact-check doesn't get the spotlight that the original comment did that may have been misleading, etc. So I think we have to bear that reality in mind, whenever we approach things from a regulatory point of view. We have to bear that reality in mind when we approach things from a technological point of view. We absolutely need collaboration whenever it comes to how that nexus of technology, regulation, user behavior is coming together. We need media literacy. That's a huge part. That's something that we haven't talked about yet. Digital media literacy, ICT literacy, it's huge for that. Not just for for the young, but also for the old or older, mature, as you want to call it. So a study just came out saying that that a lot of times the people most susceptible to misinformation, to disinformation, they're actually older. They're above the age of 45. So it just goes to show that there is a lot of individual need to recognize the power of our speech and to punish bad actors, whether it's well, I'm not going to advocate for necessarily kicking them off platforms, but that is a response. Whether or not that's the right one or not, it's a response. So we have to work together to do that appropriately. And I think we need to continue to draw from existing human rights standards and existing principles and existing standards that exist that deal with these kinds of issues.
That's great. So back to Samir's point about problem literacy. Fake news is not the term you want to use. That's the authoritarians have co-opted that to get at critics. It's junk news, propaganda, disinformation is what we're talking about. And as was just said, free expression is not an absolute right. There are legitimate, reasonable restrictions in service of free expression and democratic process. So it is workable. It's a very hard problem. Yeah.
Yes, just to follow up and also to answer the question with regards to culture versus international standards.
Yep.
So I fully agree and stress on what you just said, Michael, which is we need these universal principles which were not imposed, which were adhered, each state obligated itself with regards to these principles and human rights standards. The Universal Declaration has been signed by virtually, I think, every UN members today. So we cannot say we want to obligate ourselves and on the other hand put out the cultural or the ethical card, because there is as much culture that there is people in the world. So, and it goes back to what the lady was saying about, indeed, this relativity of governance. I mean, it's very comfortable for many governments to use certain arguments with regards to their specificity and their population specificity. I mean, I don't even know who defines that specificity in the first hand. But anyway, it's just to remind that these principles did not come out of nowhere. It's governments which sit down at some point in history with all their diversity. There were Western nations, there were Eastern nations, Northern and Southern nations. We may criticize that. I mean, there's still a lot to be done. But at least at some point in history, uniquely, people sat down and said, okay, this is the kind of values we want to agree and work on together. So I think it's really high time that we stop talking about cultural, not stop. It's important, cultural differences. I mean, don't misunderstand, but just arguing this when we talk about law doesn't make really a lot of sense, in my opinion.
So universal human rights do not require homogeneity. Diversity is possible, but there is a bottom line that's applicable to everybody. Yep. Samir?
Yeah, thank you. These are outstanding questions and comments. I think I want to just touch on two. The one about the idea that most of the data that we're talking about is just not relevant in huge parts of the population of the world, from the gentleman over there. I second that, and I think that's very troublesome. And I think too, an event that's happening right now in Barcelona, the Smart City Expo World Congress. For those who are familiar with or aren't familiar, that's a huge 20,000-person expo with a lot of technology companies courting a lot of potential customers in different parts, different sectors, including in governments. And I would suspect at this very moment there are companies based out of Western Europe, probably China, probably the United States, who are wooing a lot of other countries in emerging economies over lunch right now, convincing them that their machine detection technology is the best one in the world, when the data sets that it's being driven off of are not at all the ones that are reflective of the people in those communities. I think one of the, I'm skipping ahead to one of my recommendations because it links so well, but I think we all need to invest a little bit more in indigenous innovation around machine learning. It was mentioned earlier, but what's disappointing to me is that none of the companies at that expo right now are probably those hundreds of companies we saw in that slide earlier from sub-Saharan Africa, from different parts of Asia, who are working off of and are designing algorithms based off of local data. It might not be as much and it might not be as well refined, and it still probably needs some work to get to the level of sophistication as elsewhere. But I think if anyone in this room is considering investing in or partnering with technology companies, we could more actively invest in indigenous local innovation and skills around machine learning, which maybe would help to ensure that there's some interest and production of local data that can drive those algorithms.
Great. Great. Anybody have anything to say about the children consent issue? And consent is a problem for adults in the digital realm. Any insights on the children subject?
Well, that was the second one I was going to mention.
Okay,
so very quickly, I'm not sure this is exactly in line, but I'm very interested to talk more with the gentleman from UNICEF and others who asked about children's rights too. I think also to build someone mentioned media literacy, the confidence to discern fact from fiction. We've at IREX have been trying to do this for a while. We've been working in Ukraine for 20 years before fake news was all over the place, combating misinformation coming in from Russia with young people. And we've just started an experiment. It's a curriculum we've tested called Learn to Discern, specifically for children. So there's a video game, an online game we've created to help do this. And I think this is just meant to test whether we can build the confidence of young people. We're rolling it out in hundreds of schools across Ukraine now, to discern fact from fiction, which I think is part of the process. It does not address a lot of the challenges that you talked about, but it might be a step in the right direction.
Okay, so I think what we're going to do is we're going to go to the close and let each of our panelists share some recommendations. We pitched 4 questions. Each of you can pick which one you want to emphasize or give us a list of 4. We asked for what research needs to be done, what gaps in understanding do we have. Second, what normative recommendations would you make to technologists or policymakers? Third was, what practical activity would you recommend to this audience for reinforcing a human rights frame? And then last, specific recommendations for UNESCO in terms of where UNESCO can and must lead in this space. And I will start with Mohammed.
Let me first to answer the first question about maybe the research question. So I insist that the question is if the human rights laws is still relevant to protect human rights in general and refugee in particular, especially in the era of artificial intelligence. I think it's a very valid question, and we need to get answer for this question to know if so we can deal with the existing legal framework, or we need to adopt another or new legal framework, or we can make some amendments about the existing legal framework. About the recommendations for stakeholders and policymakers, I have to bring the issue of refugees in the agenda as a key point, not as like a divided issue, as a key question for the agenda of the advocacy and the strategy agenda. I think it's one of the important things. For UNESCO, let me now speak about the positive impact of AI, not the negative one. I think AI has a negative impact on human rights, especially in access to education. So I think UNESCO can play a key role to ensure that refugees have access to education, especially this person who live in camps in rural area.
Great. All right, Julie.
Thank you. So I think with regards to what should be done in terms of research, I think it's really high time that we start relying only on news revelations when it comes to how the AI can go wrong. I mean, most of the information that we get are through newspapers, which is very important, but they should be data-based and more in-depth research on indeed what is, what is good, but also how it can go wrong, especially in very sensitive environments. I think it's important in order to anticipate on the threats.
Great.
I have a few recommendations. The first one is, to me, the most obvious: open up algorithmic code. Open it up to public scrutiny, whether it be researchers, technologists. To me, to get a better understanding of how it works, to me, it should be no different than the way that operating systems are open to security researchers and others to look for flaws. I don't see why that should be any different for algorithmic code. Number two, a recommendation we created was journalists and the media should get better trained, should build capacity on how to better report on AI and machine learning and other kinds of technological advances, so that it kind of moves away from this image of killer robots and really talks more about how algorithms, bots, etc., are impacting human rights and individuals' access to information. And then for UNESCO, what I recommend, and this maybe be a research question as well, is use your clout to help facilitate multi-stakeholder conversations in line with the Rome principles that can help create inclusive solutions that respect human rights, but also at the same time do recognize the concerns as they relate to intellectual property. It is something that I recognize is there, but it's something I think there are solutions. Having said that, the last thing is, where are the platforms? I think whether big or small, these conversations are meaningful. Obviously, for UNESCO's purposes, they need to be in the room, and we need to have really constructive dialogue with them.
Great. Do you guys have a mic? So reporting, I love that idea, having the reporters take the onus of educating people in a cross-sector way about AI, because that's big, and themselves in the process.
Okay, in terms of what I think we need for research, I think it would be a taxonomy or an ontology of AI, so the different breeds of AI. So what we need to stop doing is thinking of AI as a monolith. I think that's not helping anybody. As some other panelists have said, there's a lot that's under the AI umbrella, like digital technology, Internet of Things. We should think of it rather as an ecosystem of decision making and not a single species. So that's the first thing. And then a couple normative recommendations, since I'm in that industry. First thing, I would ask maybe two questions. The first one is, what rights do we as human beings have when machines make decisions about us or for us? I think that's a really good starting question to talk about digital rights. And then also, another normative question is, how much should our data define us in the digital age? So how much is empiricism important in the way that we're governed in modern society? I think that's a really important question as we come to rely on the data that's collected as we walk through our daily lives. So that's it for me.
Great, great. Francois?
Just one final comment. And this is something that we haven't emphasized too much so far. So it's employment rights. As you know, UN Charter of Human Rights says that everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, and to protection against unemployment. These rights are certainly at risk right now because of the rising job insecurity due to the disruptive technologies in the workplace, owing to the emergence of Industry 4.0 and the convergence of AI, big data, automation, logistics, global supply chain, and so on and so forth. So as an institution, our responsibility is certainly not to slow the pace of technological innovation in the workplace, but to provide our students and workers as well with the right set of skills. Okay, so worker upskilling, I guess, will be needed. Rights to basic higher education is needed more than ever, but also lifelong learning becomes essential. Okay, and I think that our government should put in place measures to encourage lifelong education. We've talked about artificial intelligence quite extensively so far. I prefer to use the term augmented intelligence. I think that artificial intelligence should be viewed as having, an assistive role. It's not there to replace humans. And it's there to design, it's there to enhance human intelligence rather than replace it, which means that education should be competency-oriented, not job-related. Competencies such as critical thinking, coordination, social perceptiveness, active listening, adaptability, judgment, decision-making are needed more and more, and will make it happen.
Great, thank you. Samir.
So, downside of being last, everyone said what I was going to say, so I'll try something a bit different with audience participation. So, holding up your hand, 5 being most confident and familiar, 1 being least confident and familiar. If you could just raise your hand and describe, in your own definitions of the terms, how familiar you think you are with artificial intelligence or machine learning topics at a technical level. Yeah? So my recommendation, that was actually, wow, there's a lot of good familiarity in here.
A lot of 5s.
Yeah, a lot of 5s. So this won't apply to you then. But do whatever you can to go from whatever number you had to 1 more. And that could be just watch a TED Talk if you need to. It could be follow up with someone you met here and ask them what's the #1 paper or article I should read to surprise myself about something. I think if we as decision makers, people investing in the space, policymakers, thinkers around this, can build our own literacy to some extent in the technology, I think we might be better equipped to answer some of these very complex questions.
Okay, that was great. This was a really important foundational conversation, I think, for the UNESCO community, and I hope it continues in very serious vein. Thank you all for your attention. Now it's lunch.
Thank you very much, Eileen, for that very, very dynamic session. I would like to invite you all to have lunch with the thanks to the Mozilla Foundation for the lunch next door. And we will be back here at 2:05.
Actually get this tin can open. And the engineer says, oh, you just have to smash it with enough force against that rock. It will burst open, and we just, get back the food which is in there, and we'll eat it. And the other 2 start to think, and the physicists say, no, since we can light a fire, we're going to put it on the fire, and at some point the heat will generate pressure inside the can, it will explode, and then we'll have not only access to whatever food is in it, but it will be cooked at the same time. So the other 2 say it's a good idea. And then the economist hasn't said anything. So the other 2 turn to him, and the economist says, assume a can opener. And this is what economics is very much often described as. It's a set of assumptions. And when we look at artificial intelligence, we can do little more than assumptions. But it's also useful to look back at history. What are we really talking about, and what can be done about it? Are we trying to solve a problem that does not exist? Are we missing the real problems? What are the real impacts on what we do and what we might be doing in the future? And what are those that deserve our priority attention right now? So in the next 15 minutes, you're going to hear about Descartes, you're going to hear about a duck whose name is not Donald. You're going to hear about Kim Kardashian and Socrates. And if I miss mentioning any of those, you're entitled to raise your hand. This is why we have questions and answers, and say, Bruno, you did not mention the duck or anything else. So I try to start with Descartes. Okay. Cogito ergo sum, okay? I think, therefore I am. 17th century, somewhere in the middle of France. Descartes was an unusual philosopher and mathematician. As a day job, he was a soldier. He was a mercenary. That's what he was doing for life, okay? He was getting money by joining armies all over Europe. And that took him to what is now the Netherlands, that took him later to Bohemia. And he met a number of people and gathered new ideas and formulated very important ones, not only for mathematics, but also for philosophy. And basically is feeling that consciousness is the definition of being, is very much at the core of the debates around artificial intelligence. And there's no surprise in that, because it means that There's a philosophical dimension about it. There's a mathematical dimension, which is often crunched into a technological dimension. All these are part of the same kind of conundrum. We have to address all of those. We have to be aware of all of those because we cannot be specialists of all of those. So AI is typically an area in which each and every one of us will be expected to bring our own contribution, our own knowledge, our own concerns. But it's also an area on which we will have to rely on the knowledge, on the experience of others. It is, by definition, a multidisciplinary era. So if anybody comes to you and says, I am a specialist of artificial intelligence, don't believe them. This is an oxymoron. You have to combine so many talents that I cannot imagine, except for my wife maybe, anybody would have all of them together. So back to the economics dimension. The role of business, just to give a few figures, and we have a number of representatives from the business sector who I'm sure will have their own evidence to bring to the fore. But I'd like just to give one figure, because I don't want to overwhelm everyone with too many data. In 2017, that is yesterday, the amount of mergers and acquisitions involving artificial intelligence was $21.3 billion. Okay? Just another reminder, just one component, the M&A part is just a small part. But that's 26 times what it was the year before. So there is something exponential happening. There's something big happening in which business is clearly investing a lot of money. Now you might say business does not always make the best decisions or the more rational decisions, but if something is happening, it's always worth watching. The economics is not just about business, it's about international economics. China has made it clear that they want to be the world leader in artificial intelligence by 2030. And this is seen by many as a very credible ambition. If we see what has been happening and is happening in the area of quantum computing, which may be an important part of AI, indeed the Chinese claim carries some credibility. So, and all this is economics. So the business side, the country economy side are part of the game. And again, these are just two examples. The chain is clearly, what is really changing artificial intelligence is the chain that goes from IoT to big data to decision-making out of big data. But this can be presented, described in many, many different ways. I would like to insist on the ethical dimension, just to mention it, because I know you're going to address it in subsequent discussions, including today. The ethics dimension is very often presented as who is going to design and implement the governance of AI, with the understanding that ethics and ethical principles should be part and parcel, or probably a core part of that governance. But there are much more immediate ethical consequences of artificial intelligence. One of the most well-known examples, which has been heavily popularized, is about driverless cars. Okay? You instruct driverless cars to do this, this, and that, carry your passengers in all safety, respect all the rules, etc. And then you have to test that into real or virtual situations that could happen in real life. Okay? So a typical example is you arrive at this pedestrian crossing. You have two elderly people crossing, and you have the choice between actually running over these two people or steering on the side and probably killing the people who are your passengers. Okay. Ethical choice, what should you do? And clearly the rationale of the algorithm of the car will lead to a decision, one way or another. If indeed the idea is let's save the life of passengers, the idea was I run over these two elderly people. If the idea is save the knowledge Okay, where is the biggest amount of knowledge? Probably elder people like libraries, and they are to be preserved at all costs. That might be one criteria. Another one might be to say, oh, I have younger people in the car, and these are older people. Their lives is behind them. I would say the younger people. There might be all sorts of criteria. You might present it under ethical grounds. They might lead to different alternatives. But the calculation is based on an algorithm that itself will have a number of elements. These elements will very be often described as technical. My flag here is if I say 1 + 1 = 2, that may be an ethical statement. Okay? So let's not leave the layer of ethics at the upper level of AI. Let's consider what are the ethical consequences of very fundamental principles we accept at the very beginning of the AI chain. Again, I'm just flagging that because I know you will have further discussion on that, and I would like to focus on how do you build artificial intelligence. And I would like to mention the fact that indeed, is there anything new? Certainly not in the phrase. In 1732, okay? Not long after Descartes, a gentleman named Monsieur Vaucanson in Paris, not very far from here, about, I would say, half a mile from here, presented an innovation called le canard de Vaucanson. This is where the duck comes in. The canard didn't have a name, but we could have called him like Walt Disney's. And basically what Vaucanson was looking at was the ability to replicate with a machine the functions of a living organism. And the basic function he was looking at was digestion. Okay? Can you put food at one end of the mechanical duck, get some kind of process inside, and get the food being sorted out between rubbish and energy on the other side? That was the basic simplified equation. But it led to a number of debates about can we replicate all the organs of a living entity, including the brains. And at the time, people were looking at the possibility of mechanical intelligence that led to a large extent to the work by Pascal. And if you have time, I'd recommend a visit to the Musée du Conservatoire National des Arts et Métiers, where the first calculating machine, the first computer, so to speak, the Pascaline, is there. 15 were created, and we still have 9, I think, in the world in existence. It's a remarkable device. But it's a device that made people think that indeed a number of sophisticated functions, and that were at the time addition, subtraction, and multiplication, could be performed by machines. And the concept of how far can we go has never left thinkers at the time. The difference is that although Pascal built a real hardware piece of equipment, he's still labeled as a philosopher. That may be an indication of where we might be heading back soon, but I leave it at that. How does a machine approach the performance of a human brain? I leave aside all the discussions on neuronal networks and how you actually replicate some of the physical elaboration, what Stanislas Dehaene and others have been working at for several decades now, which is clearly something which is changing the world at a very, very rapid pace. I would like to focus on the machine aspect. Let's imagine for a minute that we are machines. Okay, and there are humans out there, and they don't like us very much. They make us, but they don't like us very much. They see themselves as the kings and queens of the world. How do we learn? We as machines, how are we going to amplify our knowledge and become more respected by these humans? This gets into the notion of what is learning. Is there a difference between human learning and machine learning? And when we talk about machine learning, the level at which we are now is very much about deep learning. That is not the kind of learning where you need a human to say, This is a rabbit, remember? This is the image of a rabbit. This is the image of a chicken. Okay, that was the first age of AI. The second age is I give you 20 million images of cats and dogs, and you make up your own mind, and you sort out your categories, and you tell me what comes out of it. And that's the way intelligence adds to intelligence. Is there going to be a rivalry between human learning and deep learning? And how far can deep learning go? We are seeing a critical change already. When a machine could beat Kasparov at chess, IBM's machine, compared to when AlphaGo beat a Chinese master of Go, there's a qualitative difference. The qualitative difference is that in the game of chess, you can push the horizon very, very far and evaluate every single possible combination. Go is so complex that the real masters rely a lot on intuition. They have to identify patterns and guess what might happen. The only way a machine can beat a master at Go is to be intuitive. It cannot be just a mere addition of algorithm, the mere evaluation of combination. That's a enormous qualitative step. What is fascinating, I don't know, is there any Go player in this room? One Go player? Yes. So those who know about Go know that it's very difficult not to start playing Go and becoming passionate about the game. It's a different vision of the world. You also know that intuition plays a big part, and that looking at the games played by masters is extremely exciting because you always learn something. When Kasparov lost in his game against Deep Blue, he didn't say, I learned something. He said, I play better next time. The reaction of the master and all the masters around was, nobody has ever played this way. That stone at that level on that intersection has never been played. So suddenly there's a whole new era that opens, even for the most passionate about the game, saying, wow, we are learning something. It's one of the first examples we have where humans say, the machine can teach us a few things from time to time. So that's a qualitative change. I believe that we're going to see that more and more, and not at the level of highly sophisticated Go players, but at the level of everyday production. Today, we see an increasing number of machines that use augmented reality, virtual reality. The software of this machine changes every day. So if you're an operator on these machines, you have to be ready to come in the morning, sit in front of your machine. It may be a screen, it may be actually a welding machine in a car factory or whatever. You are actually the master of the robots. But the software of the robots having improved overnight, in the morning you will have to learn a few things from them. They will tell you, this is the improvement I have undergone, I have brought to myself, or somebody has brought to myself, and I'm going to teach you how to use the new functionalities. I suffer the same trauma regularly driving my own car. I sit in my car, and from time to time there is a warning saying, oh, your software, my software has been upgraded to version XYZ. These are the new functions. Take a few minutes if you want to use them. So we will be learning from machines, and we have to get used to the idea. But there are four areas in which the learning process itself will change. And all of them have important consequences on the challenges raised by artificial intelligence. The first one is continuity. Continuity has to do with the fact that all areas that we may consider as distinct in our way of learning may become merged. What I mean by that is take mathematics and music, for instance. in ancient Greece, this used to be one single subject. You wanted to study mathematics, it was all about music, and the architecture of the universe was the 7 spheres, and each of them had a tone and a tonality, and the harmony was used in terms of what we would now call series, and harmonic series. So there's still a number of musical terms that have stayed in mathematics, but it used to be the same subject. Then it got separated. The point I'm making is that through the early teaching of coding, which will be equally important compared to writing, reading, speaking, etc., coding taught at an early age will be common to so many areas that it will act as a rejoinder between separate areas of knowledge that will no more be separate. So this idea of continuity has very important consequences in the way we teach our children, because it means that we better give them the skills they need to master very different areas. And this idea of generality versus specialization takes a different context in an age of AI. The second one, and I'll be very brief about the other three, is about separation. So you might see a distinction between separation on one hand and continuity on the other hand. Separation is the fact that we can more and more separate what machine can do from what humans should do. There is still a debate in many schools around the world, should you allow calculators in exams? And there are very good points saying, you should stimulate the mental agility of the kids, and if they cannot do a multiplication by hand or in their heads, they're losing something. True, but at the same time, there's so much more interesting things to do. So if we separate what we definitely are ready to leave to machines from what we consider as something which are really exciting, where we really want our young brains and older brains to be active, would be one way to do that. And that separation may fluctuate in time, but that's something worth considering as well. Third one is upskilling. The fact that we'll be learning from machines, that we're going to have to evolve our own abilities and allow them to adapt to our environment, is going to be critical vis-à-vis what is known as the future of work. We are seeing already a disappearance of salaried work. We are not anymore in the time where you would finish your studies and then start working. And even farther away from the time where you used to be employed by one company and would stay there for life. Not only our children will have 6, 10, 20 employers during their active lifetime, but many of their employers they will have at the same time. They will be free agents, working 3 hours a day for this one, 2 hours for that, on Sunday for a third one. Those will happen to be in different continents, and AI will be sitting in between, playing the role of a lubricant in many of these interrelationships. This notion of upskilling, therefore, is there forever. That is, education is not a time in our life. It's a lifelong experiment. And it's an exciting perspective, actually. It gives you the feeling to be alive longer. So we will always have something to learn every day. And skills will evolve. And skills will evolve not just in the sense of, okay, I am an electrical engineer, and I would like to become a computer engineer. It's today I'm an electrical engineer, tomorrow I'd like to be a nurse. Or tomorrow I'd like to be an artist. This difference in life is becoming feasible because the number of middle and lower levels of tasks are becoming empowered through artificial intelligence. So the future of work is part of that. And last but not least is explainability. AI-based decisions will need to be explainable. If you trust algorithms to make decisions, not just in self-driven cars, but to decide who is recruited in your company. It's been estimated lately that 70% of applications for new jobs are never read by human beings. They are never seen by human eyes. So there's 70% of applications that are machine read, discarded. It's only the rest that is passing the test and going to human eyes. This is generalizing. We see that in the media, in legal profession, in a number of other areas. It's going to increase. And we need to make sure that at any point, any citizen who says, hey, you didn't recruit me, why? Can get an answer to that why. So the notion of let's make algorithm explainable is critically important. There might be here a difference between what I would call the Anglo-Saxon view of AI and a more Latin view of AI, and I'm aware that I'm using cliches here, but having worked in many international organizations, I heard many cliches about the French, and they all have some truth in them. One of them is, it works in practice. Okay, but does it work in theory? Okay. Sounds familiar, right? But for AI, it's critically important. It's not enough to work in practice. We have to be able to take the steps back and say, this is why it works in practice. This is why this decision was the right decision. And that's not the easiest part. Read Cédric Villani's report to the French president about it, and he makes the point very, very clearly. So, because I promised to have leave a few minutes for questions and answers, I will stop here. Just like to mention one point. There are many challenges about artificial intelligence. One of them is to delink ourselves just from the phrase artificial intelligence and try to know what we are talking about. Okay? And there will be responsibilities, there will be interests, and some of these responsibilities and interests will be in conflict with each other. Within business, you will have conflicting interests. Within civil society, you will have conflicting interests. Within governments, you have conflicting interests. And between these categories, there will also be conflicts of interest. But I would argue that each and every one of us has to increase our knowledge. We have to be curious. We have to understand the part that we are less familiar with, because our opinions will matter. And in the end, we should be the one making the future of artificial intelligence and not any algorithm or any machine. So this is a call to arms. Let's be ready. Let's be competitive. Let's be aware that there are skills that would be very, very difficult to duplicate in the short run. If we are creative, in particular, if we are innovative, if we are cooperative, there are ways in which we can do something that will inspire respect from the machines and artificial intelligence. But again, I don't want to get deeper into that, and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Bruno, as usual, for your very innovative take on things, and I think you were very lucid and clear in the way you presented your thoughts. And we have very little time for Q&A, but I will take 3 hands up already, maximum 1 more, just out of compassion. Because as Bruno said, we must be able to explain the decisions that we make. So, you go first, sir.
A little unfair, it's the hardest question. I'm Mike Nelson with Cloudflare, and I had the privilege of going to the very first conference on infoethics that UNESCO held in 1995. And I stood up at that meeting and said, you talk about ethics and technology, whose ethics? Same question was asked on Monday, at another meeting here in Paris, and another meeting on Wednesday. Do you have an answer?
Not me. Mike and I met for the first time, what, 70 or something. So at the time you were in the White House, and Al Gore was vice president, and I remember there were ethics questions already about the international information infrastructure. So the questions have been there. They will always be there. But I think the way you formulate it summarizes very much the difficulty we have with it. show me a technology and I can touch it, basically. Okay? Even if it's cloud computing, it may be abstract, but there are tangible ways to describe it. Ethics is a set of principles, and there may be different bases of ethics. Even the mere notion of human rights, okay, which we may consider in this room as a very basic fundamental notion, can be disputed in other parts of the world or universes. So the level at which you want to debate ethics is clearly important. There will be conflicting notions. I believe that everybody is entitled to their own opinion, and that our own genes and history and culture lead us to lean one way or another. I would put freedom at the very core of the principles, but I would accept the idea that some others may not. And this is where we need to be very careful. Just one example of how this can feed into AI in invisible ways. Right now, and I'm quoting a Canadian study of a few months ago, the number of researchers involved in AI by gender is 1288. 12% are women. Okay, number of researchers. You might say, okay, we have that in IT, it's bad, it may reflect a question of taste, it may reflect other more serious issues where talent is not used where it should be used. The fact is that unconscious bias filters in the algorithm, and it's proved factually. It is measured. And it's not because the male want to skew the algorithm in favor of the males. They do it absolutely unconsciously. And you might say, well, if this is true for gender, it's probably true for religions, cultures, languages, etc. And these are unconscious. So we need to build the tools to check our own way of building ethics.
You mentioned the growing number of mergers and acquisitions, which is creating some very powerful companies that have a bigger GDP than some national economies. An OECD study on the digital transformation last year found that artificial intelligence was the area in which the number of patents was growing for the 2,000 top R&D companies. My question is, given that multinational companies are implanted around the world and that they tend to acquire their competitors, do you feel that there could be a risk of a monopolization of research? And if you do feel that that is a risk, what do you think some of the consequences could be?
I will have to give you the short answer, but you can imagine I'm very passionate about these issues. When we do the Global Innovation Index, we look at patents and distribution, etc. We see two things. We see exactly the phenomenon you just described, the bigger ones. We also see that the most innovative companies are not necessarily those that patent most. Typically, if you're a young entrepreneur in Silicon Valley and you have a startup, patenting takes time, takes money, it's complicated, especially if you aim at global markets. So these young people don't care about patenting. They do their thing, and you tell them, oh, you're going to be copied. Oh, yes, I'm going to be copied. But by that time, I will have sold, and I will have invented something else. So this dynamic of innovation in the psyche of the innovators is critically different, and AI is particularly striking. Yet, the danger of concentration, I would not say monopolization, I would say just concentration, that having a long tail phenomenon and a few star players, plays very much. But I would say it doesn't play as much because it's AI, and again, I'm being very short here, but because of the nature of the platform economy. The platform economy leads to natural monopolies. That can be demonstrated very clearly in economic terms, and because AI will be very much linked to platform economy, it is a bias that is there. So the short answer is yes, it's a big danger. I'm not concerned about it from the point of view of innovation. I think the bubbling of small micro-enterprises, startups, etc., will continue and will be encouraged because there's so many opportunities to grab. But indeed, in terms of the final economics, who reaps the benefits, how is the value shared, that concern should be one of ours.
I'd like to come to your fourth point on explainability. In a deeply learned system, is explainability something which a Frenchman says is possible in practice, but not in theory?
It could be a very, it's a possible definition. That is, we can imagine that we can justify every single decision. The reality is that many of these decisions, like in the example of Go, will be justified ex post. That's where the danger is. I cannot tell you that this decision, I cannot explain how this decision was taken, but I can probably tell you in 1 week, in 1 month, in 10 years, why it was the right decision.
But that might be too late if I've already gone to battle on the basis of that decision.
I would totally agree with you. It will be too late from a democracy, from a engagement point of view. It will create negative, Luddite kind of reactions against artificial intelligence. So it's the mission of our leaders, private and public, to also tell the public, hey, we are a little bit like apprentice sorcerers here. We have reasons to believe this is the right track, but we'll have to walk the way. As people say in Spanish, no hay camino, el camino se hace al andar. Okay? There's no path. The path is the one you make with each and every one of your steps. And in artificial intelligence, it's going to be a critical path. It's going to be a tough one, especially for that reason.
I think we'll close this session now, and before we get too late, thank you once again,
Just one. I don't want to take too much from Guy's time. I did not mention Socrates, and I did not mention Kim Kardashian. So for the sake of explainability, I need to tell you about Kim Kardashian. I don't want to point at anybody in particular. I would say the new ways in which television has evolved. If it could be a little less artificial and more intelligent, that would be good for everybody. And for Socrates, his principle of know yourself, gnotis eoton, is taking a new value today. There's not been so much of an acceleration in research on human brains, human psyche, especially of babies, since artificial intelligence became a perspective. So just the fact that artificial intelligence is rising allows us to want to learn more about ourselves, and that's a positive sign. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bruno Lanvin, for this very compelling keynote speech. We are running half an hour behind, so just to introduce the next session, which is session 3, on translating Rome principles into AI governance and practice through an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. This session will run from 3 to 4:15, and I'm very pleased to introduce Guy Berger, who's our Director for Freedom of Expression and Media Development at UNESCO, who will chair this session.
Thank you so much, Sasha. Hello, everybody. Bonjour, bienvenue. Last night, I turned up the brilliance button on my television set, but the content remained as stupid as ever. Roll on artificial intelligence. Now, we've got a great panel to speak about this initiative, and we're going to move fast to keep you alive. But in the beginning, we're also going to tell you a little bit about what this thing is about. Did anybody attend the session yesterday on artificial intelligence that UNESCO organized? Yes, I did. You've heard it all before. And do you remember what name I was given? Mr. Rome. Well, I hope you will all become members of the Rome family after this. So, Rome is the UNESCO framework for the Internet. Rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder. And I repeat again, rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder. Very easy to remember. So, this is a framework for the Internet agreed by the member states. And now we've also tried to say, well, let's get indicators to assess these. What is the situation of rights? What's the situation of openness, etc.? Now, we know that AI and the Internet are not the same things, but at the same time, we know that the Internet is the ecosystem of AI, because AI would not exist if it was not networked. And of course, what happens in the wider Internet impacts extremely on whatever AI development applications are going to be there. So this is to give you a context in which we think that it could be useful for you to think about AI questions using the Rome model. And when we start rolling out the studies, and there's evidence, scientific evidence about the state of openness, the state of accessibility, etc., that could be very useful for developing AI applications, AI ethics, and if you need it, AI laws. So let me tell you about our panel. The first speaker is going to be David Souter, who's a research associate at the Oxford Internet Institute, and formerly at the London School of Economics. And David has been the lead consultant working with the APC, Association for Progressive Communications, and others to help develop these indicators. He's going to just give you the quick overview about what the indicators are about. And it's up to you to help us say, well, could these be useful for understanding AI? Before he begins that, my colleague Jean-Hong Hu will tell you in 2 minutes how we develop these indicators. Please, Jean-Hong.
Guy just asked me 5 minutes ago to give the 2 minutes expression about the 18 months process. It's a mission impossible, but I try. So it has been 18 months. We have launched this global multi-stakeholder inclusive process to develop these indicators. This is not academic research, but we are really using a very innovative approach to it. So 3 phases. 1 phase, 2 phase, and 3, and number 3. So the number 1 and number 2, we call it global consultation online, offline. By offline, we mean that we are behaving like a traditional way. We organize 41 consultation workshops, events, along with IGF, or independently like a regional forum in 4 different continents. We have engaged with 2,000 experts across the world to help us what we can do, develop on these indicators. And by online, we have established an online platform in 6 UN official languages. We have received, how many? Let me remember, 350 submissions in written. Very serious. Many of them go up to 20, 30 pages. And also, I like to notice that we have received a written contribution from our member states, from governments, 60. That's a significant input to us. And at the last stage that we have used interactive document online to allow the interactive comments on our final draft. We also received 130 comments. And the phase 3, that is the pre-testing and piloting in 7 different countries, including Pakistan, Nigeria, Ecuador, and Brazil, Senegal, and Thailand. And now we are going to another mechanism. In addition to this, we have created a multi-advisory board consisting of 15 experts, leading experts, to have a regular meeting to look at the technical, scientific issues of the whole process and the research. Lastly, I think I already convinced you that it's a good practice of a multi-stakeholder approach. And I want to hand over floor to David. And also maybe my last word to David is that I really admire you. I think your brain functions much better than any AI, because imagine he has processed so many inputs, massive inputs. Now we got 300 indicators. Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. So the man who took the big data and turned it into the indicators, here he is.
Do I get the pictures working? So there should be some pictures here, I'm hoping. But I don't need pictures to talk, I really will wait to see if they come up. So I've been asked to talk for about 10 minutes to introduce the Internet Universality Indicators that UNESCO, with my involvement have been working on for the past 18 months or so, and to raise some issues about their potential relevance for artificial intelligence. So what I'd say to start with is this is an important new set of indicators. It is different from the kind of indices and indicators that are already out there, many of which are designed to compare countries with one another. These particular indicators are not for that purpose. They're for supporting the assessment of national internet environments by governments, by other stakeholders, by collaborative groups of different stakeholders, built around the objectives that arise from UNESCO's mandate to promote an open internet that facilitates human rights and sustainable development. And as Jean-Hong said, they've been prepared through an extensive consultation process. They'll be submitted for approval next week to the Council of UNESCO's International Programme for the Development of Communication. The idea of introducing them in this session is really for you to consider them as a possible resource that can contribute to thinking about the role and development of artificial intelligence in the context of UNESCO's mandate. How can decision-making processes concerned with artificial intelligence make use of this indicator framework? How can measurement of the evolving artificial intelligence environment use the model that they provide? So this is not an opportunity for me to talk about artificial intelligence, but to be much duller than that, much duller than Bruno, and merely say what we have done, what we have put together, and illustrate that for you, or hopefully illustrate it for you. So the roots of the project are twofold. Firstly, there is the Internet Universality Framework, which Guy has talked about, Mr. Rome, the Rome Framework. This was adopted by UNESCO's General Council a couple of years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and built around 4 core principles: that the Internet should be based on human rights, that it should be open to innovation and enterprise, that it should be accessible to all, and that it should be, the policies and implementation framework should be built around multi-stakeholder principles. So the 4 Rome principles, ROAM, rights, openness, accessibility to all, multi-stakeholder engagement. Now, these principles are obviously not only relevant to the internet, they're applicable, if you wish to apply them, to any aspect of what's often called the information society, which I myself now often refer to as the digital society, including artificial intelligence, and indeed applicable to other areas of public policy as well. Now, the second root of these indicators is UNESCO's established framework of media development indicators. They've been used in 30 countries or so over the past 10 years, and they address the more traditional media environment of broadcasting, journalism, telecommunications. UNESCO's General Council agreed that it would extend that approach to the Internet using the Internet Universality concept as the frame for doing that. And so that's where we got to how we are today, plus the very extensive consultation process. I have a little slide on it later too, which I'll just pass through when we get to it. So the result of the work that has been done over the past 18 months is an indicator framework which includes 5 categories. So there are 4 Rome categories and an additional group of cross-cutting indicators which are concerned with gender, with children, with sustainable development, with trust and security, and with legal and ethical aspects of the internet. And what's the purpose? To reiterate this, because I think this is important to understand. They're intended to help governments and other stakeholders to do 3 things. To develop a clear understanding of the national internet environments in which they're working. How are we doing? Yes, go back there. To assess how well that conforms to the commitment to rights, openness, accessibility and multi-stakeholder participation, and to develop policy approaches and practical interventions that will seek to achieve those goals. They're not intended, as I said before, to compare countries with one another or to provide league tables in the way that some other UN indicator sets are intended. This is a much more sophisticated and substantive goal which is related to improving outcomes at national level. Now, obviously, some countries are going to be better placed to provide data here than others, and our response to that is to have a very large number of indicators. So you may look at this and say, there are a lot of indicators here. There are many fewer in other indices and so on. But the reason for having a large number of indicators is to enable researchers to extract the evidence that is available in different countries. So in some countries this will be many of those indicators, but in others it will be relatively few. And in order to get a substantial enough body of evidence from all countries, you need to have this wide range within the indicator framework. So it's hoped that essentially they will provide a collage of evidence which enables greater understanding and better policy development. So UNESCO hopes this will contribute not just in the internet area, but also towards artificial intelligence. I'll quickly summarize the structure of the indicators first, and then say something about the particular areas. So there are 5 categories, and in each of those categories there are a number of themes, which are illustrated on this slide, and I'll come back to those later. Each of the themes contains a number of questions, and each question is associated with one or more indicators. So the indicators feed up into the questions, into responding to the questions which are objective questions, neutral questions, to provide an evidence base around those themes. Developing them, as Jianhong said, has been there's now a picture of me rather than a picture of my pictures. Okay. No, I can't do that. Imagine the pictures. So it's been a rigorous scientific process which has involved desk research, consultations, one on general principles, the second on a draft of the indicators, and validation through pre-testing and part pilot. So this is a really scientific process which has brought us to this set of indicators which it is hoped will be of great use. And UNESCO's hope here is that it will be possible for many researchers to use the entire framework. That was the project timeline. For many researchers to use the entire framework, but we've also developed a core indicator set, which is about 1/3 of the total framework, with indicators from each of the different themes within that. So that will be available for where resources are more constrained. And in terms of implementation, UNESCO believes it would be valuable for the research groups that implement these assessments using these indicators to be diverse in terms of stakeholder participation, and also diverse in terms of perspectives on the internet. So to avoid, say, the kind of confirmation bias that you might otherwise have. So different views around the internet should be participating within this framework. That would lead to a deeper, a more open understanding, a better understanding. It's hoped that some investigations will take place next year. But let me move on to the 5 categories and just say something briefly about each and why, the sort of areas in which you might like to think about their relevance to the artificial intelligence context. So the first of the 6 categories is to do with rights. This category includes essentially themes which are drawn from the Universal Declaration, from the International Covenants on Civil and Political Rights and Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and from associated agreements such as the Conventions on the Rights of Women and of Children. How do these relate to AI? Are there aspects of these that need more emphasis or less? For example, employment rights, which was mentioned in the last session. What particular implications are there for privacy in an artificial intelligence context? How more complex are the potential impacts arising for social, economic and cultural rights as AI is very broadly present, it becomes very broadly present across societies? The second theme is concerned with openness, including technical standards, and this is obviously particularly important in a context like AI, which is driven by innovation in technology. As one of the questions in this category puts it, how does the legal and regulatory framework encourage or constrain investment in innovation using all available technologies? So how do issues of openness address the different contexts of artificial intelligence, the different aspects of it, as were mentioned earlier, that it's not a homogeneity, the different contexts of different countries with different development experiences? how should a framework like this and the indicators in it deal with risks and potential harms associated with AI as well as opportunities? What implications are there, for example, concerning open data when almost everything is or can be digitized, open data being one of the 5 themes in this area? And the third category is to do with accessibility for all. This includes connectivity and affordability, equity, content, and capabilities. So what aspects of these will be most significant for artificial intelligence? Should more emphasis be placed, for example, on the competencies and capabilities dimension than might be necessary when you're only looking at the internet? The fourth area, or fourth category, is multi-stakeholder participation, and that obviously, as most people here I'm sure know, has become a core value within the internet policy environment. But how relevant are the internet models to the much more complex issues that are going to arise as AI develops, in particular around the intersections between artificial intelligence and economic, social, cultural, and political aspects of how our countries work, how international governance works? Is there best practice concerning the relationship between government and business here? What regulatory arrangements are appropriate and how will those change over time? How can non-commercial stakeholders be involved in decision-making by commercial organizations about their commercial interests, which is where a great deal of innovation in this area is taking place? And the fifth category is cross-cutting indicators, which in many ways may be the area that has most resonance in the AI context. So if we're considering AI through a lens that is concerned with issues such as rights and equity or openness and public policy, there are sure to be substantial implications relating to gender and to children, and even more so to sustainable development, to trust and security, and to legal and ethical dimensions of the way in which the digital society evolves. One of the questions in this category puts it like this: does the government have a long-term strategy to address new developments in information technology and incorporate these in development? Is addressing the relationship between issues such as AI and sustainable development. So that's a brief summary. I think these themes, and particularly the ones in the cross-cutting section, seem to me to be likely to be more, not less relevant to artificial intelligence than they are to the internet. And it could well be worth paying attention to them as a possible frame of reference for thinking through some of the issues around the overall context of artificial intelligence and how it fits within those UNESCO priority areas: rights, openness, accessibility, multi-stakeholder participation, and sustainable development. That's, I think, more or less it. I mean, I hope this has been of some use in trying to kind of set a frame for the discussion. I've tried to be non-controversial, which is unusual for me, but and it's certainly less exciting than what's happening back in my home capital at the moment. This is the second time I've spoken in Paris while my national government has disintegrated around me. So,
David, thank you, David. That was fantastic. I hope more ministers haven't resigned in the space of your speech, because they should have been watching your speech on the live stream. Okay, our first speaker, and let me just explain. I've got 2 questions, and I'm going to say to our speakers no more than 3 minutes, and I'm really going to be authoritarian by 3 minutes. So I'll go through the 2 rounds, 2 questions, and then it's over to you, and then we'll have final words from our speakers. So first speaker is Dr. Małgorzata Bielenia, who's an assistant professor, University of Business Administration in Gdynia in Poland. So I'm going to ask you the first question, as I will ask the others, and this first question is, so you've heard about the framework, you've heard that we want to use this framework with indicators to get evidence, which we hope can help inform policy recommendations. And I know that you want to comment particularly on how would rights and the issue of rights impact on AI issues.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for invitation. And the indicator framework, which is proposed by UNESCO, is structured, as it was said, around the 4 Rome principles, yes? and alongside cross-cutting indicators. And it should be treated as a research toolkit. It can be used either holistically or through the component parts. For example, selections from it can also be used to more
in the Open Government Partnership. So, Paul, this framework and the emphasis on O, and if we have the indicators for O and we produce evidence on the O, how can it impact on AI and the work that you do through OGP, Open Government Partnership?
Thanks. So the core idea of open government is that if you open up government to public input and oversight, you get better government, you get more credible government. And I think that's where it links to some of these indicators. And I'll come back to that. The idea of having the 4 principles aligns well with the 4 principles that underlie open government. So where you have Rome, we have technology, accountability, transparency, and participation. But in the first few years, we saw the countries that are part of OGP, so there are 80 countries part of the partnership, especially make reforms and commitments around transparency, so the open, and technology, but way less on participation and accountability. Only now, after 7 years, we see them catch up and make commitments around accountability and participation. So what I want to say with that is that the countries that are part of our partnership and that are, in a way, committed to be progressive and do things differently, they need time to catch up with some of these new things. And it wouldn't be different for artificial intelligence. Although we have a few countries in the mix now, like France, like Denmark, like Australia, that are making ambitious commitments around artificial intelligence. For example, France around opening up algorithms. But as we heard this morning, just opening up the algorithms is just one of the steps. So let me give you one concrete example, and then I hand back to you. From the open data scene to sort of give an idea of how that works and how things have to come together. So I'm taking you to the Ukraine, where the public procurement was fully captured by oligarchs with high levels of corruption. And what happened there is, and there's a multi-stakeholder element, is that tech-savvy activists teamed up with government reformers to use already publicly available data to create a number of platforms to open up the procurement process. They called it ProZorro. And what it did is the logical thing. It saved a lot of money, but much more important, because it was a multi-stakeholder effort of government, private sector, and civil society, it had a number of side effects which are interesting for this conversation. It led to more trust in the private sector. They saw a level playing field being shaped where normally they could not access government contracts. But civil society tapped onto it with 2 interesting things, and I'll close with that. One is they created a platform that gave citizens the opportunity to monitor the contracts. So government was much more transparent in opening up the contracts, which led to more suppliers, but then citizens got the opportunity to help monitor. The same effort created a machine learning algorithm approach to early on signaling potential frauds and mistakes in the procurement process. So this shows that open government, which very much started with open, very much started with technology, has come full circle to realize that it has the realities of the world are much more complex. You have to look at these things holistically. You have to look at them through openness, transparency, participation, technology, bringing it all together, and not being naive about just the positive side, the potential of these things. Final sentence, I think the strength of the principles, of the Rome principles, is not just that it will help us monitor things. I think what it will help, hopefully will help us do, is trigger policy reforms and trigger actions. The fact that you're going to measure certain things, and the beauty is it's not just technocratic, but it's also looking at values and rights, will trigger and spur governments to take action.
Thank you so much, Paul. It made me just think that this experience of AI and open government, I wonder to what extent AI could play a role in keeping open markets in AI. That's an interesting challenge. I mean, governments are traditionally fairly closed, and yet you see this, and markets we know tend towards dominance of certain players. Can the markets where the dominant players are dominant in AI, can AI be used to open up those markets? Very interesting. So let's move on. I had actually planned originally to have another speaker, but I'm going to save him for last because he's not least, but he has a very interesting overview. So I'm going to move straight to Matthias Spielkamp, who's founder and executive director of Algorithm Watch. And he also, where is he? Here he is. He has some thoughts about this framework and the work you do and algorithms and AI. So over to you.
Thank you very much. And the question you posed was whether the Rome framework can be helpful in doing an impact assessment on AI. And I think it can be tremendously helpful, but only if we overcome the framework of AI itself. And that sounds a little ridiculous in a place like this and in a discussion like this, but I'm serious about that because AI lumps too many things together. And by that, it stops being meaningful as a concept. What do I mean by that? If we are talking about a citizen scoring system, that's something different from an automated car, that's something different from medical diagnosis that is run on a neural network, that is something different from credit scoring. So it doesn't really make sense to talk about AI as a general principle and assessing the impact, because it would be like talking about assessing the impact of mathematics or statistics, and no one would probably come up with that idea. So what we need to do is change our focus and look at these concrete examples of where systems of automated decision-making or decision support are being used that have an impact on individuals or societies. You know, there are collective issues here that are at stake as well, not just individual rights, but both of them are equally important. And that also differs from other applications of neural networks and deep learning and whatever you want to call it, because, you know, we just call it AI because we don't have a better name for it, because we are not interested in assessing the impact of a predictive maintenance system for a candy bar production line, right? I mean, this is not what we are interested about, not in this room, right? So the plea is to sort of get over this general debate on AI and how we can assess the impact and look at the specific examples of what they're being used for. And there, the indicators and the framework can be tremendously helpful, as I said before, and I'll use two examples. One is freedom of speech. You know, this is very close to UNESCO's heart, and it's very important, and it's very close to my heart as well. And if we're, for example, talking about automated content moderation, that is something that hasn't been really useful or possible a couple of years ago, and now it apparently is, and some people argue that companies should use that. Some people argue that governments should force companies to use that, and we need to make an impact assessment of what that means for this whole idea of freedom of speech, and whether there will be over-blocking as a result of that, and whether these systems can ever be able to distinguish parody from libel and things like that. And the other example is openness, where we have situations like in the United States, it was already mentioned, risk assessment of criminals, and the US Supreme Court denied an appeal of the Wisconsin Supreme Court, to a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision on providing more openness about how the risk assessment system COMPASS works. So you can see how hotly debated that is. And another example is in Germany, where there's a dominant company that uses credit scoring, and the highest German court also there denied a case by a woman who wanted to know more about the logic of the credit scoring that is being used there. So yes, we can really use, it's very useful that Rome framework, but we need to get away from debating AI in general.
Thank you so much, Matthias. you mentioned automated content moderation, and some people here saw the other night the movie at IGF called The Cleaners. Anybody seen it? The Cleaners? Very powerful movie about what it means to be employed in the Philippines by an outsourced company that is, your job is to look at the worst of humanity on the internet and decide what goes and what stays. And the question is, okay, if the alternative is that to automation, what are the risks of automation of doing this stuff? But there certainly must be ways in which the burden on these human content moderators has to be dealt with. And these are people that work on their own. They have to, individuals, they're making decisions on 25,000 photos a day, many of which are quite horrendous. So I did see in the Montreal Declaration on Artificial Intelligence, they mentioned the relevance of AI to abattoirs. I thought, wow, okay. And I don't quite know what the reason was, but is this to spare humans the moral burden of slaughtering animals, that you use AI to decide when the animal's ready to die? I don't know. But anyway, we have humans who are moderating, and it's not a perfect system by any means for the people involved or for the outcomes. And can AI help there without supplanting human decision-making and without putting such a burden on these poor people? Well, that brings me to Elodie Vial from Reporters Sans Frontières, because they are very big on the question of the world's leading advocacy organization, freedom of expression in the civil society. They're very big on things like what are the risks of moderation, human or automated. And I think that I'd like to hear from Elodie. So this question of this framework, if we can use it to create data, to what extent can impact be made to improve practices, such as freedom of expression, which is a key concern of Reporters Sans Frontières?
Yes, I want to introduce, thanks Guy and UNESCO for the invitation. And I want to mention two initiatives today we are working on. Sorry if you already attended the panel yesterday, the Journalism Trust Initiative and the Declaration on Information and Democracy. But before that, I want to show, yes, once again, the World Freedom of the Press Index. Thanks a lot. I think this is very important. Julie Oweno from Internet Sans Frontières told it this morning. Okay, if you want to stay like that, thank you. Because this map is increasingly dark today. And this is the global context we are facing. And more journalists were killed worldwide in connection with their work in the first 9 months of 2018 than in all 2017. We were previously mentioning China. They want to be the leader in the AI race. They want to be the winner of this race by 2030. Today in China, more than 50 bloggers and journalists are in jail in conditions that pose a direct threat for their lives. So we have to pay attention to that, and it's totally connected to the debate we have now, because prior to physical violence, there is verbal violence, online violence, violence related to using new technologies as well. And at Reporters Without Borders, we monitor these online attacks against the journalists, amplified by bots and armies of trolls. Those attacks are aimed at let's say, silencing journalists and independent voices. So we're talking about the framework, and we think that we need new tools, new principles. And that is why we are today launching an appeal for an international pledge on information and democracy, and we want the civil society to join this appeal. It's an appeal based on the principles presented in this declaration, a declaration which was written by an international and independent commission, and this declaration follows Rome indicators set up by UNESCO, because this is a multi-stakeholders initiative for an open internet, and it defines the global information and communication space as a common good for humankind. It affirms journalism's social function, which is of course very important for us, but this is a function that justifies special efforts to ensure its financial visibility. And this declaration also defends the right to information in a digital world where information is drawn, the journalistic content is watered down into the algorithmic distribution of information. So this is the initiative. We have another project, and I will be happy to talk more about it, but I know that time is running, which is the Journalism Trust Initiative, aimed at setting a shared standard within the media community, and it's a multi-stakeholders initiative as well.
Thank you, Elodie. So indeed, as Matthias said, and as many people said, we're talking about many things, and Elodie's highlighted some of these aspects of AI that intersect very much with this issue of freedom of expression and the right to information. So your voice is so important in these debates. Now, the beauty of working for UNESCO is that we actually get to work with fantastic people. Now, is Constance Bommela here from ISOC? No. Anyway, Constance is one of them. She was the one who helped us get this concept in the first place, ROAM. Okay, so you could call her the mother. She's ISOC. She was the mother of this Rome. Now, the father, I could say, is Alexander Barbosa, because he was the one, he's the head of CETIC.br, which is a UNESCO institute in Sao Paulo. He was the one who, way back, probably 8 years ago, started helping us do research in this area and also begin to develop a way of operationalizing this Rome framework. And more recently, in the past year, Brazil has been involved in pre-testing these indicators and piloting them. So he's going to tell us a little bit about AI, the indicators, the experience of Brazil. But I also want to signal somebody else before he comes. If I've mentioned the mother and the father of Rome indicators, I want to mention the auntie, the aunt sitting over there, Christine Merkel from the German National Commission, who has stood up in UNESCO and said, this is a great idea, please continue with it. So thank you, Christine. Without your political support, we wouldn't probably be here today. So let's go to the father of the Rome concept. Dad, please, speak to us.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for saying that. But I think that the paternity is shared paternity with many, many people. But I really appreciate this opportunity to share some thoughts from the Brazilian experience in implementing not only the pre-test of this framework, but also the pilot that we have just finished last August. As we all know by now that AI, the debate around AI in the past was limited to computer scientists. And I will review my age now because 30 years ago, a little bit more, end of the 70s, I was doing my master in computer science. I'm an engineer. And I was dealing with the AI debate, but purely technical. And today, AI it's a multi-dimension and multi-layered phenomena, touching other areas of knowledge, such as psychology, social sciences, ethics and economics, philosophy, and so many other areas. So the Rome framework also is very aligned with this idea of multidimensionality. So, and that's why I believe that, yes, and I agree with Matthias that we have some concerns about the applicability of the Rome framework for assessing impact.
Thank you. Okay, We have somebody here.
The question is for all the panel, but for you too. What's next from Rome? Because you are setting these indicators. What's next? Do we need something like a treaty, international treaty about these kind of things? What's next?
Thank you. Okay. Okay. I'll take some of those, and some of the speakers may respond to them. But I'm going to move to the second question, which is partial response, and then we'll wrap up also addressing the particular things about UNESCO. So then I'm going to ask our people their second question, and we're doing okay for time, but they have to be very tight now. So my inner dictator will really be able to surface if they are not tight. One of the key things, I think, coming out of this model is multi-stakeholder participation, as David said. And to what extent, and this is part of the follow-up, to what extent can countries or regions or the international system develop multi-stakeholder frameworks to discuss these complex AI issues? I think everybody agrees that if you have unilateral power making decisions about such important questions, we're going to get problems. On the other hand, to get people to put the time, the resource, and the expertise and the goodwill into multi-stakeholder dialogue around these, whether you speak about companies consulting with users or governments consulting within each other between commerce and military, whether you have governments consulting with society, civil society, these are big questions. How can we institutionalize, if not constitutionalize, the question of multi-stakeholder participation around AI? So, Margarita, please, give us your view on this.
So in my opinion, the most complex and important issue nowadays that relates to the open and multi-stakeholder approach at national and international levels is cybersecurity. Inclusive or multi-shareholder cybersecurity approaches to policy making are, of course, not new. But the multi-stakeholder approach, in order to tackle with the complexity of artificial intelligence, needs to focus on 4 characteristics that are central to ensure effective stakeholder engagement. So these are open and accessible, inclusive of stakeholders' views, consensus-driven, and the last, transparent and accountable.
Super. You know, Margarita, I don't know if you're aware of, UNESCO has just released a book on multi-stakeholder participation with exactly these principles. It's written by Henri van der Spey, who was here, and she got 4 case studies of Brazil, Kenya. There's a copy over there. If anybody wants copies, I hope my colleague Justin has. But it's a great book, and thank you for echoing these principles, which are not specific to UNESCO. They're fundamental if you want multi-stakeholder practice to be successful.
I can also say a few words about the first stage, the philosophy.
Okay, thank you. Paul.
Thanks. So OGP was created in 2011 in a way as a reaction to some of the traditional things not working, traditional multilateralism, traditional diplomacy. So it was shaped as a multilateral thing, and I think it's important because we can learn a lot from it, what works and doesn't work. So it was fully designed as a domestic mechanism where, at the domestic level, government, civil society, private sector, whoever you need, in some countries it's parliaments, in other countries it's the Audit Institute or the Ombudsman, come together to discuss what type of reforms they want to implement. And they work together on the formulation of the priorities, on the implementation, and on the monitoring. And that's an interesting model that we've seen work, not just because the inclusiveness is important for a matter of principle, but actually because you get better government by doing it, and you get decisions that have more support in society and across the institutions. Now, if you turn that to technology and the governance of technology, I think this has been a very important week this week here in Paris, where President Macron basically took the initiative of creating and being inspired, I think, by the climate change, the climate deal process, a new way of multilateralism, inclusive, agile, responsive, very different from what we've seen. And what he's been initiating at the Peace Forum, but also at the GovTech Summit and IGF this week, is that to tackle some of the most persistent problems that we are seeing now, whether it's climate or technology or migration, we need a different approach. And I think there's a very important lessons to learn from it. And I think the pledge that Elodie was referring to, the campaign that the Web Foundation is starting, there's another one around digital democracy charter that's being launched. All of them, in a way, call on the private sector, the governments, and civil society to sign up, to team up, and to work on it. And why it's important, and I'll close on that, is if you see some of these things as a chess game, I think we've been partly naive the last couple of years by focusing on the positive, on the opportunities. But in a chess game, it's not just the white pieces moving, it's also the black pieces moving. And when it comes to technology governance, it's very important to also pay attention to the black pieces.
Thank you. Okay, let's ask Matthias.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I've been coming to the IGF for quite a long time. And as was said before today, this is day 0 of 2018's IGF, right? So it's very important to point to the fact that we have a global multi-stakeholder system for debating and discussing the questions of how to govern the Internet. Now, I would at any time claim that the Internet is not a less complex challenge to govern than something that we call AI, right? Also, many of the challenges are similar in the sense that when we are talking about these developments, they are cross-border. They are not confined to nations. So I do see that there's a need for multi-stakeholder engagement on the national level, but of course at the same time I see that when we're discussing these issues here, there's also a need for a debate on the global level. And I would, I'm a little skeptical about the many new initiatives that are popping up left and right, because they might be well-intended, but the question in the end, of course, is whether they take away from the focus of places where there is actually, where the stakeholders actually meet and can discuss these things. And I'll just give you one example. There was Tim Berners-Lee launch of this idea of a contract on the Internet, or whatever it's called, and it was launched in Lisbon at this web summit. And I talked to many people here at IGF, and no one had ever heard of the Web Summit, right? And they claim that there are 70,000 people going there, and then there's another community that says, oh, the Web Summit, yeah, it's huge, it's a big deal. But these communities are apparently completely disconnected. And my vote would be for debating these challenges that we're facing here at the Internet Governance Forum and strengthening the Internet Governance Forum to do that, and not creating some new venues for that, because it's not going to be productive.
Thank you. So your message is civil society needs to get united in its multi-stakeholder, internal multi-stakeholder thing. Well, let's move to Elodie and hear her comments. How can we strengthen a multi-stakeholder approach to
Yes,
these?
okay. Yes, so I think that today when I was talking about new principles, meaning that we need to base our thoughts on human rights text and indicators we've just discussed, but of course we need to update it in the way that today public space of information and communication is shaped by private actors. And we need more checks and balances. It doesn't mean that we need to pressure them too much in a way that at the end of the day it will lead to over censorship. But what we want is a multi-stakeholder approach. With this declaration I was mentioning on information and democracy, and please go and visit our website to have a look. It's like you were mentioning the process on the climate. Today we need a kind of IPCC, maybe a kind of similar process for information, and to protect this global and new public space of information and communication. This is what we think. The goal is not to reinvent the wheel, of course, and the Internet Governance Forum is the place we choose, and the Paris Peace Forum to launch, for instance, our initiative. And we think that it has to be something between when it comes to information, publishers, editors, media outlets, representatives of journalist associations, consumers associations, readers as well, and platforms have to be included. And this is what we are working on within the Journalism Trust Initiative. We are working on ethics, we're working on process of productions of information, we're working on independence, and we have a technical task force in charge of implementing all those criteria. And UNESCO is part of the discussion and will be part of the discussion again and again. So yes, I don't know if you want to precise something, but
no, I think that's
to discuss it with you.
Thank you. David, you wanted to make a comment quickly. Sorry, Elodie, pass it back.
But just maybe to add a couple of points which may seem a little more controversial, but I want to go back to some work I did for the Internet Society about 7 or 8 years ago, designing a framework for analyzing national Internet governance environments. And at the center of that was trying to disaggregate the stakeholder communities, so that to try and see them not just as 4 or 5 stakeholder groups, but to consider the differences within those, so the different interests of different government departments, for example, or the differences between the supply side of the Internet world and the demand side of business, the businesses that use the Internet rather than providing it, or the different interests of individuals as citizens and as consumers. And there is, in fact, much greater complexity about stakeholders here. So I think there are 2 things that have particularly worried me about much of the way in which multi-stakeholderism has evolved, or perhaps I'm saying not evolved, is that it hasn't taken sufficient account of that complexity and diversity of stakeholder groups, and that as a result, there are important stakeholder groups that are missing from the discussions. And I think the other is that it had a tendency to it's had a tendency to kind of stick to the things that have been done in the past, and been insufficiently open to thinking about, well, actually something that worked when the Internet was small and not terribly important isn't necessarily going to be the right way to do things when the Internet is extremely large and extremely important across the whole of economy, society, and culture. So I think we need multi-stakeholderism that's open to really quite radical rethinking. As I think of one phrase that one of the big names in the early days of the Internet put to me in an interview once: the Internet's a passing phase, he said. We need to think of what it's going to be, not what it was, as the root of how we think about Internet policy. And I think that's important.
So I think certainly it was mentioned here, the 0 day and day 0, sorry. Who here knows about 0 day exploits? Okay, good. Well, I think we're at a time of AI. It's kind of 0 day. We don't know how it's going to be exploited. We don't know its vulnerabilities. It's exactly the forward-looking kind of issue that we need more multi-stakeholder discussions on in a very nuanced way, like David's saying. And I think one of the challenges that we've been surfacing here is you have a distributed landscape of all this stuff, and you have a distributed landscape of multi-stakeholder institutions and practices. And how do we stop fragmentation and duplication, and how do we cater for the extra-national level, and which Elodie touched on also. But now the national level is particularly interesting as well, because the national level, which is where these indicators are supposed to apply, this is, for Brazil, a very interesting experience, because you had a process, the Marco Civil, I hope people know about it. Should you have a Marco Civil on AI in the Brazilian context? What's your thinking about this issue, about institutionalizing or constitutionalizing processes for multi-stakeholderism around AI?
Well, I think that due to the complexity of AI, I started my first intervention mentioning the multidimensional and multi-layered nature of AI. I think that open and inclusive multi-stakeholder model to approach AI is crucial. And coming from a country where we have now 20 years of successful internet governance model based on a multi-stakeholder approach, I would say that the same would apply for AI. And because, you know, if you take the industry, for instance, for AI related applications, they may not even want to have a multi-stakeholder debate around AI. But this is crucial so that we can have a voice to impose, not to impose, but to guide how the industry should design more ethical and human rights-based type of applications, based on personal data protection, etc. We know that now with the Internet of Things, we have the Internet of Toys, where kids are providing data about themselves, photographs and everything about their life to an application. So where is the ethical? We don't know. We don't know the algorithms and everything. But I think that this is crucial. In terms of having a similar thing that we have in many countries in terms of Bill of Rights on the Internet, maybe it should be a good practice to have something similar on AI principles at the national level. But I really think that it's crucial that UNESCO could take the lead along with other international organizations in trying to promote this debate on the need of a multi-stakeholder mechanism around AI. And we are just in the beginning of AI. The socio-economic implications are going to be very, very big. So my answer to your question is yes, we should have it.
Good, thank you. Well, there's some challenges about the role of UNESCO. I'm sure Moez, the ADG, will address some of them when we come back. But I do think that one point that comes out of this is we also have to think of AI in all its different, going from the general to the particular to the more particular. There are some things taking place in the UN system. For example, in Geneva, there are talks between states about autonomous lethal weapons. And maybe that kind of thing will result in some kind of elaboration of some international convention. People here know, of course, Microsoft has been calling for something along these lines as well. So there are some things in some applications, but there's a huge amount popping all over the place. And there's certainly not enough happening with, for example, the design of toys and the users of toys and the regulation of toys. And these are enormous issues. So I think that as far as UNESCO goes, earlier today people were speaking about ethics and laws, and I think UNESCO can play a role in between those. Of course, UNESCO can contribute ethical frameworks, but ethical frameworks, we don't, as UNESCO, tell the military security industry what to do. It's not our beat. We don't tell the pharmaceutical industry what to do. It's not UNESCO's beat. That's more World Health Organization. We don't tell the big internet companies and data companies what to do. So if we come with ethics, we have to say, okay, well, who are the ethics for as regards AI? Can we impact on judges, because we're training judges a lot on freedom of expression? Can we impact on teachers and educators? Can we impact on scientists? Because those are constituencies where UNESCO can impact on ethics. But I think where UNESCO can also impact is on norms, because norms are what shape ethics and norms are what shape law, if you're going to have law on these questions. And I think norms about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable can be extremely powerful, and that's where I think a group like UNESCO could really make a difference, at least by surfacing these and encouraging the norm of multi-stakeholder participation around this AI question, which we hope can be further illuminated by the research that will be done on these indicators. If anyone is interested in your country putting together a committee of stakeholders in your country who want to apply these indicators, particularly with an AI twist, please, do get in touch with us. We're there to support you. It's a voluntary tool. Nobody's forced to do it. We're not going to do it in every country, although we would like to, but that's unrealistic. We don't have the resources for that. But it could be very useful for, I think, taking forward AI. And we do have to not just talk about the issues, we have to try and institutionalize systems to deal with these. And multi-stakeholder systems is clearly the way to go. So with that, I think I'm going to end off and thank our fantastic panel, and also thank Zhan Hong and Jocelyn for organizing this, and I hope I haven't left anybody else. And to thank also Mozilla and ISOC for co-hosting this. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, guys, for that very inspiring session. We will have a coffee break for the next 10 minutes, and then we will come back for our second keynote, which will be Yaniv Gelnik from Zipline, who will blow your mind. Again, thanks to the generosity of Mozilla. It's my great pleasure now to introduce our second keynote, Yaniv Gelnik, who is Chief Strategist and Global Business Development Lead at Zipline. How many of you have heard about Zipline? Good, a couple of hands in the room. So we'll be learning more about what Yaniv is doing. Pardon? Not that kind of zip line. Although I'm sure Yaniv is very good at that. He also has a very hidden talent as one of the best West African dancers of Mondang dance I've ever seen. And so I'm sure he could probably do that on the zip line as well. But Zipline is a company coming out of Silicon Valley that is doing very innovative work using AI technology for drone-based delivery of blood in Rwanda. And they are now currently scaling up to other areas across Africa and the world. And he will be talking about how this AI technology is applied in the framework of delivery services in least developed countries, but also looking at how this can be applied to other areas of work that UNESCO works in, including World Heritage. So without further ado, thank you, Yaniv, for being with us today.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. My name is Yaniv. I am responsible for business development at Zipline, and very happy to talk to you about what we're doing, and hopefully it resonates. Hopefully it's interesting. So what is the problem that we're really trying to solve? Logistics in general, especially around health products, doesn't work. It doesn't work in the developed world or the developing world. And so this is actually just from this week. You can see that the Médecins Sans Frontières in Congo are not able to get the Ebola medicine to where they need. And this is actually a case where they have plenty of money. Everybody knows about the problem, and still it doesn't work. So you can imagine how we deal with emergency logistics in countries that we aren't necessarily paying attention to today. So that's the first problem. The road terrestrial infrastructure just doesn't work for logistics. The second problem is that everything is always stocked out. 88.5% of the clinics in Kenya, where I've lived until 2 weeks ago, now I live here, but 88.5% of the clinics are stocked out of essential life-saving medicines. People just stop going to the clinics. They wait till they get really, really sick, then they have to go to the hospitals, and that's much more expensive. It's a problem. It doesn't work. Also, what you see on the left here is a bunch of medicine. It's about $25 million worth of medicine that Tanzania had to throw out because logistics just weren't efficient enough to move the cold chain stuff through the system. The refrigerators don't really stay cold. And even when it gets there, they're just going to put it in this blue cooler. So it doesn't actually work. So cold chain logistics in most of the developing world doesn't work. And even in the developed world. For example, I come originally from Israel. There's parts of Israel where platelets simply are not available. You actually have to take a taxi for 6 hours north through the desert to get platelets in Israel. It's crazy. And then, of course, no country has a good enough solution to rapid response when it comes to mass casualty. If you imagine any kind of place where you've got a lot of injured people, imagine a bus having an accident. An ambulance shows up, maybe after a couple of hours, depending on where it is, maybe very quickly. But an ambulance can only take care of 2 people, and they don't carry blood. Imagine if they had access to an unlimited amount of medical commodities in real time so they could stabilize all the patients before they send them back to the hospital. So that really brought the question, what happens if we just forget about the roads and just try to go a different route? Well, there is a solution. We could have drones flying around and moving things around, but any government would be crazy to let us do this. I mean, not only do we not have pilots in the drones because they're small, but even if you did have a pilot on the ground, can you really have a pilot flying each of these drones in a way that they're not going to hit other drones, in a way that they're not going to conflict with manned aircraft? And that's really where artificial intelligence came in. Zipline is the first company in the world to run a completely autonomous logistics system, and we do it with drones. And all of that is powered, of course, by AI. So what I'm going to talk to you about today is what we've done so far, some of our successes, some of our learnings, and I'm going to try to make it as short as possible so that we can get to questions. Those of you who have heard of us have probably heard of the work that we've been doing in Rwanda. In Rwanda, it started off with the president. Luckily, Rwanda is a place where the president can just snap his fingers and things happen. And in Rwanda, President Kagame said, in 3 months, I want drones in the sky, and that's exactly what happened. Our drones started off just delivering blood, only in emergency situations, only to 12 hospitals. About 3 weeks ago, they announced that they're going to expand that contract. Zipline today covers all of Rwanda. We go to all of the hospitals. We go to about 500 small clinics. Rwanda is the world leader right now in terms of autonomous logistics, in terms of drone technology. So this is how the system works. We get an order, usually by WhatsApp, actually. We have our own cold storage facility on site where we have pharmacists and nurses who maintain everything, make sure the cold chain is guaranteed. They pass it on to our flight operators. We make all of our own technology, all the software, all the hardware. The drones are designed by us, manufactured by us. This is our latest drone. It's the fastest non-military drone in the world at 160 kilometers per hour. We have an average delivery time of about 15 minutes. So in Rwanda, you don't need blood or medicine at the hospitals. As long as I have it, you can have it in 15 minutes. The drones fly themselves completely autonomously, automatically deconflicting with other drones that we might have in the air. The drone will automatically figure out what the current wind speed and wind direction is so that in any weather, day or night, we can land the package in a 3 meter by 3 meter spot, even in a hurricane, all done without cameras. Now, when we do it without cameras, which we do because some of the security forces prefer that we not take pictures of everything, fair enough, it makes it very complicated, especially if you're trying to land without a runway. So we don't have, and this is actually, I think, the best use of AI in all of our systems. How do you, if you don't want to have a runway, both because it takes up a lot of space and because, landing gear is heavy, then you have to catch the drone in the sky while it's flying by. Not that complicated, but if you don't have cameras, it's very, very complicated. And so the team developed this system and this set of algorithms that every time the drone flew over, it got a little bit tighter, a little bit tighter. And now we have a 100% success rate at catching this on the first run. What you're going to see right now is the drone flying by at 160 kilometers per hour, and a cable is going to snap up and grab it. The hook that it's grabbing is only 1 centimeter big. And when I asked them, why'd you make it so small? They said, because of AI, we can. Check it out. Yeah, it's kind of, it's similar to an aircraft carrier. It very quickly will slow it down in midair and pull it back. It takes us 5 minutes to put a new battery in, a new set of medicine, and that thing's back up in the sky. So we're doing 500 deliveries a day from one of our facilities. Thank you. Another thing that we're really proud of, this is actually the air traffic control GUI that we give to the Civil Aviation Authority. All of these lines that you see here, yeah, you can see my mouse, all these lines here, those are actual highways in the sky that we've developed. It takes a tremendous amount of AI to figure out what the right paths should be. Also, when you have multiple drones flying on the same paths, they're speaking to each other. There's no pilot involved in any of this. In fact, the flight operator, which we only have because of the old school regulations say you have to have a flight operator, doesn't actually know how to fly drones. All he knows how to do is hold this iPad in his hand, and if he ever needs to do anything, he can press a button that says, bring her home, or emergency land. That's it. That's all we know how to do because everything else is automated. We have some countries that say, but what in a worst case scenario? Could somebody take over a joystick and then kind of manually fly it around? And we say no. We have now built a system that is completely dependent on autonomous flights. If anybody ever had the ability to take over, the system simply wouldn't work. And so all we have access to is what you see right here. And of course, if you click on any of those, you get a tremendous amount of data. We're getting about 40 chirps per second in terms of where it's at and how it's responding to particular terrain or weather. And all of that data, of course, is informing our systems. So this is an image that I'm really proud of. What you're looking at here is the path, the flight path to a hospital. This, you can see how we come down in like this helix to go all the way down to get closer to the ground. It's for the drop, and then we come home. But this is not one flight. These 3 sensors are at the wingtips and at the nose. This is 200 flights on top of each other. Now, the reason that that's very cool is because it shows you just how accurate we are. So where does AI come in? Well, you see a little bit of busyness right over here? In the early flights, the wind coming around the mountain was kind of giving a little bit of a hit to our drone, and the drone had to react to that. And the drone can recover very quickly. And if, God forbid, it was ever thrown off course, it would automatically deploy an emergency parachute. But the system automatically was able to identify that on these particular days, in these particular months, when we come around this pass, let's expect the wind, let's speed up, let's go a little bit to the left, let's do what we need to do so that we do actually stay on the path. And it does all that automatically. And one of our policies is that we have 100% local employment policy. This is very complicated to do. Everybody that works for Zipline is from the place that we're operating in. We come in, we train, we leave. If we actually had to train all of these people in Rwanda, in Kenya, Ghana, Indonesia, Israel, Gaza, all these places that we're now moving into, how to run all these systems, how to fly these drones, this would be a much less scalable project. It would be much more expensive, and it would simply just not work. But because we've been able to automate so many of these systems, and we've had 2 years, and I want to say 15 or 16,000 flights at this point, we've been able to make all of the mistakes and let the system make its own mistakes and learn from it. And now we actually run a very, very tight operation. We've never lost a product. We've never crashed. It's never happened. But that does take some, confidence in our systems. So these are the things that we've been able to accomplish. I think the 15,000 is from a couple of weeks ago. But you can see a few interesting things here. I'll call out that there's certain medicines and blood components that people are simply using more often. The demand projections were off because people weren't using them because they weren't available. But now that they're available, we're finding out how much more people are using it, and that's really informing the planning in different interesting ways. A third of our deliveries are life-saving emergencies. We're saving between 10 and 15 lives a day today, just in Rwanda. So this is very real, very impactful work that we can already point to. But what I really want to say in terms of what we've learned and succeeded, what we've accomplished so far is on this slide. Perfect logistics is an industry term, which means you have 0 stockouts and you have 0 expiries. It doesn't matter if you're selling bananas or you're trying to deliver blood to an emergency room. You never want to have too much stuff out there, because then it's at risk of expiring or simply not being available. And you also never want to have a situation where somebody shows up and they can't be served. This is the holy grail of logistics, and we've achieved it in Rwanda. But we've also done so while saving a lot of money, because they don't have to have all these refrigerators at all these facilities, and they don't have to have emergency runs in the middle of the night because somebody needs blood. All of those expenses have gone away. In fact, because we're centralizing the inventory, they don't have to maintain just-in-case stocks all over the country. So we've actually reduced their budgets for buying stuff by about 75%, right? So all of a sudden millions of dollars become available because next year you don't have to buy 1,000 units of antivenom. Just buy 20 and let us hold them, and we'll get them to where they need to go. I hope that makes sense. And of course, many, many lives are saved. So this is one of our patients. There's no sound, but you can read the translation on the bottom. She was actually our first patient that we saved. So those are just a couple of examples of some of the mothers. 50% of our deliveries are actually for mothers who are suffering from postpartum hemorrhaging. Another 30% of the deliveries of blood go to children who are suffering from anemia, usually from severe malaria. And just a couple of weeks ago, Rwanda made an unbelievable announcement that we're all very excited about. 7 months now that 3 of their hospitals haven't had a single case of maternal mortality. That doesn't happen anywhere, and it just happened in 3 hospitals in Rwanda. So if there's no other proof that this technology is worth exploring further and expanding, I think that's it. And we're doing a lot more. Some of the new technology that we're going to be rolling out, nest-to-nest relay, what does that mean? It means that if I've got a distribution center over here and I've got another one over here, they can each deliver 80 kilometers out and 80 kilometers back, or they can fly 160 kilometers between the distribution centers. When you can move things across a country so quickly, you get what's called hyper-efficiency, right, where my inventory in the far south is actually available as an emergency stock for the far north. In places like Kenya, they're planning on doing 10 distribution centers from Mombasa up to Turkana. Right now, the only way to get anything to Turkana is by airplane. But with this solution, it's so cheap and so fast to move so many things. We can move a ton of stuff a day, really fast, really cheap. Reverse logistics is also something that we're really excited about. How do you pick something up and bring it back without landing? Because if you land, you need a flight operator to do a pre-flight inspection. So we're now working on a way that we can actually fly by and grab a package without ever touching the ground. And ambulance support. We're working with Toyota and with the Israeli Red Cross in Israel to figure out what would an ambulance fleet look like? How would it behave? How would you develop ambulances differently if you knew that that ambulance always had access to an unlimited supply of commodities? That ambulance can show up at a mass casualty event, and it will never run out of stuff. And it'll do a better job than it's doing today because it can actually administer and infuse blood to patients who have lost a lot of blood before you try to send them back to the hospital. So these are the kinds of innovations that we're still developing. And yeah, I mean, it's really the beginning of this whole story. Right now, we're in the lead of this space, but I don't think that's going to last for much longer. But in the meantime, we're definitely interested in looking for partnerships, having a good conversation, figuring new use cases for what we've built. And I'm very happy to be here today and talk to you about all that. So with that, I'd love to take any questions that you have about what we've done or anything you want to talk about. Thank you very much. Please. Yeah. So the most complicated conflict area that we're operating in, not operating, but that we're trying to operate in is Gaza. Gaza does not have a cold chain. They only have electricity for 4 hours a day. So my wacky idea was let's put a distribution center in Israel proper where they have access to everything and consistent power. And only at the very moment when the child arrives in the clinic for their insulin, it's actually children's diabetes is the biggest part of the health system that suffers from no cold chain in that particular context. Only the moment when the kid shows up in the clinic, that's when we send the stuff. In about 5 minutes, that kid is going to have insulin that's cold chain guaranteed. Yeah. Cool. Afghanistan, done. we have, people have reached out to us. Okay. Well, people have reached out to us about Afghanistan. There's a lot of work that we can do there. I know for polio, they reached out to us. Yeah, I mean, we're excited to prove this in any geography, in any use case that we can. We're excited about what we built, but we don't know all the uses or geographies, and we're a small team. Anyone else? Any questions? Please.
How long will it take to roll out
Well, it takes us 3 days to build the facility. Probably takes us about 2 months to recruit and train everybody. Probably takes us about 3 months to get the Civil Aviation Authority comfortable. So the long pole is probably the civil aviation engagement around 3 months, and we can do that in parallel across countries. Right now, in my pipeline, I've got 9 countries in Africa that are at some stage of that process, from Kenya to Zim to Ethiopia, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria. In fact, Lagos is trying to become the first megacity in the world to have drone deliveries, so they're working with us on an urban context, which is crazy, crazy.
How long does it take to get a license?
Well, there is no license. Everything we do is illegal. There's no country in the world that allows any of this for good reason. What they do is they grant exceptions that specifically authorize our company to do it. So there's no license per se. It's more of a song and dance that we have to do to convince them that we know what we're doing. Yeah. That's why I had to learn African dance.
Yeah.
Please.
You can't even fly a recreational drone. A kid does it in an ecosystem.
Which country?
Nepal.
Nepal, yeah, I know.
So in India, it's even worse. No one can do it.
Actually, I'm on the opposite side of that argument from the one that you might think. I am not a fan of these kids flying drones around. As soon as one of those things hits an airplane or lands somewhere sensitive, my business is going to be in a lot of trouble. I think that there should be a ton of regulation around drones, and a lot of countries. Look at Kenya. After the assassination attempt in Venezuela, Kenya grounded all drones, similar to what you're describing. I mean, no more movies, nothing. And it's for good reason. What they're going to do is they're going to put these transponders on all the drones. They're already commoditized, so that the Civil Aviation Authority can see where they are at any given time. And hopefully somebody soon will develop a technology that would allow civil aviation to press a button to tell some set of drones in a particular area to go home, or just to safely land where they are. That's all going to be necessary. What you have is a situation where the technology and access to technology has gone beyond what the regulations have allowed for. And that's a regulatory failure. And so now it's incumbent on the regulators to repair that, to make sure the drone technology evolves in a way that's safe for everyone. So it's a complicated political conversation, but from my perspective, I'm so proud of the work that we're doing that to think that some kid, playing around with his little whatever is going to end up hitting some car, God forbid, it's just too risky. Please.
Yes, hi. I would like to know if you have a code, an ethic code in your organization, and are there some products or any products you refuse to deliver, like virus, for example?
Yeah, we have a lot of internal fights about that question, because we're like in the early parts of the Terminator, where we developed this cool thing, and now we don't know if people are going to use it for good. We do have a contract with the U.S. military. That's one of our clients right now. But we will only deliver health commodities, medical products to troops. And from my perspective, I'll use that same facility to deliver to troops on both sides of a conflict. That's my position. Half the people in the company disagree with that. Half the people of the company disagree with us working in Israel and Gaza because they don't want us to take a position on that conflict. I take a strong position on that conflict. I'm on the side of the kids with diabetes. So we don't really have a formal ethical code. We should. But right now, I think we're all on the same page in that as long as we're delivering medical products, we're going to do it. Yeah. Please. No, it's not profitable, but we're not too worried about that. We've been very lucky. We've got very generous investors who have given us 4 or 5 years worth of run rate money. And we also have a lot of support from donors. When I take this idea to a country like Ethiopia or Kenya or Indonesia that can't really afford it, the donors will actually cover all the capex. So the countries only have to cover the opex. But from our perspective, we're still at the phase of our company where we've proven something amazing. We're developing a completely new frontier. And even our investors aren't that concerned about profitability at this point. It's really about getting it out there and proving that it works in different kind of situations, different kind of products. That's our focus right now. I will say that coming from our next country, which will be Ghana, where I'm heading to next from here, that will actually be a break-even type of application. So we're not far from being financially sustainable. but it's not our primary focus right now. Yeah, please.
Excuse me. Oh, sure. Thank you. So one of my pet kind of interests is, speaking of sustainability, is actual environmental sustainability, and something that I often kind of hark on is that a lot of our internet technologies and ICTs are not really that sustainable. Does Zipline have a sustainability policy? Does it, in terms of conflict minerals, production, manufacturing, recycling, etc.?
Yeah. So the biggest way that we kind of inform our carbon footprint is with the fact that all of our vehicles are electric, and so we, in some cases, are trying to use solar power to recharge all of our batteries. The materials that the consumables of this solution are paper, and the recycled paper and the recyclable paper. So yeah, there's a lot of people in the company for whom that's very important, and so it's stayed at the top of the agenda.
Do you have like a policy though about, like, for instance, what to do about the drones when you need to recycle them, or like if one day if you want to upgrade them or something?
Yeah, so we make new drones every 3 months. Every 3 months to 6 months, we actually replace our entire fleet with whatever the newest thing that we've developed is. They're always going faster, farther, carrying more, and yeah, we recycle as much of it as we can. We have a team in California and South San Francisco that takes apart the drones, and every piece of it that can be used in the next generation. We'll do that. Yeah. Please.
Are you working on any transnational projects? And if not, do you think that it's something that could be feasible in the near future, and what would the main challenges be?
The main challenge is there's an organization called ICAO that controls all of the airspace between countries. I mean, they're very important, of course. They're the ones who set regulations so that you know that if a plane is coming from your country, that it's actually been taken care of where it's coming from. It's an important organization. They don't allow any of this. So for now, we're kind of working at the pleasure of the king wherever we are. I think that the first, depending on how you think of Gaza, it's not a country, but that's a border. I think that the first real border that we're going to end up crossing will probably be between Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana, only because those are the two adjacent countries that are in our pipeline, and both of them are interested in that. But where this company is going, to be clear, is we're going to be creating a global mesh of distribution centers so that you can come to my facility in Beijing and ask me to deliver something to Paris, and a drone will just hopscotch all the way across. That's where we're going to be in 5 or 6 years. Please.
What's the determining factor in your range limitation? This is presumably continually increasing as you replace your drone fleet, but you also presumably have a refrigeration problem in terms of time.
We don't really have a refrigeration problem. We have an engineering team that's done a really good job of finding insulation solutions to keep the product cold. In fact, we've just started delivering frozen artificial insemination semen straws in Rwanda, which have to be kept at negative 270 degrees. That's very complicated. The limitation isn't actually a technology limitation. Over time, it could increase, but we've stopped trying to increase our range because right now, for me to go at 160 kilometers per hour, for me to go from my distribution center to the farthest reaches of my covered area is going to take me a half an hour. Well, half an hour is a reasonable amount of time for emergency response. But unless I can dramatically increase the speed, and we're already the fastest in the world, but unless I can dramatically increase the speed, increasing the range isn't necessarily a good idea because then it's not a true emergency response solution. We would prefer to build another distribution center 160 kilometers away and make sure that all the covered areas can rely on half-hour delivery. But if we were able to both increase the speed and the range, then that would be viable. That's the limiting factor today.
But the critical delivery time will depend upon what you're delivering.
Yeah, exactly. So for blood, an hour is fine in most cases. For antivenom, depends on the snake. It gets a little iffy, literally. It gets a little iffy. But for true emergency response, think about mass casualty. If they're going to rely on our system, we can't tell them that every time they call us from the field, it's going to take an hour and a half to get them what they need. I mean, I want to be 15 minutes away from everybody. So I would say it's more of an internal policy limiting factor than a technology limiting factor right now. Please.
How did you?
Sasha, are we okay? What? Two.
Just a short one. How did you resolve the liability question? For example, if someone expects the delivery in 5 minutes, but it comes in 10 and the person dies, do you have any legal liability for this? Or
yeah, I mean, we have a legal obligation that has a service level agreement that says we have to be able to deliver in a certain amount of time, a certain percentage of the times. So we're protected in that sense. We also have insurance, which is also complicated. How do you insure this stuff? Yeah, I mean, the quality of service, the speed of response right now is so much better than what was currently out there that nobody's really upset when we're 5 or 10 minutes late at this point. Yeah, it's better than anything else that's out there, so we get away with a lot. But generally, we do have a 15-minute average delivery time right now, and that's insane. To places that have no roads, literally. There's parts of Rwanda that simply, they never bothered building roads to. And now you could be there, and you could need to get your TB first-line treatment, because God forbid, if you miss 2 of those, you're going to be on second-line treatment, which means you're probably going to have to move your family closer to a hospital. You're going to cost the health system orders of magnitude more, and you may die. Whereas if I can just make sure that that medicine arrives at your village where you are over your lunch break, there's no reason you won't take it, hopefully. Last one then? Please. I'm sorry? No, not yet. Please.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, thank you. Despite the strict illegality of what you are doing, as you said, what you are doing seems to be really kind of a rewarding thing. Mainly because what you are carrying is medical products or blood or all these things. Do you have any plan to expand the kind of freight you are carrying with your drones into the other kinds of product, which is more controversial in the ethical or the social sense?
So one of the teams on my team is the secondary uses team, and that's what they focus on. I can't think of anything that, well, there's some people who have concerns about some of our projects. We're trying to figure out if we can work with mines, because mining is really interesting. You know, if there's some small part of some machine that breaks down, it could take them 2 weeks to get that machine. I can get it there in half an hour. But then we have people internally, people on the team who are like, well, you know, the mining industry is not necessarily one that we want to be associated with. It's an internal debate. We have these debates. They suck. It's the worst part of the job. When I show up and I'm all excited about some terrible diamond mine somewhere that's going to pay us enough money to allow us to deliver free blood to that entire country, and I'm expecting high fives, and everybody's like, but didn't you see the movie? So there is some of that. But the things that we're really excited about that we don't have any ethical issues around include what I just mentioned a moment ago about bringing improved genetics for animal reproduction to the most rural areas where they have such low productivity in terms of milk productivity. So that's something we're doing with Gates. What else? We're looking at some postal service stuff, which is interesting. We're looking at e-commerce stuff in Indonesia, which is interesting. We're looking to deliver to oil rigs instead of helicopters. It's much faster. Actually, we're going to look at a new project right now, which is really exciting. I don't know if many of you know where the Canary Islands are, but if we put one of our facilities in Morocco and one of them in the Canary Islands, then we've just created a bridge between the islands and Africa, which anybody can use for anything. So there's a bunch of secondary use cases after the human health use case, but we focus on that one, I would say, for 2 reasons. One, because it's easier to convince Civil Aviation Authority to give us a chance if we can save 15 lives a day in a tiny place like Rwanda. But also because that's really what drives everybody in the company. There's a lot of technologists there who walked away from SpaceX, Google, Tesla. We're all very mission-driven. And so every day we have these WhatsApp messages with these kids, and the doctor will, write, this kid would have been dead last year, so thank you. And then we're all crying, and, and then we get all excited. And so that's, I think, what's really keeping everybody focused for as long as we have been focused to be able to accomplish this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yaniv, for that real-world example of how AI technology can contribute to sustainable development. I know we've had lots of conversations bilaterally about how this technology can also be applied to some of the work that UNESCO is doing on post-conflict, post-disaster situations, but also on climate change mitigation and cultural heritage. So we look forward to continuing that conversation with you. You also really underlined the way in which the company ensures local employment and local training, and that's definitely something that we're also very pleased to hear and look forward to continuing to talking with you about how to reinforce talent on the ground, both as it concerns training and employment opportunities in the field of artificial intelligence. I am now very pleased to pass the floor to our Director of Knowledge Societies Division at UNESCO Communication and Information Sector, Indrajit Banerjee, who will be chairing the last session of the day before we have a brief wrap-up session and cocktails, because I know that's why everybody is still sitting in their seats. We dangle it like a carrot at the end of the day. And this session will be about understanding openness and inclusiveness in the age of advanced ICTs. So, Indrajit, thank you very much.
Well, very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that our panel is not going to be showing you flying drones and how to catch them and so on and so forth. And if the post-lunch session is called the graveyard session, I don't know what this session should be called, but looks like some valiant people are still hanging around. So thank you for being here. And we have an excellent panel on a topic which is of great interest. I think a lot of the discussions which have happened today were suggesting, highlighting the importance of openness and inclusiveness in the age of advanced ICTs. And for those of you who were part and present in our session yesterday at UNESCO, you saw very clearly that for UNESCO, inclusiveness, openness are very clear in terms of being a priority for our mandate. My colleague, Mr. Guy Berger, yesterday mentioned also, of course, our own principles. I'm not going to repeat that again because shoes and oranges and apples may be flying at me. I think Guy has made the point rather firmly and on several occasions yesterday. But I think it's very, very important at this stage, and I mentioned that in my brief presentation yesterday, that we don't miss the bus this time. And as you can already see from some of the discussions we've had today, there is very clearly polarization, competition that's emerging in terms of the field of artificial intelligence, and which has been the case also with information communication technology in general, with certain hegemonic dominant players ruling the world. And I think it's an extremely opportune moment for us to ensure that right from the start, at least as far as the United Nations is concerned, we ensure at every step of the way that we are open and inclusive in our approach to all new technologies, including information and communication technologies. We have, as I mentioned before, a very distinguished panel with us today. Good to see that most of them, if not all of them, are academics. So they will give us another perspective on artificial intelligence, on inclusion and openness in this field. Let me briefly introduce our panelists today. We have Dr. Marc-Antoine Didac, Canada Research Chair in Public Ethics and Political Theory. We have Dr. Maria Fazli, Professor of University of Essex, who also holds a UNESCO Chair in Analytics and Data Science. We have Dr. John Shaw Taylor, who is a Professor, University of College of London, K for All Foundation, and who holds a chair in Artificial Intelligence of UNESCO's. We have Dr. Daewon Quim, Director of Public Affairs, Corporate Ethics, Cacao. Dr. Hugo Cyr, Dean of the Faculty of Political Science and Law, University of Quebec in Montreal. And Dr. Marie-Hélène Parizeau, Professor of University of Laval, who is no stranger to us, as she also happens to be the chair of UNESCO's COMEST program. So, let me begin by giving the floor to our first speaker, Dr. Marc-Antoine Didac. You have the floor. Please keep your interventions brief. These are opening statements, which will be followed by, hopefully, a robust Q&A session.
Well, as
an original opening statement, I should say I'm not Marc-Antoine Dillac. So sadly, he could not come. I'm Frédéric Bouchard, Dean of Arts and Sciences at Université de Montréal and a colleague of Marc-Antoine. And we wanted to have the opportunity to just describe part of the thinking behind a big initiative that has been going on for the last year. It was mentioned in various talks, the Montreal Initiative, Montreal Declaration for the socially responsible development of AI. Well, this is, so Montreal, you know it's a city. What you may not know is that Montreal, Quebec, and Canada, as all of us here, have been focused on how to develop AI, but mainly for academic reasons, because the various levels of government invested a lot of money in academic research throughout the years, in especially, let's say, deep learning, operational research, various fields linked to assisted decision making, and it panned out. So one of those professors, Yoshua Bengio, who's an expert in deep learning, is in my faculty, and when his results started coming in, the university, but just all the collaborators in various universities, started to ask the question how to do this right. And the word inclusive came very quickly into discussion. Now, inclusivity or inclusiveness means two things. It means diversity and it means participation. If you've got participation of just a bunch of homogeneous people, well, that's, you know, ancient Greek democracy. They were all white men. You know, it was democratic if you were a white man. That's not inclusive. There's participation, but only of a select group. If you only have diversity, but you don't have participation, then it's just PR. So the question is, how do you make sure that a diversity of stakeholders participate in the reflection process and decision process? And this is where the Montreal Declaration really came into being. I have a few pamphlets. I mean, there weren't any left on the table, but I can give you the references for those interested. But basically, we arranged over the last year a series of world cafes and other co-construction activities with various citizens and stakeholders in the community. And the idea was for all of us to come up with a co-construction, a collaborative work, to figure out what's important, what do we care about in terms of values, principles, issues, and in light of informing various decision makers and organizations about what people care about. Now, this is not meant to be an exhaustive perspective. This is not meant to be ultimately a political, right? But this is in terms of feeding the reflection and the dialogue. And this is how we viewed the Montreal Declaration. But the co-construction part was essential. And this is something that, in terms of participatory processes, it's not novel with AI, right? This is not something that's particularly original. The special care we need to have is because of the technology itself, is because of the biases, right? We talked a lot about how either on the algorithmic side or on how the data is structured, some either unintentional or intentional biases can be informed. But one thing that hasn't been brought up enough and that I want to highlight now is that it's important to have an ongoing co-construction of these principles, because the data evolves if users' behaviors change, right? So this is not a fixed manifesto. This is not something where we say, oh, we need to be fair, this is what fairness means, and then it's resolved. Because the phenomenon itself is changing via how citizens react to the legislative constraints, the incentives, or whatnot. So there's a dynamic process here that's built in, especially with deep learning, with big data sets, because the data is changed by the citizen themselves, knowingly and unknowingly. And this is why I don't want to say there are no experts. Of course, there are experts of various parts of the chain, but each and every one of us is causally efficacious on the phenomenon that is either that may control some of our circumstances or that we may use to control the circumstances of things around us. And this is why kind of a reciprocatory process where we really have continuous co-construction is essential in general for the deliberative process, but especially if you're concerned with deep learning and big data processes. So this is the Montreal Declaration. And I want to point out one last comment, because we kind of, the issue of sustainable development came here and there. I just want to highlight one thing that is starting to, I don't want to say worry us, but where we see an issue that needs further reflection. So in the Montreal Declaration, one of the values, among the values and principles that were very important to most of the people participating, we're talking about over 500 people. First of all, was responsibility. Who's responsible if automated car has an accident, so on. That's to be expected. Autonomy was the second one. So how do we make sure that citizens preserve their autonomy? That may include privacy, but ultimately, how can they retain their decision power, either to use algorithmic methods or not? Now, autonomy means this is a very high expectation for autonomy in issues related to AI. In sustainable development, more and more, we're thinking about how we may need to reduce or constrain autonomy. So we're getting into two extremely complex social issues, the introduction of AI in society and making sure, if you don't like sustainable development, find another expression, but how do we respond and try to control climate change? In one case, we want to preserve and maximize citizen autonomy. In the second, we're thinking about where and how to constrain autonomy. Now, these two values we're not going to solve both of them together, or even in the Montreal Declaration, but it's something to keep thinking about in how we communicate these things to our citizens, to our brothers and sisters, because we'll be communicating conflicting, let's say, aspirations in terms of citizen autonomy. But in both cases, we want to remain as democratically and as just as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, as you mentioned, specifically the Montreal Declaration for Responsible AI, I will give you back the floor with a very specific question, which is the fact that the Montreal Declaration has identified 7 values: well-being, autonomy, justice, personal privacy, knowledge, democracy, and responsibility for the development of artificial intelligence. Now, these are, being from the United Nations, I can tell you that these are lofty ideals, but in reality, what we see in terms of artificial intelligence and the development and the competition, the investments, etc., to what extent do you think it's reasonable to expect that these values will be respected, and what will be the process by which this will be achieved? So please keep your answer brief.
Well, I'm a philosopher before being a dean, so I'm not particularly worried about loftiness. But first of all, a lot of the talent working on these issues in companies, and we saw the example with Zipline earlier, they care about these things. So it will become an issue for companies themselves if they want to attract or retain top talent in computer science. So this is about what people aspire to, and we didn't want to make compromises too early in these principles. This is what people were communicating. So our role is not to censure or to orient this to something more palatable. What we found is that when we discuss these things with people actually developing the technologies in a lot of these companies, and we know this because a lot are academic researchers in our universities, this is what they're after. So whether, no, of course, a lot of computer scientists will not, maybe work along those lines, but that's the same case for any type of principle or right or law. But we know that for a lot of people, these are values that they'll want instantiated in their organizations in their countries or in their towns or in their schools. So this is how we approached it. It's aspirational, it's lofty, but we know that a lot of people who have actually power over these questions buy into it and will help us achieve it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dr. Maria Fasli, Professor, University of Essex, UNESCO Chair in Analytics and Data Science. Please make a brief introductory statement, which will be followed by a question or two from me.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for staying until the end. Thank you to UNESCO and the Mozilla Foundation for supporting this event. It has been really exciting. And thank you all for making me feel normal. Because up until a few years ago, when I used to be asked what is it that I do, and I used to say my area of expertise is artificial intelligence, everybody would look at me as if I'm an alien that has landed from another planet, or if I'm a geek. So now to be hearing AI everywhere that I go, I just feel normal again. So thank you for this. I will not take a lot of time because I know you're all looking forward to your cocktails. So I'm a computer scientist by training, and my area of expertise is AI, and I'm the UNESCO Chair in Analytics and Data Science. I just want to say a few words about what I think we really need to be doing in this space, and I really think we need to have, and this has been mentioned several times earlier today, but as an academic, I really do believe it. We need to have an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary cross-sectoral approach in this space so that we can make progress. We cannot just have computer scientists, statisticians, developing methods that are applied in the real world, methods, machine learning techniques that are making decisions about all of us. They're being used by governments, and these algorithms can learn things about us that we are not even aware, and we don't look at them we don't look at this whole space from multiple perspectives. The UNESCO chair that I hold, the emphasis of this work is all about how we can develop but also deploy data science and analytics techniques, and that obviously includes artificial intelligence, for the wider good, for the public good, for society. And that does include working very closely with developing and transitioning countries. Let's not forget the other half that don't have access to these technologies. They don't benefit. We heard about human rights and how they link into AI, or how AI can be informed by human rights, or how we can link them. I think there are fundamental questions that we really need to think long and hard going forward. It's not just about human rights. I think we're going to see our society evolving in unpredictable ways, ways that we have not really thought about. These AI systems that we are developing, they're going to start working with us. They're going to start collaborating with us. They're going to start collaborating, coordinating, negotiating with each other. And we will see perhaps the need for new institutions, or maybe they're going to emerge. And we're not prepared for this. And we can only make progress if all of us start working jointly together. So at the university where I work and the work that we are doing, we're truly trying to get different types of researchers together. We have an exciting project that looks at big data and human rights in the era of ICT. And it is difficult to talk in a language that you are not familiar with and to create new links, but we all need to try harder if we're going to make progress in this space. There may need to be a code of ethics so that computer scientists and all of us computer engineers that are developing these methods, we can comply with, or at least we have an ethical framework in place. There are a lot of gaps. And developing the skills in developing and transitioning countries around data science, analytics, and of course AI, I think it is fundamental, because that's how we're going to help these countries come to the forefront and develop true knowledge economies and societies, so that we can have some parity. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Fasli, thank you for your introductory statement. I have one direct question for you right away, and that seems to be an increasing conundrum in the world. While on the one hand we're talking about open data, big data, and so on and so forth, it is, as you yourself rightfully point out, it is not accessible to everybody. There are a few companies, few organizations which are making massive headway using data, using their capabilities of analyzing this data. And as you're working in the field of analytics and data science, my question to you would be the following. How do we balance the question of openness and privacy in the age of big data? How have the norms of openness, for example, and privacy evolved with the availability of data and the ability to process large amounts of data? And how do we address this conundrum of having open, big data, etc., and at the same time ensuring that people have equitable access to this data?
That's a great question, and I wish I could have a great answer to give you. Because if I had the great answer, that would mean that I could solve a lot of problems at the same time. It is a very fine balance to try and keep. On the one hand, there's a lot of data out there that can be made open. Government organizations in the UK have started making some data sets open, but at the same time we have seen the whole debate shifting from openness into privacy and how it is that we're going to be able to protect privacy. So now some of the things that are taking place is research on how you can apply machine learning without actually having access, so that you can easily identify individuals. That may be one way forward. It's a very fine balance to try and get right. Open data, if you have access, you can create innovation. We have seen businesses that are able to use open data and create new applications that before were not possible, but we have also seen examples where all our open data that we leave behind can be used for purposes that were not perhaps intended for a start. I think we need to sit down and seriously consider what kind of frameworks we need to put in place, on the one hand to encourage openness, but on the other to protect privacy, and this is where human rights come in. So I cannot give you a very specific answer other than that. You asked me about the shifting emphasis from openness.
The conundrum, the conflict between openness and protection of privacy, etc., which is just what you mentioned.
Yeah, which is what I mentioned. And I think there was a third part, or?
No, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Fastley. Our next speaker is Dr. John Shaw Taylor, Professor of University College London, K4All Foundation, who also holds, by the way, a UNESCO chair in artificial intelligence.
So thank you very much, and thanks for the invitation to be here. So it's first just a very quick word to say that my interests have been in machine learning and artificial intelligence over a number of years, and I was coordinating a series of networks of excellence within the European Union that was building capacity in this area. And out of that was the establishment of this Knowledge for All Foundation, which is now taking a great interest in reaching out and disseminating these ideas, and part of the activity we've been involved in, which was presented this morning, was this mapping into Africa. So I wanted to say maybe a few words on what AI should be doing, who should be doing it, and how we can verify what it's doing, just to kind of set the scene in terms of creating what I think will be the right framework of openness in this development of AI. So first on what, I mean, I think one of the exciting things about AI is it's challenging us to rethink a lot of what we are trying to do. So for example, in this creation of news bubbles, in a sense, it's a victim of its own success. Certainly newspapers have always attempted to promote their view, and perhaps there have been slight bubbles created, but the fact that we can target information so precisely and these algorithms are so effective has actually created this effect of enhancing this bubble effect, which we see now as negative. So what was seen as a really positive initial thing, we can actually give people what they really want to hear, has turned into a negative. And that's something that, I think certainly surprised me. I mean, maybe many more sort of aware people would have been, foreseeing it happening. But I think it then raises the question, well, if that isn't what we should be doing, what should we be doing? What is the right way of targeting news? What are the right... But that's not an AI problem. That's a problem definition. So I think it comes back to, this question of what we should be doing. It's the problem literacy, I think, was mentioned this morning as a sort of issue about how we define what it is that we should be doing, and also more fundamental questions about, what is intelligence and so on. So I think these questions are being put forward, and they make us rethink what the problem is that we're trying to solve. And it's really wonderful to see the presentation from Zipline, where we see a very clearly defined problem with an incredible positive message. And that's where I believe, might lead on to my second point of who should be doing it. And I think one of the things we're very, keen to do within Knowledge for All is to, get bottom-up engagement with this new technology. So it's not the big boys, the big companies just doing this, but it's people on the ground in countries across the world who are engaging with local problems, using these new ideas and new techniques to address those local problems and come up with innovative solutions. And this was the mapping that we showed, was to show that there is actually already a lot of activity on the ground. It's not as if we need to go in and build from zero. And I mean, if there's one thing, I would have, preferred to see in the Zipline presentation, and please, this is absolutely no criticism, but had it been a local company that had actually done that, would be, even greater achievement in a certain sense. So that's the question of who. I think it's the point about trying to, empower local and, distributed ability to use AI is a really key thing in terms of ensuring that new ideas come out. I mean, the danger of a new technology is that, if it's used by big companies, the first thing they're going to do is use it to make their systems more efficient. And, we all know the risks of then unemployment and, people losing their jobs. I think if we can get it out onto, more small, local, they will come up with innovative ideas that will actually create new employment. So I think it will be, we're almost jumping the gun. The typical new technology cycle is you get some sort of depression of, people being unemployed because the new technology is taking over, and then, the new ideas kick in. We'd like to get those new ideas kicking in earlier. And that's, I think, by who is doing it. And then how is it verified? Well, that's down to the whole, the combination ethics, transparency. How do we verify algorithms? And this is a very difficult question, I think. I think, there was the AlphaGo film, the AlphaGo film was alluded to this morning, this afternoon with the, in the Spotlight presentation. And when this Go move was made that was somehow, broke all the rules, there was this wonderful sequence where they were jumping in to try and figure out what happened. But because of the system was actually composed of a number of different components, they were actually able, in some sense, to give an interpretation of what the system had done. And I think it was very interesting, and I think there's, even though it was deep learning systems that were being composed, the fact that it was a composition of systems allowed them to give insight into what was happening. So I think there is, actually many ways in which we can understand or interpret or add, a perspective on what these systems are doing. And I think this is very much, again, new territory that needs to be researched. So, another of the sort of stones that's unturned. So just to finish, I think that, what I'm driving at is I think there is a huge opportunity here for openness to actually be one of the key drivers in ensuring a very positive side of AI develops, rather than the dangers of the sort of, let's say, negative potential that could happen. Of course, the other dangers are its use in, in military applications, and we've mentioned that, but I won't mention anything about that at this point.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Taylor. I have a very specific question for you, given that you hold a UNESCO chair. And we at UNESCO often wonder, because there are so many chairs in each of our sectors, to what extent are these chairs helping shape global understanding and development of artificial intelligence in your particular case in a manner that aligns with human rights and UNESCO's other principal mandates? Very briefly.
So I think here we have, I should say I've only just literally, I think this week been appointed, so it's a very new chair, so I don't have to excuse lack of anything at this point. Come back in a year's time. No, I'm very keen to drive forward precisely that agenda, and we're working again with the potential establishment of an AI center in Slovenia as well, which will be promoting precisely these issues, and also I think the bottom up, the trying to empower a distributed access to these technologies, but also promoting the principles, such as the ones, the Montreal principles of the use of AI, and the research that's needed to develop these tools in terms of, let's say, transparency and accountability of these systems. So I think there's much to do, and I think having a specific hat on my head is making me, soberly reflect on what my priorities should be.
Thank you very much. I hope you can give some sound advice to our colleagues from Slovenia over here, because they're venturing out and following your footsteps. So if you're new, they're yet to be born kind of thing. So maybe some advice from you as you go along would be very helpful. Our next speaker is Dr. Hugo Cyr, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Political Science and Law, University of Quebec in Montreal.
Eh bien, merci. Étant à Paris, à l'UNESCO, je vais en premier saluer toutes et tous en français, et je ferai ma présentation par la suite en anglais. So, here we go. If you want to get the takeaway bit of my talk right away, I'm going to give it to you, and then you can relax and not listen as much to what I'll have to say. The first bit that you have to remember is we've invested a lot of our resources in the development of the technological aspects of AI, and that's not enough. We need to invest also a lot of our resources and efforts and energies in all the other aspects that are connected to AI. And by that I mean social sciences, research, humanities. AI is going to be changing the way we relate to one another, the way we are going to teach in class, the way we're going to create art, and so on. So we need, especially at UNESCO, it is quite important to look at AI not only as a technological phenomenon, but as a truly cultural and social phenomenon that has to be examined as such. And just to give you a few examples, because a few years ago I was one of the founders of a group called Human IA, so human first, and in French, intelligence artificielle, IA second. So what happens when you bring the human with the intelligence artificielle together? And we're about 75 professors from my universities and our research, our network, who are working either in social sciences or humanities. So we have philosophers, economists, lawyers, people in education, management, and so on. So basically in arts. And that's what we're trying to do. And just to give you a few examples of the things that UNESCO could benefit from looking at or examine, I'm going to borrow a phrase from an American, and I'm going to talk about 3 known unknowns. 3 known unknowns that we could look at thanks to social sciences, or the reflections in the humanities. The first one is about indirect discrimination. Indirect discrimination. Now, we may have all the data, and we know that some correlations might not be immediately evident, and we know that some correlations may lead to indirect discrimination for, and Compass example is a very good example. It's easy. The issue of race was not one of the variables used by the system, but in the end we know that it discriminated against some ethnic groups. Now, a lot of those cases, we won't be able to determine that this is happening unless we go and look at the consequences of the output. And those outputs, those are some of the known unknowns because they're not in the data set. There are the consequences of the output. So we need to have, for example, sociologists or anthropologists who help us understand the consequences of such systems. And so that's one of the things. You don't see the result of the output, or sometimes you might have indirect discrimination based by the fact that your data set is incomplete. Virginia Eubanks, in her excellent book on automating inequality, gave us an example showing that there was she used, some states in the US use a system to determine whether or not children are more at risk of being injured. Now, the data set that they use basically relies on public data. For example, if a parent has been using social services for drug dependency, for example, those data within the data set because the state paid for it. But if a parent used it, paid for his treatment thanks to a private insurance, that data won't find its way in the data set. So the end result is basically it has an impact, a bias on certain groups, and that's not visible just by looking at the data set. So you need to include a larger set of inquiries. Second element, and this is another one for UNESCO, there's the problem of the under-resources languages. Natural language processing, in order to learn, you need large amount of data, of text. We can use Wikipedia for kind of a start as a good base. So for example, if you speak English and you want your system to learn English, it's great, 5.7 million pages. Now, if you want to train your system in Swahili, well, for between 3 and 5 million native speakers, there's only 42,000 articles. Much harder to train your system. Now, that's not too bad compared to Bananakan. 5 million speakers, their first language, 646 articles. So the risk here is that if we want to maintain cultural diversity, there's the risk that if the quantity of data drives the machine, then there is a risk of limiting the cultural diversity. And to me, this is one of the roles that UNESCO has to take care to maintain or foster cultural diversity. Third, privacy versus exhaustiveness or randomness of the data. There is this tension between privacy rights and the need for, if you know medical research, you need to have some exhaustiveness of your sample, some randomness of the sample. So it's an issue if people can opt out too easily, but at the same time you want to protect those privacy interests of those individuals. So maybe UNESCO should be thinking about, it has already one concept that could be useful to explore, which is universal heritage of humankind. Some of the things have been declared to be part of the universal heritage of humankind. It's a legal category. And this could be explored as a way of making sure that any good things that can flow from medical research on large data set dealing with humans are accessible as and cannot be owned, but rather be shared as common things. So I know this time flies. So as again, just to close, remember this: put money in the technology, yes, but do care about putting resources in social sciences and humanities to think about this phenomenon, because this is just not a simple tool. It's going to change the way we live with one another. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Cyr. I'll now move on to our next speaker, Dr. Marie-Hélène Parizeau, who's the chair of the World Commission on the Ethics of Scientific Knowledge and Technology, which is an advisory body of UNESCO's and a forum of reflection that was set up by UNESCO in 1998.
Thank you very much. I will very quickly reflect on inclusiveness, which is considered to be one of the necessary conditions of the development of AI. I will take an example to illustrate the practical difficulties of the condition of inclusion, especially with regard to the problem of bias in the use of big data and AI. So first, some brief remarks on the inclusion in the field of AI and digital technology. The call for inclusion is the idea that across the globe, everyone can participate in digital practices and technology. Inclusion is based on the fact that digital technology is now an unavoidable interface between human and machine in more and more social and economic exchanges. But inclusion is also a concept developed for more than 15 years ago in the field of engineering to build a successful product. Inclusion is understood as the participation of people and consumers in the design of a product so that it is adapted to the practical use by all, including people with disabilities, but also elderly and children. Accordingly, the initial idea of inclusion is to take into account the bias of the engineers who imagine the products on the basis of the technical constraints, but also in their own perception of the common use that reflect their social status and culture. So in a nutshell, the need for inclusion in the digital technology and AI should make us think about the possible bias. I will now take a concrete example in the field of the use of big data and autonomous vehicles. The example is related in the article entitled "The Moral Machine Experiment" by a group of researchers in MIT, published in Nature on the 24th October this year. The finding of this article made the headlines of several world media. So I will ask the following question. Does this experience take into account criteria of inclusion? This article focused on the result of moral dilemma regarding the programming of autonomous vehicles. The objective of the experiment was to identify moral preferences in the dilemma where an autonomous car cannot avoid an accident that will kill one or several persons in front of the car and save others. To gather as much data as possible, this MIT research team developed a platform based on electronic game model and proposed 13 accident scenarios. The results are impressive. 40 million decisions in 10 languages, more than 2,000 countries. So here we deal with very big data. The analysis of the results shows that both cultural variation and more universal results. For example, participant players have moral preferences for saving a human being by killing an animal, for example, or saving several people by killing one, or for saving children by killing an elderly person. Other results show differences between countries and between regions, sharing a dominant religion. In conclusion, the authors call upon policymakers and the automobile industry to consider these results when deciding about the social acceptability of autonomous vehicles. Working in the field of research ethics, some results have surprised me, as well as the fact that one can accept reducing ethics to dilemma programming. So I analyzed the methodology, and the first question was the composition of the sample, because the author at the very end of the article had evoked that our sample, I'm quoting the article, our sample is arguably closed by the internet-connected tech-savvy population that is interested in driverless car technology. But when we look at the figure proposed in the article, the gender bias is obvious. Among the participant players, less than 35% are women. Second bias, age group. People over 50 years old are less than 10% of the sample. Third bias, level of education. The majority of the participant players have a university degree. Fourth bias, over 50% of the participant player does not work because they are students. What is this sample of these participant players? It is a community of educated young men, students, not working, and between 17 and 21 years old. Is this sample representative of the general population? Obviously not. The moral preferences of the general population is not represented in this big sample. One might think that these preferences are different, or in any case that there is an ethical plurality that is not represented here. This kind of experiment with a community of participant players has not been subject to a basic ethical rule regarding algorithms. Avoid bias that only heightens the prejudice of participant and designer. Why would this sample then constitute the basis of a global conversation that the authors claim to have initiated, while it is a community of young male players with a known preference for autonomous vehicles? Nature is one of the largest international scientific journals. Why, in the evaluation of this article, the question of bias has not been treated more seriously, as the result of this experiment claimed to represent a form of universal knowledge? We have some ethical guidance to tackle those bias issues. The research hasn't been evaluated by an ethical research committee. Nothing is mentioned in this sense in the article. Could we start by applying the rule of research ethics with a little more rigor in the field of university research in the area of big data and AI, especially when there are private-public partnerships? So I think we have rules already, and we can apply them with scrutinizing more the kind of research that is actually done in our university. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Parizeau. Given your role at Comest, I think it was very important that we heard from you in terms of some of the ethical questions and issues. I think you gave us one or two examples, but I'm sure if you had the time, you could have given us a whole range of examples to highlight some of the ethical dilemmas that we face today. Our final speaker, and I would like to stick to time, is Mr. Daewon Kim, who's a particular case in this panel because he represents a private sector company, and I will ask him a question after his very brief presentation. Thank you. Speak from here.
Good afternoon. I'm honored to participate as a speaker in this wonderful event. What I wish to share with you is about Kakao's algorithm ethic. I think Kakao algorithm ethic is one example that shows the openness of the ICT companies. Perhaps Most of you here might be familiar with our company, Kakao. So before I talk about our ethical code of AI technology, I will start off with a brief, rough introduction about our company and what we do at Kakao. Kakao is one of the leading internet company in South Korea. For example, since 2013, it has 95% of market share in mobile messenger service industry in South Korea. And currently, we provide a wide range of mobile-based service, including e-commerce, internet-only bank, mobility service, and so on. Artificial intelligence is indeed a critical technology that gives a competitive edge for all service of Kakao. AI is a key driving force that can enhance the value of connectivity, especially for Kakao, which operated with a vision of creating a more comfortable and better world by connecting everything. Social expectations on Kakao's way of dealing with AI technology is getting high. Therefore, we decided to establish our own ethic guideline concerning AI technology based on our philosophy and discipline. So all crew members of Kakao has participated to establish the AI ethic. Then Kakao algorithm ethic has been announced in January this year, and I could proudly say that Kakao has became the first AI developer to establish and release ethical code of AI technology in South Korea. Our ethical algorithm ethic follow these 5 categories like that. First, we aim to enhance mankind's benefit and well-being and keep all efforts for algorithm development within the ethic frame of society. Second, Kakao aims to enhance that algorithm should not generate biased results. Third, Kakao aims to collect and manage data for algorithm learning in accordance with social ethical law. Fourth, Kakao aims to ensure that algorithms shall not be manipulated internally or externally. And lastly, Kakao aims to provide explanation on algorithms to strengthen users' trust to the extent that it does not compromise corporate competitiveness. Kakao's algorithm ethic play a role as a basic organizational rule that needed to be followed when developing and operating AI. We are still paying extra effort in updating this ethical codes of algorithm within further development of our service. So far, I have given you a brief introduction about the Kakao algorithmic ethic. I would be happy to share my thought and information in detail about this algorithm in this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. I think that's a particularly interesting example of a private sector technology corporation which has come forward with its own guidelines concerning ethics of artificial intelligence. And I think this should be a path to be followed by all technology corporations. Hopefully one day they will get there. But I think this is a very interesting example of an initiative taken by the private sector and charting its own course in terms of ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence. We won't have time for questions, unfortunately, but let me just ask you to give a warm round of applause to our panelists. And you can also applaud yourselves for having stuck around, hung around. Not many of them were dozing away, so that's a good sign, because I was planning to call people out by name if I saw their eyes closing. And now it's almost 6 p.m., time for a cocktail. Sasha? No, not yet time. Well, that's a responsibility you'll have to take.
I take full responsibility. We're almost there. So now we'd just like to pass very briefly, before I hand over the floor for some very brief closing remarks from our partners, to the rapporteurs from ISOC, the Internet Society, who are one of our partners, and who have worked tirelessly all day to synthesize in 2 minutes or less the main key messages that have come out of the 4 sessions that have been held today. So I'd like to pass the floor to Lucien Castex, who is with us from UNESCO and has also been a driving force in the open discussions to coordinate the interventions of the rapporteur, and then we will pass on to the closing remarks and to cocktails.
You sit here. Yeah, excellent. Thank you all for staying. We will join the cocktail soon. First, we will do the closing remarks for each session, and I will give the floor to each rapporteur. So first, we had the session on artificial intelligence and advocacy. The rapporteur was Odile Ambry, which is honorary president of Internet Society France, which has to leave early. And we have a second rapporteur, Christelle Dupielet, which is a member of the French chapter of ISOC. I give the floor to Christelle.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, the first session, which opened the day, was on AI advocacy. And the aim of the session was to focus both on the initiatives and the specific needs so the public engage with AI, both from a development but also literacy perspective. So the session opened first with Mr. Lars Erik Forsberg delivering the vision and the commitments of the EU Commission. Citizens being at the focus and the center point of focus, 3 challenges need to be addressed today. First, research with an announced 20 billion investment to come. Also, the necessity to consider job changes, those disappearing, those being created, and also the need for ethical and legal framework. Next, Paola Forteza, when asked about the government's ability to respond to AI development, stated the importance to consider gender bias as one of the most crucial ones to address, since today less than 10% of the representation, whether it be in industry, education, or even role models, is for women. Then Davor Orlik from K4O Foundation, provided unique insight from a non-profit perspective, having done a an extensive mapping in the 4 regions of the world in order to show the abilities of each country to tackle AI and AI-enabled services. The mapping revealed there was a crucial need for interconnection and connecting all the stakeholders across the region to create a bottom-up ecosystem. Melody Patry from Access Now stated the importance to adapt communication to the public in order to complement the long-form reports And that meant adapting the language, the format, to the different platforms, but also the different audiences. Brigitte Larry, head of NetExplore University, insisted on the need to consider AI not as a standalone technology, but fully and deeply immersed in every aspect of digital technology. And she reminded that AI was created to fulfill consumer needs, so developments need to be done adapting the point of view of the end user. Etienne Parizeau, founder of Jamais Sans Elle, promoting gender equity, reminded the importance of understanding what AI can do and also its danger, but more importantly, the necessity to address the biases in the society first, reminding that AI was a mere reflection of the society. So it was important to fix the society bias before, and then by consequence, the bias on AI would be fixed. And finally, Jean-Pierre Evin from EBU concluded the panel with a media perspective, with two challenges: finding the right skills, which means going at a faster paced development for training, and also understanding data and the usage of it, in particular with GDPR context. And concluded with a reminder that regulation should never impede innovation. So the final Q&A session raised questions on accountability, children protection, and data accuracy and completion to fix biases. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle. So the second session was on human rights and artificial intelligence. I give the floor to Agustina Callegari, which is a Global Engagement Manager at the Internet Society.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well? Yeah, my voice is not very good, but I will do my best to summarize this panel. Well, the panel on human rights and artificial intelligence focus on the importance of addressing artificial intelligence from a human rights perspective by considering how IA is impacting in data protection, freedom of expression, freedom of association, access to information, and the right of work, and also the implications in journalism and media, and in specific communities like refugees. There was agreement that human rights are a framework that must be used not only in debate like this one, but also in the design of artificial intelligence policies. It was also mentioned that the premise that the more data that the machines have, the better the decision will be, is not necessarily that way, as an informed decision is not necessarily a good decision, and that in name of artificial intelligence and machine learning, we could be ending up making bad choices. Another topic that was addressed by two of the speakers was the impact of artificial intelligence on media and journalism. Talking about news quality is key only if people have access to it. They will be able to make an informed decision. Several projects that are already working on this were highlighted. And as regards journalism and media online, it was also addressed the impact that small changes in algorithms could have on publishers instead of traffic and social media. Mostly all of the speakers highlighted the importance of including different stakeholders in the discussion. For example, the role of governments in artificial intelligence was mentioned as key to avoid mistakes that were done in previous years when the web development was started. And it was mentioned that specific attention should be paid to those governments where institutions are weak or don't have the necessary, the rights, I don't know the right, but the law to guarantee human rights as data protection, for example. Another stakeholder that was mentioned as key to be part of this type of discussion was the private sector, the platforms, in fact. And I think that almost all the speakers mentioned the importance of inviting the general public to understand these challenges. For the inclusion of all stakeholders, also it's important to define the role and responsibilities of each stakeholder, and transparency and accountability as key values. Well, I think that Again, well, the importance of digital literacy was highlighted, not only for engineers, but also for young people and from the population in general. For all those discussions to take place, UNESCO was, well, is seen as a platform to continue the conversation, to continue the discussion, for example, as regards ethics, the confusion or the difference between ethics and human rights as another thing we need to continue discussing and was mentioned by the audience. So I think that's more or less.
Thank you, Agustine. Then we had a third session on translating Rome Principle into AI governance and practice through an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. The rapporteur for that session was Paola Rill, which is a policy fellow at the Internet Society. You have the floor, Paola.
Thank you, Lucia. I'll be reporting the session 3, as Lucia mentioned, which was translating the Rome Principles to AI governance and practice through an open and inclusive multi-stakeholder approach. The Rome Principles are part of UNESCO Internet Universality Indicators, the framework for assessing Internet development. It was highlighted that AI and Internet are obviously not the same thing. However, the Internet is a broad ecosystem and it relates intimately with AI in several different ways, giving useful context to AI development. The ROM is based in 4 categories plus 1X, which is the cross-cutting indicators. R is for rights, O for openness, A for accessibility to all, and M is the multi-stakeholder approach. The X, as I mentioned, is the cross-cutting indicators, such as gender, children, trust and security, and legal and ethical aspects of the Internet. Each category of those has different themes, and ROM was identified as a possible resource that can contribute to development and measurement of evolving AI. The indicators can also help governments and other stakeholders to develop policy approaches and interventions to achieve those core principles. It was also stressed that ROM principles can be used both holistically or out of a selection or partially. Regarding rights, it can be used to evaluate and address the complex impact of AI on the society. For openness, it was mentioned that, for an example, in open governments, you can get better results and more credibility when you increase transparency and accountability. There was also a question raised about the private sector. Could AI be used to open up markets where there are dominant companies on the AI field? Another thing that was highlighted was that ROM can be useful for AI governance, but only if we end the general debate on AI. It would be necessary to focus and look at concrete examples that are having impact on individuals and society. For an example, when it affects freedom of expression and content moderation. Also, a concern on overblocking was mentioned. The right to information on a digital world was also tackled. How do algorithms affect distribution of information? And lastly, for the multi-stakeholder approach, it was mentioned that inclusiveness of multi-stakeholders ecosystem leads to better decisions and more support, both from society and across institutions. And due to AI complexity, a multi-stakeholder approach would be crucial to both identify and solve issues on that matter. We do have a multi-stakeholder system for debating questions on Internet governance, which is not less complex than AI. Challenges are similar, multidisciplinary, and cross borders. So a multi-stakeholder approach is needed not only in a national level, but also in an international level. Also, some key characteristics were mentioned, which were to be open and accessible, inclusive, consensus-driven, and accountable.
Thank you, Paola. Last session, session 4, was about understanding openness and inclusiveness in the age of advanced ICTs. The rapporteur for that session was Julien Rossi, which is a member of the French chapter of the Internet Society and a researcher at Université Rennes 2. You have the floor, Julien.
Thank you, Lucien. So it's going to be very hard to summarize everything from this very rich panel in less than 5 minutes. I'm going to try, and I'm probably going to fail, so I apologize in advance to the panelists that I will not be able to include everything, probably. So the topic was of that panel, last panel, was inclusiveness. How do we create artificial intelligence that respects the principle of inclusiveness? And a lot of the discussions seem to focus around, Bill of Rights. What are the rights and principles that we're trying to implement so that we can achieve, indeed, inclusiveness and avoid bias effects, discrimination, and so on. Two rights, especially, there were many rights that were mentioned, but two especially were discussed by, I think, all of the speakers. And those two rights are sometimes in contradiction. There is, on the one side, transparency and open data, so that everyone can use the data to train their algorithms, but also to make sure that we can also audit the data to make sure there isn't too much bias in the input of the artificial intelligence. But on the other hand, speakers talked about the need for autonomy. How do we maintain autonomy? Privacy rights are important, data protection, and so on. And so there was some discussion about these rights. And then there were some questions as well that were asked. Who enforces these rights? It's great to have principles, but who enforces them? And then another question, who is included in the shaping of decisions on rights and principles on autonomous vehicles? Who decides? Who is included in the decision? And so, as a perspective, to open up, I mean, not now, but as a takeaway, I think, from this panel, can be linked to some other discussions. Just before I came here, I was at the GigaNet conference on internet governance, and there was talk about digital constitutionalism. And in this discussion on the Bill of Rights is part of this digital constitutionalism process. But in the Constitution, you have Bill of Rights, yes, but you also have Constitution. You constitute a polity. Who is included in this discussion? Who is your citizenry? And so on. And at what point, at what level do you take those decisions? And perhaps what has all of these questions that were asked during the panel might be linked to that question. And as early as you know, in the 80s, there were discussions in the former communist countries. You had discussion about privacy and freedom of information. This question was actually linked in terms of separation of powers. Who has the power over the data, even back in the 80s. So if we don't have a regulation and principles to make sure that data and knowledge is shared, you do not have separation of powers. So this whole discussion, and the panel also opened up this discussion, is kind of a new frontier, perhaps, in terms of the discussion. It was interesting to hear it here. And perhaps one of the other takeaways from this panel was the need for this conversation to be interdisciplinary and to include, we like multi-stakeholderism here, and so to consider all of the stakeholders, including engineers, companies, business, but also research in law, human sciences, social sciences, and not the least, all the citizens who are also stakeholders. So I hope I didn't forget too much and that I reflected some of the richness of a little bit of it, at least, of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Julien. I would like to thank all of you, again, for the great summary that you did. I said, applaud them. And now I'll give back the floor to Sasha for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Lucien. We will be publishing the synthesis of the conversations of today along with the news on our website, and we will make sure that that is distributed to the participants list, and you will definitely be able to find it on our website early next week, and we look forward to your feedback in that regard. Before passing the floor to Mozilla and ISOC and UNESCO that will close our very fruitful discussions of the day, I would just like to underline that this day was made possible through an enormous amount of teamwork within the CI sector and also beyond the CI sector with other sectors' presence. And I would just like to recognize the people in this room that have contributed to making this day a success. So if you could just stand. Joe, Jiang Hong, Jaco, Banu, Davide, Lucien, and Andrea, if you could please stand. Thank you very much. We have a very American saying, which is that teamwork makes the dream work, and you can tell that this is a reality within the CI sector. There have also been 3 people that have been here since 8 in the morning, making sure that everything runs as smoothly as possible from our sector. And if you could also stand, Ophélie, Benjamin, and Pratik, you have been an essential aspect of the success of this day. So thank you very much for all of your work. I'd also just like to recognize some of the people that are here from UNESCO in the room that are from other sectors. So Suzanne, who's still here, Tiwi, Claire, and Laurence from the culture sector. I think Suzanne is the only one left standing. You can stand alone because the work that we're doing on AI and our intersectoral task team led by CI really involves all the different sectors, and we're very happy to have them here today. And then lastly, the members from COMEST who are here, if you could please stand. I know all 11 members of you were here earlier today, and we really appreciate your presence because we're working very closely with COMEST to work on a report on AI. So if the COMEST members could please stand. So thank you very much for being here today. I know many of you have also been interviewed for the series that we're developing on UNESCO and artificial intelligence, and that will also be online, short video clips for social media in the middle of December, and we look forward to having your feedback on that as well as encouraging your participation in the conference that we'll be holding in Morocco that the ADG mentioned in mid-December, and our global conference foreseen in mid-March at UNESCO headquarters on this very same subject. Thank you obviously to our senior management of CI, Guy Berger, who's here representing Indrajit Banerjee, and our Assistant Director General, Moez Shakshuk. And lastly, before I hand it over to both Guy Berger, Sylvestre Ledru from the Mozilla Foundation, and Raquel Gatto from ISOC, a big round of applause for all of you. You definitely deserve a drink after these closing remarks. Thank you very much for the very interactive input and conversations. We sincerely hope that this is the beginning of a long series of conversations, both in person, over the internet, and at the different fora and conferences. We are committed to this multi-stakeholder approach and to getting people together from different horizons in the room and making sure that these kinds of conversations are had. So without further ado, I would like to invite Guy and Raquel and Sylvestre to close this event. Sylvestre first, and then Raquel, and then Guy.
So first, I've been told I have a strong accent, so I won't talk too much, don't worry. And especially because we are the last one between you and the drinks. So we are very happy to have you guys here. We apologize for the streaming issue that we had. Hopefully, we will be able to share the video later. And thank you.
Okay, I will try to be shorter now. Now, what a day, what a week, what a month for those in the internet world. It's been a tour around the globe. We've been in Barcelona, we've been in Dubai, and now here in Paris, Bangkok in the way. But it's been a really great high note and ending in the high note with this event. Really on behalf of the Internet Society, we are very thankful also for UNESCO and for Mozilla for partnering in these efforts. I think I would take literally our keynote recommendation, let's be more artificial and less intelligent. I don't need to repeat everything that we learned today, just to say it's only the beginning that we are understanding the impacts of AI, and I'm sure that with our collective intelligence and by learning all these examples that we have, we can through upholding some principles, find a path, and that's doing together on the benefit of everyone. Thank you very much.
So merci à tous, and one group that was not yet thanked is the rapporteurs. So thank you, rapporteurs, you did a wonderful job. Please, round of applause. At UNESCO, we have programs in media and information literacy, which include many literacies: news literacy, privacy literacy, advertising literacy, but now artificial intelligence literacy. So I hope you're all more literate today than when you started. We will follow up in March next year with a big conference on artificial intelligence. So all your ideas here will feed into us designing that big conference. A conference that will really also help our member states to understand more what these issues are. In the meantime, at UNESCO, we continue to integrate these concerns into our existing programs on media, freedom of expression, culture, education, science, social science. And we will also begin increasingly to give specialized attention to this really important issue. So UNESCO is on the move. We don't move very fast, but we know this issue is moving fast, but we are on the move, and we really thank you for helping in a multi-stakeholder way to give us the energy and the insight and the inspiration to move ahead. So thank you to everybody who we didn't, I know that lots of people say, pointing to Sasha. I think it goes without saying, but the last thanks then to Sasha. Whee!